Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen. We are here in Elgin, Illinois at Boars Hat Gaming for a Planetary Qualifier Star Wars Unlimited. I am Jeff Creasy here with my good buddy Jordan from the Colorado Cantina crew. How you doing, Jordan?
I'm doing great. Getting ready to watch some great games. Hopefully, get some good deli meat as well here at Boar's Hat. Similar to Boar's Hat, but a little different. Love a good sandwich
Same
though.
thing, same thing.
Mhm.
Yeah, and we're here. This is the old triple stream. So we're on 3 YouTube channels. We've got Late Night Gaming, Take the Initiative, and Blue Milk Gaming. Nice little collaboration. A lot of different places for everybody to watch their favorite game. And let's see. Looks like we've got Thrawn versus is that Poe.
Yep, we got Poe Dataval versus Thrawn Red here. We're doing some high rolls. Not going even not already off to a bad start here, but we have our friends over at Premier Gaming Tokens with that heady initiative token, and we're seeing it
Oh, yeah.
start over on the Thrawn side. Pretty interesting matchup here. I mean, it's definitely not a matchup that you've practiced a lot, I'm sure, from either side. I'm sure if you're the Thrawn player, you're not focused on Poe, and same for vice versa. So love starting the day like this.
Yeah, and I would kind of expect Poe to have a little bit of an edge here because I would imagine Thrawn expects some amount of ground trading to be able to get those to get those double win defeateds, and Poe just might not offer you that option.
Mhm. One of the things about Thrawn, I've played a lot of Thrawn Data Vault, and it's like in certain matchups like this, you need self defeat triggers. You need
Yeah.
ways to trigger these things, whether it's exploit or Morgan or something like that. I think in this red version, you're probably more likely to see exploit and
Yeah.
things along those lines. But that's really what this is going to come down to. Can Thrawn get back on his bullshit, or is Poe just going to, plow through things before a single Ohm officer gets a double defeated trigger,
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a little bit awkward too. It's a really cool deck building constraint for Thrawn because you have to balance that with what about the matchups where you are heavy ground trading, those exploit cards are just dead cards in your hand because you never have the units to exploit. So it's an interesting deck building balance. And Thrawn is all there are also a lot of ships with when defeated triggers. We saw a Ruthless Raider in hand there, and there's obviously Inferno 4. There's some really good ships as well, so we can fight in space. It'll just be interesting to see how this one plays out.
Starts off pretty standard here with the Night Sister Warrior. My guess is that won't die for a couple turns.
Yeah. Well, there's a black one, so it can ping. Obviously, I would imagine that the Poe player doesn't exactly want to kill this Night Sister Warrior.
Yeah.
He would much rather just take 2 damage than have Thrawn draw 2 cards.
And we'll start off with just that too.
Yeah, straight to the base, and we just see
Whew.
Chewy Pilot going right in. I like this. I think with Poe, a lot of times you think about going wide and moving Poe around, but you can also just go tall and throw Chewy on something and say blue villain, what you got?
Yeah, I think when you're playing against a power deck and you have Chewy, you have to make the choice pretty
Mhm.
instantly, especially when you're on the draw like that. He probably saw an opening with the Night Sister swinging in and said, "Hey, if I'm going to do this, now's my time."
Yeah, and we do see one of those when defeated ships from Thrawn. So when defeated, he will get to heal some like 6 damage from his base, I believe, with the double
Uh,
trigger.
4, I think, right? It's the
Or
honor.
yeah, two
Yeah, yeah.
twice. I couldn't remember if it was 2 or 3. Yeah, two
Mhm.
twice. So healing 4 damage. Um, but yeah, I think so far going exactly the way Poe wants it. Let's see if Thrawn can bring it back in this mid game a little bit.
Yeah, because obviously we're going to see a little bit of a debate here from Thrawn asking himself, "Hey, like, do I want to heal 2 right now, or do I need to be greedy and try to save 4? Right? Like, do
Mhm.
I want to take an action or swing first?" And I think it's tough when you're facing down this kind of threat in space, knowing and expecting more to come. Right? Obviously, we
Yeah.
mentioned how Poe does have a tendency to go wide. Think you're having the fear of dealing with a tall unit now that's pretty sticky and resilient combined with having something bigger later on. He does take this first swing just to get a single trigger. I guess he's
No, he's
gonna
doubling it.
heal 4. Yeah. Okay. Got it.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna see that Night
Yeah, and I
Sister
like
get
this a
taken away.
lot because you killed the Night Sister once Thrawn's already been used, so he's only drawing 1 card. You're not letting 2 cards get drawn.
Yeah. Typically in this kind of matchup or with Thrawn playing, you always kind of think, hey, like card advantage is my weapon here. I'm
Mhm.
unsure if it's card advantage or health advantage is really what Thrawn needs. What's your perspective?
I think he needs health advantage right now because of this Chewy. It's going to be hard for him to deal with. He's getting hit for for a lot of damage every turn, and that doesn't look to be stopping anytime soon. So I think he needs to control his health so that he can get to some of his later game options.
Yeah. So luckily here, this heavy can trade into Typho, so you'll be able to save at least 4 damage here, which is nice.
Yeah, we see a no
Uh,
glory, so we might also first action no glory to not take this 6.
nice. I missed that. And I did see
But
a
if you
power
do
sticking
that,
out.
yeah, yeah. At least I'm pretty sure it was a no glory he just drew.
Yeah. No, that is. I see it at the top of his hand as well.
Yeah. Refusing to resource the power, saying, I will draw no glory. And then he did.
Yeah. I think if it's me, I take out the Chewy first. I think
I think so
you're,
too. It could, 'cause you still can't trade into the heavy. So you're taking 4 to base versus 6.
yeah.
So I mean, I think it just makes sense to take out the black one first.
And I think you're more equipped to fight on the ground here too. So you probably
Mhm.
do need your hard removal to deal with some of the stuff in space.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine that's his only answer for Chewie in the deck is no glory or hitting it with a bunch of space units, which is not where you want to be.
Hmm. We do see in his hand a
He's taking it
Droidica
through a
as
lot though.
well. Yeah. Here comes that no glory.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised to just see 4 to base here. Yeah, just get it in while you can. Heavy's going to trade. You're just forcing Thrawn to make that trade.
Yeah, and bringing him to 12, which, isn't the best place to be. And I think there's a part of Thrawn here that's saying to himself, man, maybe I can be a little greedy here, action
Yeah.
dirtle, and try to get some extra pings going with Heavy on defeat. But I don't think you're in a situation to have any patience whatsoever.
Well, they're also they're out of resources, so they probably don't have a way to action Dirtle this turn.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it all depends on what Poe's follow up is here. Can he keep the damage on? We know that the power of the dark side is going to be turned on now, unless there's another Chewbacca. And Poe flipped to the ground here, which I don't hate at all. Just get in 4 more damage, and then also you've got a couple of ships to play to the board.
Yeah. I also saw a big Poe in his hand. I wouldn't be surprised if he just slammed that right here, right now.
I don't know. I think I'd prefer going wide here because the cards like Power exists and haven't been usable until Chewie got off the board. So I think I would rather go wide, but it's so hard to not just slam the Poe. And honestly, killing your Poe leader to a Power is not the end of the world,
Exactly.
right?
Yeah.
He already got in for 4, so I think maybe that's the thought process as well.
We also saw that Amidala being disclosed. I think there
Mhm.
could be an argument for doing that over Poe just to go a little bit wider. We are going
Yeah,
into Thrawn's flip turn, which can be devastating if he pulls it right.
it can be, but you're at least happy that there's nothing on the board at the start. So you're probably not going to get the double when defeated triggers
Yeah.
here. And yeah, Queen would have obviously been better into this power, but Poe, you could also potentially work on getting cards out of the hand. There are a lot of options with Poe. And going for the attack, so really not respecting the second power, but it's so tough to not just do 8 damage.
Yeah. And we see that discard 2 trigger that 8, bringing him to
Mhm,
24. I mean, I think you just have to try to push as hard as possible. You do see a Wrecker in hand as well and an Amidala.
mhm.
So looking really good, especially with that follow up of an own officer from Thrawn here.
Yeah. Yeah, at this point, if you're Poe, you're saying what could they even do if they're running Super Laser Blast, which I would be surprised if they are. We're still an extra turn away. Thrawn can try to kill something, but
And by
looks like he might be
something,
going
it's
to.
a spy token.
Yeah. Hey, you don't take damage back. Yeah, it
Yeah.
looks like we're about to go to game 2 here, though. Thrawn thinking over their options, making sure they're not missing anything.
Well, in a way, like this start for Poe went exactly how he wants in this matchup. Puts enough pressure on in
Yep.
space where unit-based combat's not going to get it done. Make him take a turn off from building a board and getting those when defeated triggers, and then pivot to ground and just smash.
It's also really interesting to me. You see a lot of matchups where initiative just doesn't matter. At a PQ yesterday, I was playing CAD 1 drops where, my goal was to play 2 1 drops. It didn't matter. I played a lot of Darth Vader. It rarely matters who has initiative. This matchup, it mattered a lot because Poe started ship into first action Chewie. If Thrawn has initiative, you just power the dark side of that ship. Chewie stranded in hand. That Chewie did 18 damage to base or 12 damage, and then eventually ate a 5 cost removal spell. So
Yeah.
initiative massively swung this game. And it's just one of it's interesting. Some of the matchups it really matters, and any matchup with Chewie Pilot is one where initiative can really matter, especially against Blue Villain.
I think on top of that, Jeff, it's really about luck and RNG here because Thrawn actually did have initiative to start. They started with that Night Sister, and instead of being able to power because they didn't have any way to interact, they took 2 to base with the Night Sister Warrior,
Oh,
which,
that's a good point. Yeah, I forgot that Thrawn actually did have initiative. So
yeah,
yeah, they must have drawn the power later then, because I
yeah, it's
remember
a
they had a
combination of
power in their
all
hand
those
for a
things.
while.
Mhm.
But yeah,
And it shows the difference between drawing it in your opening hand or going into resource 3 and having it a
mhm,
turn later. It's pretty much
yeah,
the game. Obviously it's a tough matchup either way and things could change,
yeah,
et cetera. But it's a really tough way to start the game, especially when you're trying to get that cycle of Thrawn things going. Your
mhm,
teammate and I, Mickey D, made a video on Thrawn Data Vault last month
yeah,
on the Colorado Cantina Crew YouTube channel. One of our major topics we were talking about is that you need to get that mini swarm going to start
mhm,
getting on that BS, to start triggering
yeah,
these actions that allow you to be a little bit unfair. When you're
yeah,
playing fair, Poe will smash you. When you're playing fair, these aggro decks are just better than you are. It just
yeah.
almost point blank period.
Yeah, I think you made a good point earlier in the game about Thrawn wanting to action Dirtle, and they couldn't this game at all because they had to spend 5 on the Chewie. That was basically their whole turn. Every turn they were just playing one guy and doing one thing. And Thrawn really wants to
Mhm.
be at the point where they can kind of dictate the flow and say, okay, I'm gonna attack with this little guy and see what you do. I'm gonna attack with this little guy and see what you do. And then okay, now I get to dictate the when defeateds the way that I want to. Instead of we saw there, okay, I'm gonna heal 4, and then you get to ping my guy, so I only draw 1 card. So Thrawn was kind of
Hmm.
letting Poe dictate the way the when defeateds happened, and kind of forcing Thrawn to get bad value. So I think that's just good play by the Poe player, kind of understanding and navigating that a little bit pretty well, I think.
100%. And I think you have to assume that any deck like this Thrawn Red is probably hyper equipped to deal with space in their sideboard.
Mhm.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see some upgrade hate. I wouldn't be surprised if we see something like bombing run, or let's call it war. Obviously, with aggression, we're really equipped to deal with some of these things. Unfortunately, on the Poe side, we do see a Chewie with double Falcon start. Is there a 2-drop to save the hand? Looks
Looks like
like
no.
there's not, because man, that would have been perfect.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, we
Okay,
got
looks like we got
Ryan on Poe,
Ryan.
Ashley on Thrawn. Beautiful.
Yeah. And then yeah, I'm curious too if the Thrawn is playing Hyperspace Disaster in the sideboard, because I know a lot of blue villain decks are, but this Thrawn can be built a little bit differently and not exactly like your standard blue villain control type. So maybe they're not running that in the board.
Yeah, and without ramp, it's harder to get there in a period that matters, right?
Mhm.
So let's see if this mulligan for Ryan ends up being any more functional. I know you're sitting there saying to yourself, "Man, I could have had Falcon Chewie again, or Chewie something
Yeah.
again." So we'll see. He does have to keep it, and we'll see how they react on the play here, on the draw rather.
Yeah. In fact, Falcon Chewie is a lot worse in this deck than it is in either Han 1 or Han 2, right? Because you can't play
Sure.
the Falcon on turn 1, so you have to go Falcon on turn 2, Chewie on turn 3, and it gives the opponent a lot more options to interact. We did at least get a turn 1 play.
Yeah, it looks like a Krennic and an Outer Rim Constable to pop that shield. I think that's all in all good for Ashley. Krennic can just trade, kill that Outer Rim Constable, save the damage. I think that's probably what we'll see here on this first action. If not, you could try to take advantage of that when defeated trigger, but it might be too
Mhm.
greedy in this matchup. Or excuse me, the when defeated
I
ability.
I wouldn't hate seeing a little bit of greed here. Like if you have a good 4-drop when defeated, I wouldn't hate just playing it and saying, I'm going to take 3, but I'm going to get my 4-drop out a turn early. I'm going to clean up my curve. So I think it really depends on what's in Ashley's hand here.
Okay,
And
we
we
see
do
that
see a when
happen.
defeated go out for 1. Yeah. So basically making sure to take advantage of the Krennic and saying I'm going to take 3, but I'm going to get my value this turn.
And it does push the pressure on Poe to answer, hey, am I taking damage and pushing, or do I want to get this Krennic off the board?
Interesting. Actually, not going for the trade at all. Maybe just pointing to the fact that Poe didn't start with a ship, so we're not seeing a turn 2 Chewie pilot. I'm going to be able to react to some things, but immediately start answering with the Falcon. So this pressure is going to start ramping up from Poe very quickly.
Yeah, this could be a little bit of sadness and despair from last game, saying I wasn't able to get my stuff going. I
Yeah.
wasn't able to action sequence properly. I need to be a little bit more aggressive in this game.
And one interesting caveat about this Falcon and Poe leader. So with any other pilot leader, you can deploy the leader onto this Falcon when it has a pilot already on it, but you can't do that with this Poe because this Poe isn't deploying a pilot. It's using an action that specifies it has to be on an unpiloted ship. So if the Poe player wants to put his Poe pilot onto this Falcon, they have to do it before they play another pilot.
Yeah, we do see that Krennic taken out, and I think for good reason. I'm just
Yeah.
searched up the Droideka security to exactly remember what that card does, and it's an exploit 2. So we would have been able to see that happen either way this turn, but I think you want to be able to make sure that you're not getting punished with Ruthless Raider next turn.
Yeah, you don't want to get punished with Ruthless Raider next turn, and I think you just don't. You're now getting into the territory of playing a 5 for 4 or a 6-drop for 5 is a much bigger deal than playing a 4-drop for 3. So it's a lot scarier things can happen if you
Totally.
leave that Krennic alive.
Looks like we have a pretty balanced build here from Ryan on Poe. Really solid mix
Yeah.
between ground and space.
Yeah, and I feels like based on this Poe start, this is kind of Ashley's chance here, where Poe doesn't have a pilot yet. They started with a ground unit, and then they don't have a pilot on their Falcon. So this is kind of Ashley's chance to say, I've got a little bit of an opening here,
We're going to see
and
Ashley
deciding.
double heal, I would imagine.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Ryan, so are you sure? You sure you don't want a double ping? It's cool. So we see a heal back down to 2,
Mhm.
which is really, like you said, really solid for Ashley here, especially with a Sentinel on the ground. Only 1 unit to truthfully deal with right now. This Droideka will absorb a hit from Typho, and also if Poe flips next turn on the ground.
Yeah, and there is that Ruthless Raider Ashley just drew. So had Ryan not killed the Krennic, that Ruthless Raider would be coming down this turn and be a bit of a bigger issue. So I'm curious what's going to happen in space, because in ground we've got just 2 4 5 staring at each other. So
Yeah, they're just hanging out. I think we're going to see this Chewie pilot come down on the Falcon, is my guess. I think we're going to see some greed.
yeah, it's always tough to wait until 5 resources to play Chewie, because you're always worried about, okay, now they have no glory. We saw in game one a turn 2 Chewie. It doesn't matter if it gets no glory on 5 because you've already gotten 2 hits in with it.
Yeah.
But I like the testing the waters here. I'm gonna play this black one, see if you spend any resources.
Yep. And
So
here it is.
maybe
That
Ashley could have attacked first, just to keep her resources up, and kind of be able to bluff that, hey, don't put your Chewie pilot on there. Do something else. It goes back to what you're talking about action dirtling, trying to make the other opponent act first.
Yeah, and it's a 4-5. Like if you stall up the ground here, it's in your advantage from the Ashley perspective. And look at those
Yeah.
beautiful Premier Games tokens, those new streamer set. Look how bright and vibrant they are on Ryan's side.
They are, yeah. They look really good in person, and they also look really good on the stream too. I was really happy. I saw them in person yesterday, and I was really happy with how just solid they felt and how good they looked. And you can see on stream the contrast is really helpful to be able to see it clearly on stream. Really nice. I like them a
And they're
lot.
small, right? Which just makes it so it's a little easier to manage. We do see Poe go in for 4, flip into the ground. This is really textbook Poe here. Put threats in
Yeah,
space, put threats on the ground. We're getting closer to that wrecker area. This is a really strong situation. And even with that said, like Ashley had a great start here, right? She got
yeah.
her double triggers in. She got Krennic. She cheated things out. She went wide. Now we're in a situation where you have to try to push back a little bit.
Yeah, it's interesting. A lot of people, say, the scourge of this format, talking about some of the Yoda cards and the Bo-Katan unit. But I think right here you see Typho really showing his versatility, and why he's in every single green hero deck. You're a space deck. How do you slow down the ground? I guess I'll just throw down a 4/5 Sentinel that lets me heal. And then in this case, it let you clear the way for this Poe pilot to come in on the ground too. And
Mm-hmm.
I think it's really one of the bigger reasons that Green Hero is so dominant right now is Typho.
So we're going to see this droid missile platform swing in, get the double trigger coming in. So it's 6 indirect damage in total.
Yeah, I don't think Ryan's too upset about this. You got options. You got 33 health on your base, no units on board. So I think you can put a couple on units, but I don't think you want to overburden your units here, because you know
Mhm.
that more trades are coming. Just put some on your base, and make Ashley deal with your board. I like that a lot.
Yeah, personally, I think the only unit that I would have put damage on here is the black one. So I think you have to assume, especially as a Poe player, that they're bombing around. They're bombing some of this multi-damage cards,
Yeah.
whether it's, let's call it war, grenade, strike, either way.
Yeah, I don't mind the one on Poe, because you've seen a lot of, like, you've seen the 4/5 Sentinel, but Poe still has
Yeah,
5 health, so you can still survive that. But yeah, this is the downside to putting one on Black One, is the Ruthless Raider has the option to kill Black One now.
inefficiently, right?
Hmm. Yeah, and Ryan might have been thinking, hey, well, I still have more than 1 health left. I still, Grenade Strike is okay. Like, Let's Call It War would have also been really rough right there, with 3 and 2 killing both. So I think it was a little risky to put the one onto the Black One, but.
It's discussed a lot, but Data Vault in this sense really is an asset. It's a tool, right? Your health is a
Mhm.
tool. I think we see
Yeah.
a heroic sacrifice, I believe, or it might be that new Cassian X card from
Yeah, I
Secret
believe it's
Power.
yeah, I think it's the new one. It's hard for me to I don't remember exactly what it does, but though I don't believe it was a heroic
It gives you
sacrifice.
+1 on attack and blanks enemies' abilities for the turn. It's really like the anti-turret card.
Yeah, yeah. Do get around Sentinel's card basically.
Hmm.
Mhm. And then yeah, here we see Thrawn and we see the postal living. So the one damage on Poe I do really like that Ryan was prepared for a, standard 4 damage coming out.
Absolutely. Oh, and we
And yeah.
see the scoop here from Ashley. Not enough to fight back. I think one of the things about Poe that is really attractive to me is that it is just so balanced. You could push on the
Mhm.
ground, you could push in space. You have great units all up and down the curve. I think like the
Yeah.
only unit you're playing that really isn't overstated is probably Black One, and it has a great ability in this deck.
Yeah, and it's still a little bit overstated because as soon as you get a pilot on it, right? Like if you just flip your Poe leader onto it, all of a sudden it's a 3/3 in
Yeah.
space, which is that still pings on attack. So I think that's a good, and it pings either way. So it's correctly statted and then becomes overstated when you pilot it. So I think that one's also just really solid.
And if that's like the one unit in the deck that you're saying to yourself, man, I wish this could be stronger, I
Mhm.
think you're in a pretty good spot, right? And we
Yeah,
also
definitely.
see Karis Nemec coming in at this set where this is a popular deck a little bit at the end of the Legends of the Force meta. But I think
Yeah.
you got some great additions here and overall a great start to the event. I love seeing some decks that you don't expect to see to start the day. Like yesterday, we both played at the same PQ down in Pueblo, Colorado. I
Hmm.
was on Yoda Data Vault. I played 4 Yoda mirrors, 1 Han, 2 ECL. Right, that's the
Yeah.
standard spread that we're used to seeing week to
Yeah.
week. And to start the day with something fun like this, I think it's cool. I think Poe really has a lot of potential as a deck, and
Hmm.
especially with how grindy this meta is. Sometimes Poe could just
Yeah.
blow right through it, and then on the Thrawn side, I'm really always super interested in the Thrawn ability, and I think
Hmm.
all the decks are really interesting. I do think that a space heavy deck that can punish you on the ground might just about be the worst matchup to start with.
Yeah, definitely. We did see a little bit of exploit from Ashley's side, but yeah, it's always tough when you see some of these decks that are, you expect to be focused in one arena, and then they go to the other one. You're like, hey, but I need to like kill myself on the ground too.
Yeah, help me out. You want to kill this?
Hmm.
And I think in this deck, like I said, we did see quite a bit of exploit compared to some of the more self defeat and the more control versions. And I think you
Yeah.
probably do need a mix of it here. But the reality, I think, of this type of matchup is I'm not even sure if either one of those would be effective with just how much pressure you're under from turn one here.
Hmm. Yeah, it's hard. Like some decks, I mean, it's the reason a lot of players run it. Some decks are just weaker to the Chewy pilot, and we saw that in game one for sure. Some decks have good answers to it, and I think this Thrawn is one that really doesn't. Even if you confiscate it, it doesn't feel great. Um, you're still getting punched with the ship, and you have to know glory it. Or yeah, it's tricky.
Yeah, it's like the way you described it with the initiative or the draw or whatever
Hmm.
RNG variants we want to talk about here.
Yeah.
eh, Poe feasts on that. Poe's able to capitalize on that, where a deck
Hmm.
like Thrawn that needs quite a bit more setup is probably going to be 2 or 3 steps behind. And I think that's one of the things that we could be like a little enthused about this meta currently is like, yeah, there's a lot of like sameness, there's a lot of similar grind, there's all these things, but there are certain pain points in every game that some decks are just so much better equipped to deal with than others. I know yesterday you mentioned playing against one of my teammates, Makai, and he was on a new plot palp double blue, and you were basically
Hmm.
saying to yourself, I hope he doesn't draw equalize, and he draws equalize, right? So everybody has
Yeah.
those different situations that they're able to capitalize on. And the
Hmm.
difference between an aggro deck like Poe is that your window to fix the problem is like dramatically shorter.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely.
Hmm.
And then,
Oh,
yeah, just aggro matchup thing. So we've got about 30 minutes left in the round.
I did hear
um,
rumor that we might have a backup table. I'm not sure if it got
okay.
set up in time or if that will be something that we'll be bringing on. Yeah, so getting
Okay.
word from RT on production that we don't have it set up on time, but we're going to be hoping to get that in the mid to later rounds of the event. Big shout out to Alex from Blue Milk Gaming and Late Night for getting that second table ready throughout the day amongst competing as well. So that's something that Jeff and I don't do.
Yeah.
We'll commentate, we'll set up, but we don't want to do both at the same time.
Yeah. Uh, and yeah, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna send you guys to we'll call it a medium break because there's a lot of time left in the round. And then we'll come back for round two. So expect that to be in about 30 to 35 minutes. We'll have to see depending on this timer. But I am Jeff Creasy from the Bothan Network here with Jordan from the Colorado Cantina crew, and we will be back for round two. Thanks for hanging out.
Stick with us.
Well, no, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I am B. It's just exhausting for sure.
Yeah, you know what I
So
did? I
our
came home
team,
last night. I saved some beavers, watched some TV.
nice, nice.
Welcome back, Star Wars Unlimited fans. We are here for round 2 of the Boars Hat Gaming Planetary Qualifier in Elgin, Illinois. I am Jeff Creasy from the Bothan Network, here again with Jordan from the Colorado Cantina crew. How you doing, Jordan?
Doing well, just jamming out to some of that intro music. Hopefully, you guys heard it with us as well. Had a Poe Thrawn matchup in round 1. Now we're heading towards what do we have here on deck? A Boba Dynamo versus
Daimyo, yeah. So
Dynamo. I can't pronounce things. We know that.
I believe it's Daimyo, which I only know that word because of the old 1990s Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle movies,
Oh,
where they were in feudal Japan and talked about daimyos. So
I
yeah,
think I'm too young for that one. Maybe not.
I'm a very old man.
So in between rounds, we had some audio leakage. People are asking about how I was saving the beavers after my PQ yesterday. You have to stay tuned to find out. You know, the beavers are only on our exclusive stream here. You know,
we can't give away all the goods this early. You know, we got to
I
keep the
gave you
viewers
the
hooked.
facts about how I save beavers. You would save them, and I'd have no left to save. So.
But yeah, I've always actually been really intrigued by this. So this is the hero Boba, who, when you play a unit that has a keyword, you can exhaust him to give another unit +1/+0. So that would be ambush, sentinel, smuggle, plot. So I'm really interested how this has evolved to set 6, because I played it a bit when it came out and it had some really interesting lines. And I would imagine this is going to get paired with something like an Oppo Rancis, who can get the keywords of anything else that you have in double green. We get to see how bad command is as a card. So all around, this is pretty interesting.
So typically you see this Boba paired with yellow, right? Because yellow has all the good ambush, not all of it, but a lot of the good ambush. So I'm interested to see Chris's take on this double green build. We have seen some more like proliferation of these double green builds going back to that OB Mystic Monastery And like that
Yeah.
deck, for instance, really isn't leaning too hard into the typical unity of purpose build. You're just making big units all the time. I wonder
Yeah.
here if we're going to get the same thing. I think we should expect to see some Opos, like you said, Sindari Peacekeepers, maybe
Yeah.
some Green Ambush. I think we'll probably see some Typhos, potentially some Amidala's. Obviously, that's not a keyworded unit, but I think we'll see
Yeah. Things
some
like
pretty
escort
interesting build
skiff.
too. Yeah.
Escort skiff was always really good in this. And one thing that I built this deck to be really, really grindy. This was way back in the day where you could do things like play a tech and then loop command from your resource row and put it back into your resource row. I don't
Yeah.
know if we'll see that today, but there's some wild things you can do, specifically in mono green. And I'm really curious what direction this hero Boba is gonna go. We know
Yeah.
obviously we've seen Ray Datavolt a lot before. We know kind of what that deck is trying to do. And the thing we know about it is we'll have time to see what this Boba is trying to do too.
Yeah, because Kira's not going to push the
Or
pace
Kira, yeah.
that much. Yeah, right.
Mhm.
One of the things to think about here is that the typical Rex, Mon Mothma Unity decks really kind of crumble to these Kira builds. I don't think that will be as big of an issue here, based on some of the
Mhm.
stuff that I imagine that Boba is going to be doing. But we're really flying blind
Yeah.
here. I've never seen a list for this kind of build, and I'm really
Yeah.
excited to see it. Let's dive in.
Yeah, we see the Mina Bonteri turn 1. Uh, so pretty standard good cards with keywords against the Pershing from Kira. So both players doing what they want to do. Kira really doesn't care about this Mina because they're not attacking base. Gungan Warrior is a really good one that I assumed would be in here. Shielded 3/2, really nice.
Yeah, and then you get Mina getting that restore plus others, right? Like getting that, keeping that
Mhm.
card advantage. If you're going to be going wide here, if you're going to be trying to build a board, you need to have cards in your hand to do so.
Yeah, and an interesting thing that I'm curious. We already saw it a little bit here with playing the Gungan Ambusher first, the Gungan Warrior first. Is how greedy is this Boba player going to be with trying to get this +1 attack versus getting the damage that you can before Kira removes your stuff?
Yeah, personally, I think you gotta take here the draw off the table. If
Hmm.
you don't, it's kind of like the Grogu as the game goes
Yeah,
on, just going to become more and more units, some with grit, some without.
yeah. The nice thing about this play too is you give +1 to you. So now both units have 3 power. So now, yeah, I was gonna say you could kind of like play the game to see if Kira draws with Pershing, or if you need the extra power to take it off the board. Because if Kira had done something like play a super laser tech, um, but we didn't
Yep.
see that. We straight into the Kira flips. This is really interesting. So Pershing stays at 2.
With a CAD
Kira,
plotted out.
yeah, and I'm guessing they ordered it so that Kira did the damage before CAD plotted out. We didn't see the markers go on, but I would guess that's just a shortcut for not damaging the CAD Bane. Um, and you get to defeat the Gungan Warrior, even though it had no damage on it because it just naturally has 2 HP. And now you've
Mhm.
got a decently damaged board here and an extra CAD Bane unit. So really good flip turn for this Kira so far. I would imagine you want to take out this Peacekeeper.
Yeah, I think you take
Um,
the more or less free trade and then put the pressure on Chris here to deal with Kira next turn.
Yeah, because the Mina, once it loses the +1, can't take the. Okay, we see. Oh, he does take out the Mina. So now the Kira only has 1 HP left because the Mina did have +1 buff for the whole round. And we see the reveal to draw card. You draw a card from Minas when defeated.
Yeah, interesting play there. I think there were some different lines available potentially, whether it's taking out
Mhm.
Pershing as opposed to going to base. Because now you're gonna. I don't think Pershing's gonna die for multiple rounds now. I think
Yeah,
Pershing's gonna be
this
hanging
Pershing
out,
feels
pinging and
pretty
drawing.
safe because you kind of have to kill this Kira now that it's 7 power. Um, and yeah, it's a really interesting decision for me to leave the Pershing around. I think a lot of people don't really value the card draw, like, or they don't correctly assess the threat of the card draw. And then next thing you know, it's like, man, how did this Kira have all the answers? It's like, well, they drew 6 cards. Um,
You're part of the problem too, brother. Like
yeah,
these are
exactly.
the decisions you have to make, and they're not easy decisions. Trust me. Like
Oh yeah.
they're challenging positions, and you
Mhm.
have that sense of inevitability over
Yeah.
that cloud over blue green villain, and you think I need to do it now, otherwise I got no chance. But in
Mhm.
reality, that's what they want you to think, right? That's what the blue
Yeah.
green evil villains want you to think about.
Yeah, so we saw 3 damage to base, and right, actually no, we didn't because the Kira flip killed the Gungan warrior. So He didn't. He had one chance, I think, to kill the Pershing, and then the Kira flip stopped it. So
Yeah.
yeah. So maybe they were planning to use the Gungan warrior to kill the Pershing and just didn't get the chance to. Oh, love
Didn't
those are
think about the
great
CAD
spy
line.
tokens.
Oh yeah, those
Yeah.
are very cool. They're sitting in my desk drawer from the Bothan Network Invitational down there in Atlanta. Great spy tokens. Love leaving with some nice souvenirs you get to use every day.
Oh yeah. See, Vigilance just defeating Queen right there. That's a really it really kind of brought Vigilance back a little bit. That card has been kind of dead. It was kind of dead in the set 5 meta, where everything was big butt force users that are 4 to 7 health. Now that we're back to this Queen Amidala, now you have just the spies, and they can't stop the Vigilance as much as they would like to.
Yeah,
But we got
you have to think that Pershing will meet his demise this turn. You hope
that's
at
what I
least.
was just about to say. We've got two more chances here to kill this Pershing. I hope they get taken, because otherwise, like this Kira already, that you're close to going to time, because Kira has 10 cards in their hand and has to make resourcing decisions. That's not where you want to be as the non-Kira player.
Yeah.
One damage on base, 10 cards in hand. You could almost just go to game 2 at this point, but
I hope they don't, because I want to see how this deck, what it does, what it's trying to do.
yeah.
We see that Echo Base Defender come out with Boba's ability, making it a 5 power, so that can protect against CAD here, which is nice.
Trades
I
with
mean,
the
you know,
cat.
yeah.
And then we see some power of the dark side and resupply. But yeah, this is what I would imagine. Just drawing a card here. And if you're going to run the CAD into the Echo Base, you might as well put the damage on the CAD. So not doing that makes me think that the Kira player has different plans for this to kill this Echo Base. Maybe we'll see a Kira activation onto the CAD to give it a shield.
At the end of the day, he could also just wait a turn for that that buff to wear off once Boba gets off the board as well.
Yeah, so I was going to say, now you've got, now with Boba on the board, all units with a keyword get an additional +1/+0. So right now, the Echo Base Defender has 6 attack.
As
Because it
and
still has
the
the
spies
temporary
have
buff.
1 plus raid.
Yes, because since the spies have raid 2, they now all have 1 natural attack, and then still the raid 2. So the spies are hitting for 3, Echo Base Defenders hitting for 6.
And big old Vader's potentially hitting for 5 if he chooses to ambush here. You have to assume that he's going to.
I think at this point we have to call him Puny Vader, because he hits for less than the Echo Base Defender.
Yeah, seems fair.
So, but it still leaves Vader alive at 1, which is a tough spot for the Boba player to be in, because now are you sending your 3 spy damage in to finish off the Vader. But I still like the play of not giving CAD these free attacks and forcing something else to happen. But it goes back to the Pershing drawing so many cards. The Kira had so many answers. All right, I'll play the Vader then, since the CAD attack isn't good.
Yeah, like for a second there, I was confused as to which pile of cards was Jonathan's hand here, the 10 he drew from Vader, or the cards that he's holding in his hand. And that's not to say that taking out Pershing is a golden ticket to victory, but it is something you have to think about.
You see another Echo Base. So this is still threatening to trade with the CAD, because with the Boba deployed, all of the Echo Bases will have 5 base attack.
He does trade here.
Take the trade. Now we've got to see, there's a lot of options here, because you want to get this Vader off the board. There's a Pike Sentinel that you have to kill first, obviously, but you want to, I think you want to just clear all of these units.
Yeah. We did see Chris holding on to a Unity of Purpose. So obviously there's probably some greed, some thoughts there saying, man, can I keep these units alive one more turn? Can I do it? But you're in that super laser blast range, and you get extinguished by that once. You're probably not going to be able to come back with this deck.
Yeah. Still not respecting the Pershing. I'm not the biggest fan of this. See, I think a lot of, and I'm not saying that this Boba player is doing this, but I feel like a lot of players, they'll not respect Pershing, and then they'll say, man, I got so unlucky. Kira just had everything.
Yeah. I think it's one of the better explanations of like the sunk cost fallacy in Star Wars Unlimited, where the value
I didn't
just
kill it
so
this many
huge.
turns. Yeah, it's like, oh, I didn't kill it last turn, so now I'm not going to give up 4 damage to kill it. No, I didn't kill it the turn before, so I'm not going to do this. Or, oh, I have Seasoned Fleet Admiral, so I'm going to let him draw all the cards. But yeah, I think Kira is exactly where they want to be right now. It's still in single-digit damage, already dealt with the leader. I mean, obviously, we know Green Hero can have a lot of top end. I think we see a home 1 in hand. But I think so far this is exactly where Kira wants to be. And
Yeah, I
yeah,
mean,
you
outside
see
of
the
that play,
respect given. Now, does Kira kill the Pershing to draw another card, or do they assume they'll get to just play another unit and ping that and draw more cards later?
my guess is that they probably just skip the ping right now. I don't think they necessarily need cards. It is a little weird to see a 5-cost removal, no glory, used on a seasoned fleet admiral. It does kind of block the draw from Pershing, or at least make it a little
Mhm.
awkward. Looks
Yeah,
like we're just going next round here with a Pershing and MC30 frigate, respectively.
yeah, and that was kind of once I saw the no glory, that's what I expected because that really makes me think that the Kira player says, "No, I'm gonna keep drawing cards until you stop me." I mean, an MC30 is not nothing. It hits for 6, but that's the thing about the early vigilance and Kira being able to control the board. They've got a lot of turns to find answers. They can take the 6 for several turns while they're doing a little more setup, a little more ground. We saw some reinforcement walkers. So I think Kira's still in a spot they want to be, but the MC30 was the good first step from Boba to try to claw back into this, I think.
Yeah, and then the question comes here. I think we see what was that? Just a power come down real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's power number 2, and then into the home 1. Now this is just for 8, so it can't get back the Queen Amidala. We haven't seen an Oppo Ranza, so you could get back an Echo-based defender, um, which yeah, that looks like what they're going for.
That seems good. I'm sure Chris really wanted to wait another turn or two to be able to get that Amidala
Mhm.
swing back in. But I think at this point, you have to just think about getting value out of this situation, trying to get, chip down on this card advantage. Because, if he doesn't have Super Laser Blast, he's going to draw it soon. If he doesn't have Annihilator, he's going to draw it soon. And you have to be ready for those eventualities.
Mhm. Yeah, absolutely. And we're seeing a lot of high profile removal used for these kind of medium threats, right? We saw a no glory for the 2-drop, which obviously it was an important 2-drop because it disincentivizes Kira from drawing cards. And we see a Rivals Fall in the MC30. So that makes me think that this Kira just has all removal in hand. And they're just doing whatever they want. I think we're seeing a timely reinforcement walker here now. Ooh, Avenger going to the row. Not what you want to see when you're already in this 1-for-1 war. You just want to slam an Avenger down, and there's nothing that green can do about it.
I think that those triggers were done a little bit out of order, actually. I don't believe you're allowed to see both.
Yeah, I was gonna
before
say
you do
that is a little sloppy. I'm not a fan of that. You are supposed to see one at a time, and then you have to decide one at a time. So I don't love that. It can it depending on it could potentially not matter, but realistically, you're getting extra information before you finish making your first decision. It's a little hasty.
But obviously, the timely reinforcement walker, properly executed or not, always a great play for Kira and a bad play for anyone who gets it done on them.
Yeah, and look, we see another timely go to the row there, and we see another reinforcement walker in hand along with 10-drop Devastator. Think we see an
There's an
OB.
Annihilator as well, a Prestige Annihilator. So
Yeah, so now the question is, how strong is this Boba player's will to keep playing this game? Um,
I
'Cause
think for me, I'm a couple turns away. I think if he slams a Devastator or Annihilator, I'm probably done. We haven't seen a single blast yet. So
yeah, I'm at the place where if I as the Boba player, if I had something to see Kira's hand, I would concede, but not knowing their hand, I would obviously make them play some more cards. But I would imagine every card Kira is going to play from here on out is just going to be one step closer to go into game 2.
yeah, and we're 42 minutes left in the round. You're gonna probably need at least 20 minutes a game in game 2 and 3.
Yeah, you've got time right now, and yeah, this is what.
And
Yeah,
here it
exactly.
goes.
Yeah. Boba's sitting there thinking, if those 10 cards in your hand are all basic lands, I might have a shot. They were not.
So I think, again, we don't really know this Boba Data Vault deck too intimately, but I think you really need to be looking for cards that allow you to play multiple units. I'm not sure if it's an issue of not drawing Keller in here. Remember, we're getting the same side of the Data Vault equation here on both sides. One drastically helped with Pershing, the other completely ignored. So we need Kellerns, we need home ones, we need Amidalas, we need pressure early and late and middle. And Kira is really well positioned to deal with that early onslaught because of that flip. And you know what else? I really, really love that the new kind of meta for Kira on her flip turn really isn't talking about Kira into OB anymore. It really is Kira with that proactive CAD flip from
Yeah,
plot.
it's Cadra.
Yeah, I like it.
And yeah, and I think that there might not be as many of the Keller and Ewing type effects in this Boba deck because I think it is trying to be more aggressive. I think that's kind of signified by the Gungan Warrior and the Echo Based Defender cards that we don't see as much. We see the Gungan Warrior in Anakin Green a lot. Nate does a lot of work there, but I think they're trying to get on the board early, get in with a couple of extra damage here or there, and have that add up. And I think that might also be why the Boba player was trying to ignore the Pershing, saying I've got to get in this 3 damage, this 4 damage. And I'm really curious if we see another Pershing, if they take the same tact, or if they recognize that that was potentially one of the reasons that the game went so poorly is because Kira had so many options to choose from.
And as we're looking through the sideboarding process here for Jonathan on Kira, it does kind of seem like this Kira, at least main deck, is running extremely control heavy. It has the yellow package. I'm not sure if he's taking Bazine out or not here. We'll see how that plays out. But I guess that's kind of what you need to play as Kira currently when you're trying, like your units are just going to get outmatched up the curve against these grindy heroic decks. And that's one thing that we were talking about before we got started today is knowing when to concede and when to scoop. Like we mentioned in round one, Jeff and I played in the same PQ yesterday, and I played 4 Yoda Data Vault mirrors, and we were kind of just discussing about how it's not as clear when you should concede in those matchups, where with Kira, Kylo, the old classic Bosk Blue, whatever it is, it's a little bit more noticeable when you're about to get completely destroyed.
Yeah, whereas here you say I'm always top decking one home one into Keller and into Amidala away from one turn lethal,
Yeah.
from 0 damage on base. But yeah, and I think these Kira decks have to go greedy, because if they don't win game 1 against these Yoda Data Vaults, they're not winning the best of 3. So what it opens up to is a lot of these aggro decks are now a lot more favored in game 1 and then just have to win one of the post board games. So I think that this Boba is really behind the 8 ball here because they didn't win that pre-boarded game 1, and now Kira's like, you know what? I don't need Bazine, I don't need restock. I'm just gonna be mono removal. I'm not sure exactly what's in their board, but maybe lower the curve a little bit, take out some of these annihilators and things like that.
It does look like okay. I was just gonna say we shouldn't be giving initiative to Jonathan there, unless you're playing some chess that I am unaware of the strategy behind. But we'll see this start, and we'll see if they could get off to a quicker pace here. My guess is probably not, right? I'd love to see it. I want to see this deck kind of like hum and function. I do wonder if this is just one of those bonesaw matchups.
It could be. It's one of the problems with mono green. We talk about green hero having a lot of the best cards, but that doesn't mean that mono green has the best cards. A lot of the green cards synergize really well with non-green cards or non-green strategies. And we see the season Fleet Admiral start here. So where you want to be if they have a Pershing. Yeah, no turn 1 play from the Kira, so we might just go immediately into a power here. And yeah, we still see 10 cost Devastator in hand for Kira, keeping it in hand as well. So that's interesting.
Yeah, it's far away, but I think with all those MC frigates that you saw last game, it seems like he's really favoriting that that heavy ground, that heavy space attack, and saying, okay, it's not just home 1, it's not just the standard Bright Hopes, and could be a little bit of a concern. We do start off with that Season Fleet Admiral.
Well, really interesting there. So Kira did have a Power of the Dark Side and a Super Laser Tech, and they went with the Super Laser Tech to value the ramp. And it's another interesting point where they claimed initiative instead of passing to give Boba initiative because maybe Boba gets in for 1 less damage, fearing the Power of the Dark Side. So it's a lot of mental games to play here that are really interesting. And now, do you just pop the shield or do you have the cat? Yeah, popping the shield I think makes sense. Because now Kira actually does 1 damage to the Gungan Warrior, but I think it's really doesn't matter that much. It can matter if you're going to CAD the Seasoned Fleet Admiral.
I think that's what they're thinking about here because they do want to get that card advantage engine online, and they're afraid to play Pershing.
Yeah. Chat asking about the XP token. Yeah, exactly. They said it themselves in chat. It's not an XP token. It's a temp buff from
Yeah.
Boba Daimyo.
The XP tokens from this Premier Game streamer set is extremely bright light green, so it'll show up when you see it.
Yeah, yeah, and you see the +1/+0 noted there as well.
Mhm.
No glory on the Typho. I like that. And now neither of these units can kill the Kira. So I'd imagine you just go base. Kira's going to pick off one, and then you have a decision to make about if you're going to leave a 7-power Kira around or kill the other one.
Yeah, seems risky to leave it alive. Would imagine that Seasoned Fleet Admiral takes that trade first action. And to be honest, whenever you could have a 2-drop with 1 printed power trade into Akira, sounds good to me.
Yeah, and some interesting things in this Boba deck. So Figure of Unity is going to give all of your units a keyword, as does Home 1. So we saw the Figure of Unity there, but it's kind of a balance that I found with these decks where since you only play units with keywords anyway, those things don't add any extra power to your board.
Yeah.
Ooh, Admiral Akbar play, love it here. So killing the Kira
Yep.
without having to attack into it, really nice from the Boba player.
Yeah, another great use of resources here. Still have
Mhm.
what, 2 available, I believe, maybe 3 available. We see a resupply taking Kira to resource 7, 1 closer to deploy, and then that Fleet Admiral swinging in for 3.
Yeah, and that's getting you closer to your Avengers, to your other top end, and there is the Pershing. Not as good with a seasoned Fleet Admiral on board, and Boba has been able to get a little bit more damage this game. Um, another advantage of mono green there, you get the Yularen, but with 0 damage on base, he's not doing much.
Yeah. And when you're in this spot, like you do need to be very cognizant of
Mhm.
losing your card advantage from Super Laser Blast. We haven't seen one in game 1. You imagine
Yeah,
he's playing it, right?
yeah.
And right now there's really no threat. It's only presenting 3, 4, like 5, 6 damage on base, and that's not going to
Mhm.
draw out a Super Laser Blast. But you're saying to yourself, it's resource 8. Should I play home 1 this turn? Should I if I have it? Should I try to build the board? It's a really complicated dance of question and answer here.
Yeah. Well, Kira is on 8, Boba is on 6.
Yeah. I just mean in
Uh,
general, getting to
yeah, no,
like,
I
is it worth playing an Amidala this turn? Right. I think that's a
yeah.
really valid question from the Boba perspective.
Yeah, definitely. And I think now that Kira is tapped out, you can say, okay, it's not coming this turn. Because another
Yeah.
thing is, do I flip this Boba? How greedy can I be? Because you can play a unit with a keyword, buff a unit, then flip Boba, buff more units. And I think that's what we're gonna see is just a lot of trying to get in as much damage as possible this turn. So yeah,
And
we see the buff of
yeah.
Francis come in to give a buff, and now we're gonna see Boba flip to give the Fleet Admiral another buff.
By my
And
math,
Kira,
without a removal, we'll see about 12 damage come in. That changes now to about 9 with that Admiral taken off. But
yeah,
again,
because I was gonna get an extra damage with the card draw as well, and an extra one with the Boba flip. So the Admiral was gonna do some work this turn for sure.
yeah, we see Pershing take out its own unit to be able to to beat the super laser blast, super laser attack.
Mhm.
That brings him up to 9 resources, I believe, going into 10 next turn.
We saw the Devastator, but at the moment, Devastator it can kill the Boba leader, but it's not gonna deal with the rest of this ground board. And he can take 3 hits from the Devastator. So I honestly, Devastator, it seems like it's just gonna be a removal spell in
Yeah,
this matchup, and Kira's either gonna win or lose over the next 3 turns anyway. So it's kind of
take
interesting to
7 to
say,
base there.
yeah, that the Devastator is just not very relevant except as a 10-mana Rivals Fall.
Mm. And we haven't seen a lot of like efficiency from the removal perspective on Jonathan this game, and even last game we saw
Mhm.
him spend 5 on 2 drops. So if we're talking about a sliver of hope and a direction in which Chris needs to follow, I think it's that making that removal be a little bit awkward.
Yeah. And he's basically saying here, if you have Super Laser Blast, you have it. I'm gonna play my units out. Which I think to a certain extent you have to do. I usually look and see if it changes the clock or not by an extra turn. If it doesn't speed up the clock, meaning do I have lethal in 1 turn versus 2 turns, 1 turn with a removal spell versus 2 turns with a removal spell. I think those are the kind of calculations that I usually do in these matchups to try to say, should I play out another unit or should I save it to rebuild?
Yeah. So it does seem like the choice here for Jonathan is between Devastator and Snoke. He does go with Devastator to take out Boba. I think, in the long run, you're saving what, 4 damage from Boba, and you would be saving like 8 from Snoke. So it's a tough
Yeah.
call.
Well, you're saving 6 damage from Boba because he's also currently pumping he was pumping the Oppo Rancis and the Akbar.
Got it.
Uh,
Yeah, that's right.
and the other thing is that Snoke says non-leader. So I think if you play Snoke, it's possible that Boba and then something else just crashes into the Snoke and kills it. By killing the Boba first, your Snoke is going to be a lot safer next turn.
Yeah, I think it also sets you up with a super laser, an OB out
Yeah.
here to be able to do 12. It does look like Jonathan top decked super laser blast from that Pershing.
I guess you just do that and then Snoke, because the other thing is this Snoke looks really good into the Queen, but it's funny how Snoke only kills the spy tokens, and you're at 29 on base, so yeah, you've got to just blast to not be dead here and see what the rebuild is.
Another issue with double green here is there really isn't much reach. There isn't much burn. There isn't ways to really ping damage to base. So then we're going to see that blast and just reset the game on a 4-2-33 total life.
Yeah, and it's one too. We were talking about how much do you flood the board, and with 29 damage on base, did you need to play the Queen Amidala, or what if you played that right now after the super laser blast while they're on 29 damage?
Yeah.
Gungan Warrior. So playing a lot of things that are not going to line up well into this Snoke. I think we saw a blue leader in hand as well, but now there's not enough resources to bring the blue leader to the ground. There's a Typho, so that'll be 2 attack after the Snoke. Assuming Snoke is double resupply draw. Not what you want to see when you're already at 11 resources, but
this is a huge turn. If Chris can't get it done on this turn, I think we might be in trouble. And conversely, Jonathan needs to find an answer immediately. He does have a timely in the row.
We're going to see timely Snoke. I would love to see a timely Snoke here because you kill the warrior on play. Yeah. Oh no, just
regular, just regular. Okay.
And the thing here is this could deal 3 damage to base still, because if you play, for example, this blue leader to space, you get to pump the Typho, try to get in for 3, which means the blue leader for 1 would still be lethal in space. Or you bring the blue leader to the ground and it's even larger. There's options, but it also depends how greedy you want to be. And I think that's what he's thinking about, because do I try to get in the extra 1 or do I just get Kira to 31 now? Yeah, I like this better because there's still enough resources that there's probably another removal spell. It's all tricky though. Yeah. So now you know that he doesn't have another removal spell. So now you've got an option 2 of I don't think you play the blue leader to the ground, because you don't want to just be stonewalled by a ground sentinel. We see another Queen Amidala in hand. But yeah, Kira needs something right now, because right now the 2 swing from Typho is lethal. You've got to assume they have something because they've got a lot of cards in hand, a lot of options. I think see it.
You see a Death Trooper, which is going to leave you 1 shy if killing both. I
see a Reinforcement Walker, so healing 3 will be enough, because right now there's only 3 total power on Boba's side. And yeah, we just see the swing into Typho. So now the Sundari can hit for 1, with accounting for the -2 from Snoke. But it's again, how greedy do you want to be? Because blue leader could pump the Peacekeeper, meaning Kira has to have something else to not die this turn. But the other thought is you have to assume they have something. So I think that it's a really tough decision of, do I go for the guaranteed 1 damage or do I go for the potential game win? It's really greedy to go for the game win. I think you go for the 1 on the Peacekeeper. I mean, we have the advantage of seeing some of Kira's hand and knowing that he has answers. But if you go for 1 here and then play the blue leader afterwards, then the blue leader is an extra 1 in space that could help. Looks like he is just going for the win here.
Sweet.
So he's killing the Snoke.
Doesn't that not kill the Snoke? Or
No,
Could
because
he
the
he
blue
could buff
leader buffed
himself.
itself. Yeah, the
Got it.
blue leader, Boba buffed the blue leader to kill the Snoke, which essentially the same thing because you're still saying this Peacekeeper is now lethal, but it unlocks the rest of his hand to potentially be lethal after this. We don't see much. I see a Pershing and a super laser tech. Nothing that's going to be that impactful to keep you alive this late in the game. Um, but obviously, you get to ambush in and kill the Peacekeeper. Now, there's only 2 resources left, and there's a Vader left here. So any 2-drop you play to the ground is going to die to this Vader.
Looks like what he's going to do, though, just to make him heal 5 from
Yeah.
base, more or less.
Well, it also taps the Vader, right? So now he can say, okay, you're going to kill this with your first action, and then I'm going to be able to... Am I... Okay, so he must have some other way to kill this Death Trooper. Okay, yeah, second Death
Double
Trooper. I was
Death
going to
Trooper.
say...
It makes sense.
Yeah. And now Kira's in the driver's seat, but I think the one thing that Boba is looking at is there aren't any space units, and I'm at 0 damage. So I've got some time. We see a home 1 in hand, which is really good as power protection plus get another unit back. You can get the shielded Gungan warrior so that they have to potentially throw 2 units into it and waste those actions.
Yeah. We have seen Jonathan hold on to that Annihilator, and it probably is directly for that home 1, thinking that's one of the major outs here. I would imagine we see home 1 slammed and then Annihilator followed up almost immediately afterwards.
Yeah, and I like this too. Getting the blue leader back, so just saying, all right, now I have 2 space units. So Annihilator doesn't do it. Annihilator leaves you dead to this blue leader attack. So he has to have something better than just Annihilator.
Devastator would be perfect here, obviously.
Yeah.
No timely in the row, it looks like.
Yeah, Timely Annihilator would have... Well, I don't believe he has the resources for Timely Annihilator, but that would have done it as well. He could
Timely Walker
claim...
gets him to heal 6.
Not enough with the because that doesn't kill the home 1. And Timely Walker only heals 3 because he can't ambush anything.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
So I think we might just see a claim from Kira needing to draw either Timely for the Annihilator because you could keep it in hand and resource another one. Yeah.
So we have a few outs here. It's really Super Laser Blast, Timely, and Devastator.
And Devastator, yeah.
Didn't draw any, and we're going to game 3.
So yeah, that was a really I think we saw a little bit more of what this Boba deck is trying to do, which is pile on the damage early and force Kira where, okay, everything I do puts you in check now. And we saw that. That was a really good blue leader play to ambush and kill the Snoke to unlock the rest of his hand. And it's one of the things about this Boba leader that you don't think about. Like, okay, blue leader is a 5/5 -2 is a 3/3 with the Snoke out, so my Snoke only has 2 damage on it. It's perfectly safe. Well, except the blue leader gets +1 more and can deal 4 damage to the Snoke even through the Snoke's ability. So it's where you see that, and you see it a lot in limited with leaders like this Boba, like Anakin leader. You see +/-1 attack being hugely impactful in unit combat, and we just saw it here in constructed as well.
Yeah, 100%. And I think it's still a really, really narrow knife's edge line that you have to walk here, because if we compare games 1 and 2, obviously the major difference is like the massive amount of card advantage that Pershing brought in game 1 for Jonathan. But I think another one that you might miss as you're looking is that the flip for Kira in game 1 was so much more impactful as opposed to having to do a no glory on her flip turn in game 2. She flipped CAD, killed a Gungan warrior. All of a sudden you have a 3-unit solid fleet on the ground here for Kira, and you have ways to trade moving forward. You force Boba to deal with that CAD unit in one way or the other, and that delay makes it so Kira could really gain more card advantage and gain more position in the late game.
Yeah, that's a really good point. We saw the huge difference between Kadra and Kira, right? Without CAD on the flip, it's a lot less intimidating. And we also saw that Kira has always been a little bit weak to space, except for the big capital ships. And we saw that the biggest capital ship wasn't enough there because of a 3/3 in space. You can annihilate or kill the home one, but you're still dead to the 3/3 in space. So it really could only be the 10 cost Devastator.
Yeah. If I'm Kira here, I might be thinking about trying to prioritize like a devastating gunship early in the game with a shield on it.
Mhm.
Make it so you have some ancillary protection in space when those sorts of plays come in. I think you're pretty well equipped to fight on the ground here with either the combinations of CAD, of Darth Vader, of the Death Troopers, your Pike Sentinels. But I think in space, outside of those triangles, like you mentioned, you are a little bit vulnerable.
Well, it's tough because we saw earlier in the same game there was a 10 drop Devastator that wasn't doing anything. He had to super laser blast it away without attacking with it. And then once the Devastator was gone, that's when we see the okay, fine, I'm gonna home one blue leader, have two space units. I think he has to control the ground enough to not be in the spot where one attack from a 3/3 kills me, and so I can't afford to play my big ships.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an interesting balance depending on which lane Boba goes in.
I'm happy we got to see that deck kind of function and play in game too, though. It is an
Mhm.
interesting.
Yeah, and we saw the power of the leader too. Like it wasn't just hey, green hero is good. We saw this Boba +1 stopped what would have been just a game lost to the Snoke. Um, we saw the plus attack being relevant in getting almost exact lethal with a couple of extra damage here and there, and all of a sudden you're at 31 and you can't take an attack from this blue leader. So it wasn't just green hero being green hero. It was this Boba leader making the matchup relevant.
Yeah.
We see the Pershing in hand. See an OB as well. We haven't seen an OB be played yet.
Interesting.
Yeah, tough call. I think we see a double vigilance in hand and keeping both the vigilances as well. So very greedy keep from this Kira. I think they're really hoping that this Pershing is going to draw them into some things to do. And they've also seen that Boba does not prioritize killing it. Oh, well, he drew into a resupply anyway, so.
And I do wonder if that's better just to get into that like 6-7 resource area as fast as
Mhm.
humanly possible.
Oh yeah, you definitely want to resupply this turn. But it's interesting that he basically said, "All right, I have nothing to do for the next 2 turns, but I know you're not killing my Pershing. I know I'm going to draw into something to do."
So I think the something to do here next round really needs to be take care of this Oppo. This Oppo could really spiral and become a big issue. Right now, it's not because of you're just having an extra restore unit out. But if you're able
Yeah,
to
if he
build a
plays a raid,
board, yeah,
if he plays a raid unit, it looks like he's planning to play a Typho this round. But yeah, if Boba can find raid, because even with raid 1, Oppo gets raid 2 back, and then you get the extra ones. That would change him hitting for 6. But I don't see any raid in hand right now. It's one of the reasons that Seasoned Fleet Admiral is really nice in this deck because he naturally has raid 1.
does look like that Pershing draw didn't help Jonathan out too much. It is a pretty heavy hand as he top decked into a Snoke here. So we have double
But he can
vigilance
he
Snoke.
can flip OB as well.
Yeah.
No, obviously the Oppo has 4 attack, so it can kill the Kira before anything else happens. Has 5 health, so it can't be flip CAD united. So I think that's what Kira is deciding. Is this Oppo just going to immediately take out my Kira?
You would imagine if Chris was given that opportunity, he would.
Yeah. I do worry about this Pershing taking over the game. The Boba has shown a propensity to completely ignore it, and I think that was a big reason for the loss in game 1. Um, Now he could have given +1 to the Mina and that attack into the Pershing, but then you're giving up a free Kira flip. So I don't hate giving the +1 to the Oppo this turn. Well, he immediately attacks with it, so now Kira can flip an OB. So I think I would have preferred a Mina attack there so that your Oppo is holding this Kira hostage a little bit.
Yeah.
Um, And yeah, now here, I would imagine we're just gonna see Mina go to base for 2, because that's kind of been the MO so far.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you really want to make Kira much bigger unless you're dealing with her in one swing.
Yeah. And yeah, there's the OB clear the board. I think it doesn't kill the Mina, but kills everything else.
Was that just a takedown? Yeah, just a takedown, I believe. No, it's OB.
No, it's OB. Yeah,
Got it.
he OB'd, killed the Typho, killed the Oppo.
Yeah, having a couple
And left
internet
Mina
connection
alive.
issues in between there.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people ask about the camera, what kind of camera for these whenever the stream gets quality issues. It's never the camera, it's always the internet.
Yeah, it's absolutely
Yeah.
never the camera. And I think that's the age-old question people always ask. This is kind of something I do for work as it's in content and everything like that. And it's
Mhm.
always, you could have the best camera in the world, like literally a $10,000 camera. If you don't have the best internet in the world, it does nothing.
Yeah. See the MC-130 here. Interesting doing that and pumping the Mina because Kira still kills it and goes up to 7 damage instead of 6. So now we might see this trade as a little bit more enticing here when it gets your Kira up to 7 power.
That also will make it so Boba, when he flips, he would die as well on attack.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of that buff there. I think that it kind of it's going to make things a little more awkward for the Boba player.
I think looking back at this past 2-turn window, there was a lot of questionable thought process and decision. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but it's something that I would question personally about the attack with Oppo. I think we saw a pass from Kira to protect her flip. I know it hurts to take the claim there, but I think that might have been the right move.
Yeah, well, you can get in the 2 damage with Mina first as well, right?
Yeah.
Because the Mina attack was free to, and then they pass again, and then you have a decision to make of I've already spent my resources. And then, yeah, Boba has the claim into power plus super laser tech. So Kira really in the driver's seat right now. We're heading into the Boba flip turn, but no board, single digit damage again. We're kind of back to where we were in game 1. There's a Pershing taking over the game. The biggest decision Kira has to make is which of my 10 cards do I resource,
Yeah.
and then
And
which
to
of
be
my 4
fair,
removal spells do I play.
right, like Chris knows this deck way better than us. Even last game, we were both on the side of, oh, I'm not sure about this. But
Yeah,
as it
exactly.
gets later,
Mhm.
these decks kind of pull. I don't think Bright Hope is the best answer there.
Yeah.
So I think it's probably a card draw issue as well as just a bad situation to be in. But we're going to see some desperation come out here. We see Yularen heal back down to 7.
Well, I think there he didn't want to. I mean, and obviously the Pershing can kill the super laser tech for free, but I think he didn't want to give these free attacks for either Kira or the super laser tech.
Yeah, and we're just seeing this
Mhm.
this leader trade initiated. We saw Chris
Yeah.
waffle a little bit. I'm not sure if it's the right move or the wrong move. It is a move and something that needs to get done eventually.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a tough spot all around. Ooh, and then Snoke is out too. So the Snoke really hurt because we see I was gonna say the Gungan Warrior could be nice to try to threaten some things with the shield, but now it just dies immediately. So really, really behind the 8 ball here for Boba. We'll have to see if he can come back into it. It could start. He's only on 7, so it'd have to be waiting until next turn for some kind of home 1 play. Um,
I think
yeah,
one path to victory here might be build the board with small units. This turn we see a seasoned fleet admiral. Maybe there's another 2-drop in there like the battlefield marine, and then next turn follow up with home 1 and then unity of purpose in
heal
theory.
1 as well. Heal the 1. Heal the 1.
Do it.
But yeah, so now Yularen has 1 attack because of the -2 and then +1 from Boba. -2 from Snoke, +1 from Boba. Timely reinforcement walker. Yeah. I'm trying to think of cards. Oh my goodness. Into the Devastate. Yeah, you know it's bad when the Kira just says, you know what, I'm actually drawing this.
Yeah, drawing the first one. And will he draw the second? He does the trigger correct this time. So shout out him.
Yeah, and it looks like he gave it the XP to Bright Hope, the XP, because Reinforcement Walker does say and draw it. So Seasoned Fleet Admiral does trigger, and it looks like an XP was given to Bright Hope for that.
Well, that's the buff for Bright Hope, so it looks like he missed the trigger.
+1/+1. So
okay, that's the temporary one. Might be. I'm not sure if they switched it up or not.
Yeah, we'll see if he takes it off after, because he should have gotten a Seasoned Fleet Admiral XP.
Correct.
It depends on what trading card game you come from. People that come from games like Magic, those effects always say and put it into your hand. But specifically in this game, they say and draw it.
He's realized something's up here now, right? And he has the double the temporary buff on there for anybody following along at home.
Yeah, so it's one of the things that makes Seasoned Fleet Admiral a little bit better than people coming from other games seem to think it is how many of the effects in this game say and draw it when you do them.
So we're going into a lot of resource turn for Kira. I'm not sure exactly how much it is. I think it's over 10.
We'll say it's enough. And there is the home one. So there is a space presence. We know there's a green Devastator, though, that can come down. And now this Oppo Rancis has Raid, Sentinel, and Restore. He has extra Restore from the home one and because the other units have it. But I think this Devastator is going to kill the home one, blank the Bright Hope, and then just kind of be chilling from there.
Yeah.
The Snoke is still out as well. So obviously home one's still a 5/5.
This is a relatively complicated board state, so definitely understand them taking some time to math through it.
Oh, he's saying double OP kills everything.
He just shows it and we're going. So really valiant effort here by Chris. It's a really, really interesting build. I'll be excited to see this pop up on Swoo Base after today's event. Just take it for a swing, see how it works. I think these double green decks have a lot of weaknesses, like we've discussed, like how command really isn't in the double aspect world isn't enough to push it over the edge, but it is really interesting. And I think in other matchups, you might see a little bit more of a intense and really commanding board around you. I think you see it a lot with those the Obi-Wan Mystic Monastery decks as well, right? You think, oh, I only get 3 force activations, but when they're on resource 2, 3, and 4, and you're buffing your units all up and down the curve, they can make a big impact here. But when you have a unit like Oppo, and you have a unit like Boba Leader here buffing everything, and you're playing a quasi hard control deck with some units, because this is a little bit heavier as we see it than the standard Kira than we're used to. I think it turns into a situation where what you're trying to do just doesn't line up with what's possibly available to you.
Yeah, and Oppo is the reason to play this deck. It's overstated, or it's overstated as a 3-drop when you consider all the upgrades that it gets. It's some interesting play to this for sure. I'm not sure how it lines up into this meta. I think it might be. It feels like it's a little bit not aggressive enough to get under these control decks, and a little bit too aggressive to fight through some of these higher end mid-range decks. So I think it's a really cool deck that I'm just not sure is very well positioned in the meta. But it's a very interesting. It's really cool. I'm glad we got to see it pop off game 2. We definitely saw the potential power and some of the cool things that you can do with this deck. So it was really cool to see played.
So personally, I think this deck could be really strong into Han2 ECL, which is most likely very represented at the event. I think Oppo presents some issues in that deck. And if you've been playing trading cards for a while, I took about a decade-long break, and the amount of text you see on Oppo, that's like the standard old school trading card text, right? So Oppo's outside of the realm of modern here. With, I think about 100 characters on that text box.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, that's a good point. I could definitely see this having a good Han2 ECL matchup for sure.
Yeah. And that's the kind of pickle that we're in currently, right? Like, you need to be able to beat Han2 ECL. You need to be able to beat Yoda. If you're playing Yoda, you need to be able to beat Yoda mirrors and not get completely annihilated by Han2. It's a real, like, people have described it as like a triangle meta where this beats that and that beats this. But I think there's a lot more nuance as we're seeing develop head into as we head into the sector and regional part of this season.
Yeah, and I think next weekend is going to be the most telling. I think you can get a lot of PQ data, and a lot of that can be kind of local based and kind of warped by local meta. We saw the European sector results that finished up earlier today. Um, and I think that combined with Arizona next weekend is going to give us a much bigger picture heading into Milwaukee. So I'm really interested to combine the Tillsdale results from today with the Arizona results from next weekend and see what gets cooked up for Milwaukee.
Yeah, and that's part of the fun of these tightly condensed weeks, especially after we've had a few down weeks in terms of quantity of PQs over the holidays, even leading back to
Yeah.
as far as Thanksgiving. We are in the meat of the set right now. Jeff and I had a PQ yesterday that was won by a Palp Yellow. We see week after week, day after day, there's different answers being presented to these Yoda and Han 2 decks, and we'll be covering over the Colorado Cantina crew every Monday, every Sunday. We do a meta breakdown, tracking all this data. And I'm know what my plans are this evening. I'll be doing some more commentating here in the top cut, but I'm going to be grinding Swoo Base, trying to find some data as I try to figure out what deck I should play in sectors next week.
The main data that we know specifically for Sharky is that Cad Tarkentown is statistically superior to Cad Green. I think that's the main takeaway that we have from the PQ yesterday.
Well, I guess you'll have to stay tuned to the Cantina crew on YouTube to find out Sharky's response as we get it going there. But yeah, it's a time to experiment. It's a time to feel comfortable in your decisions. It's a time to try to push yourself to practice more to get some good results. And I know you're going to Arizona. I'll be there as well. If any of the crowd sees us there, please come say hi and comment on how amusing Jeff's laugh is to you.
Yeah. It's distinctive for sure. And yeah, so that was the end of round 2. We're still working on getting a backup stream cam set up, but we're trying to fix the glare on it, and our main worker is also in the tournament, so we can only work between rounds. But so we're going to go to a short break. But before we do that, me and Jordan are signing off for the near future. We're going to have some new commentators in for you next round. So I just wanted to say to you guys, thank you very much for watching and listening. I'm Jeff Creasy from the Bothan Network. Jordan, any final words before we head to a short break?
No, I'm just excited to see how this tournament plays out. Next round, we'll have my teammate Kyle Kraft joined by Loopee from Late Night Gaming on commentary. So not as booming of voices of the two of us. Hard to do, and then you're paired with Jeff, but two extremely sharp players and great commentators as well.
Yeah. So, all right, we're going to take it to a short break right now, and stay tuned for round 3. Thanks for hanging out, everybody.
One by one, billion by billion, and holding up half the sky. What's up, Star Wars Unlimited fans? We are here for round 3 of the Illinois Premier Planetary Qualifier. People are vying for coveted points for qualification for Galactics. And I am jazzed because I'm joined by Kyle from the Colorado Cantina crew. How are you doing?
Hey, Loopee, man, how you doing? Coming off playing some myself yesterday. Excited to be here and check out some games this morning. And looks like this first matchup we have is going to be hot and heavy. This should be quick, right?
Absolutely. And our backup match, maybe not so. I see a Sabe sighting in our backup match.
A double
But
Sabe. Looks like Sabe red versus Sabe yellow over there.
on the initiative here, I'm going to give a shout out to Take the Initiative. This thing is happening because of Rebel Trader and Alex Krez from both on the late night competitive team, but have their own channels, Take the Initiative and Blue Milk Gaming. So shout out to them for making this happen on a day that I had a primary commitment, but I'm here till about 5 p.m. Central, calling the matches, and has been nothing but great coverage since. We've got a whole ton of people watching online, so we're buckled in for a good one here. Right off the gun, Poe hits, and I believe that's a black one.
Yeah, that's the start you're looking for, right? Especially if you have initiative. You're hoping that you're going to be able to stick this unit and be able to use it for board control. But in comes the Daring Raid, Tarkin Town. That's not going to happen.
Right. And, we'll see what his hand is. I mean, I've been known to play some Poe ECL myself, and I've been known to keep 2 black ones, essentially against a Tarkin Town deck, because you kind of get to figure out what's going to happen. This is a space-on-space matchup. Poe typically will have more ground than a Han Tarkin Town will. I mean, oftentimes you'll see Poe units played and record unit plays. That's probably what's in this list.
Yeah, and it's gotten a little more interesting with the current set, right? You start to see a little Amidala sneak in there. It's a good ECL target. So Poe's definitely spread out a little more than he used to be.
Right. Han Tarkin Town, the player has played down a Millennium Falcon. That's the Clown Car Falcon. That's the organized play version of it. We're going into turn 4. ECL has not been used. Tarkin Town has.
Yeah,
And
interesting to see a double open fire main deck, right? Being able to clear 2 units right away. So the space battle is waiting to get started.
yeah, and it's very much the Poe player is playing control. We'll see if he can find an ECL that actually evens this out. He hasn't been able to play a unit or stick a ship left. The Han Tarkin Town has gotten down I believe that's another Clown Car Falcon. That's the Prestige, as well as a Mining Tie. Oh,
Yep.
Adelphi's pretty good. Adelphi is a 4/6, comes in with ECL and takes care of the Clown Car. Han is
Critically,
left with a lowly Mining Guild tie if he wants to ride it.
it's at least a target for Han because we've critically reached that 5 resource turn, right? Where Han's going to be able to flip, hopefully cheat a bunch of resources and really make effective use of that hero ability.
Right. But I think that the tables might turn as to who's the beatdown and who's the aggro here, because that Adelphi is still in play, right? And oftentimes, Poe ECL decks will run Timely Intervention. A Timely in hand with the Adelphi, then also making the Pogos, puts you on not only the initiative for that turn, does a bunch of damage with the pump from Adelphi, and also, takes care of the space presence. So this is a fascinating matchup in space.
Yeah, unfortunately for the Han player, a bit of a miss. Poe was tapped out, had an opportunity there for a really explosive, damaging turn. Ended up, from the looks of it, having to draw off the Mining Guild tie and float 2 resources. So not able to really explode on that 5 turn.
All right. So we're going into the natural 6 resource turn 5 of the game.
As they're making a resourcing decision here, Loopy, we're this PQ is relatively in your neighborhood, huh? Not able to make it today?
I am not. I actually was on the schedule for playing at my church before this PQ was even announced. But so I have basically from 12 to 5, because we actually have a second set this evening. But I'm very grateful to RT and Alex for going and lugging the equipment. The store has been great too. Stan,
Props.
Boars Hat Gaming, has bent over backwards to make this happen. This is a much smaller store than past times, but they've really been great hosts, and they've got a streaming setup like you wouldn't believe. I mean, this is actually a place where we could run a 3x3 team event, going forward. So We'll see.
Oh,
what
that's
happens in the
exciting.
future. Mhm.
So a lot of thought
All
going into our 6 resource here turn, right? This is a critical turning point. We're both at 4 damage on base. To your point, the question I think still is who's the aggro and who's the beatdown right now. But the timely intervention, you called it. Here it comes.
All right. So his options are it's going to be Sabine's Masterpiece, one of the strongest units with ambush in the game. So, that's going to take care of the mining guild tie. And that feels good for a Han player.
Does it take care
Well,
of the mining
actually,
guild tie?
well,
I don't
Well,
think so.
so it does 4 damage. It does do 4 damage, and the mining guild tie Han adds 4. So actually, he's alive with 1 health. I think he
That's
thought
right.
it did from the way that he was gesturing. But you're right. I mean, the Han is a +3/+4, I think, on a ship. He's
Okay,
got a
we got the daring
raid.
raid. Okay,
Yep.
the plan still worked.
I'm not sure which of the players thought it was dead, but we got there eventually, fam. All right, we've got 150 people watching on live, whether it's on Take the Initiative or on Blue Milk Gaming or on Late Night Gaming. Thanks for joining us. Eric is the name of the Han or of the Poe ECL player, and Nick is the Han Tarkentown player. Shout out to these guys, doing well, both undefeated. All right, we go into the 7 resource natural turn 6 of Star Wars Unlimited. Eric has taken 11 damage on Poe ECL. Nick has taken 8 damage on Han Tarkentown. Poe has initiative.
So the Han player, I think, a little behind on damage, but I think slightly ahead on board. ECL's been used, a timely's been used, but man, this Poe player really playing the control game. We've seen 2, 3 daring raids now. ECL, timely intervention, really trying to control as much as possible.
Yep, and then meanwhile, Han is going for the throat with aggressive negotiations.
And another timely. Devastating.
That's Red 5. Yep, Red 5 is going to clear the space arena. How will Nick respond? With Han Tarkentown, he taps 4 or 5 resources for Lightmaker.
Well, and I think I see is that a Han pilot in hand there too? So we're looking at a huge swing at the start of next turn, which is going to be difficult for the Poe player to respond to, especially with the resources expended at this point.
Yeah, and Lightmaker is a problem because it represents 7 damage. I think he's thinking about whether to claim. I mean, if he has an answer to Lightmaker, maybe his 3rd open fire, maybe another ambush. Maybe he just is praying that he's going to draw one. But getting hit for 7 doesn't feel good, particularly if they have heroic sacrifice too, and you can actually exhaust Poe while you're at it.
Or the Han pilot adds 2. That'd be 1 short of lethal. I think I just did see a sudden ferocity drawn. If the Han player wanted to risk throwing it down with no response, that could be lethal.
Absolutely. Oftentimes, Poe unit is in this game for Poe ECL, but without something to ambush, that doesn't help him deal with any kinds of upgrades. Okay, so he plays Unveiled Might and Aggressive Negotiations.
The Aggressive Negotiations pump should be lethal.
Yep. All right, so Nick takes game 1 with a fast and furious assault with Han Tarkentown. What do you think about the match as a whole?
Yeah, so the Tarkentown initially is going to be really important to see who can get initial board control, but it was surprising to see Poe be able to really fight back and keep Han out of space for multiple turns between the open fires, the ambushes, that sort of thing. It really looked like Poe was just about to turn the corner and get some board control. Unfortunately, Han had enough to squeeze it out there for him towards the end. I think initiative is going to be really, really important here. Once again, we'll see if that early Tarkentown can be as effective as it was game 1. What do you think?
Yes, it's really both of these players are choosing to sacrifice a great deal of health. 5 in the Han player's case, and really 8 in the Poe player's case because of the existence of data vault. They're sacrificing a lot of health for those rare bases from set 1. And I think that one thing you can look at in a matchup like this, Kyle, is how well they use their rare base. I mean, we saw Han in that game 1 really take control of the space arena with the early Tarkentown. I mean, that's a different game if Black One is out from the beginning, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I ended up
And-
playing a Han Tarkin Town yesterday in my own PQ, and the early use of Tarkin Town really took control of the game, as you described here. And I think that's why you see the Han players playing Tarkin Town. There have been variants out there I've run into of the 30 version. And I know when I'm sitting on the other side of the table, I feel a lot more comfortable when they're on 30. It makes it a little less easy for them to take that early board control and then push the advantage.
Checking in on the chat as they sideboard here. I see Luna, who I believe I know from the KTOD community, saying hi and talking about pilots being frustrating next set. Yeah, no, I don't disagree. I think that some of the answers that are being used for pilots right now, bamboozle, are not going to exist anymore, which really opens things up quite a bit, right?
Yeah, another good one there would be entrenched, right? I think we see a lot of the blue hero decks maybe slapping entrenched on a piloted up ship to keep it at bay for a little while. Some of our answers are going away, so we'll see what's coming.
Yeah, my man Alex Krez can't live without his entrenched, so that's a great point. And I think I see Stan, who looks to be maybe the Stan from the store, talking about these awesome square life pucks. So they're looking for a manufacturer. God bless, because those are actually very, very good for coverage. So if you're listening, Stan, thanks for setting us up here.
Yeah, is this something the store put together? I like the look of them.
I believe so. I mean, this Stanton McCain in the chat is talking about manufacturing them. I didn't check. Wasn't watching, kind of the comments earlier, but I know that's the store owner name, so I think that's it.
Yeah, really nice.
All right, so they're shuffling up. What do you think Eric's looking to do different this game? How does he stop what happened? You've played some of these decks.
Yeah, well, you're not going to be able to avoid the battle in space. So I think it's limiting the impact of the Tarkin Town, because that's going to happen turn 1, turn 2, I think every game, right? Han's going to take advantage of clearing one of your space units. I think, in this matchup with the initiative, what I'm going to try to do is try to get ahead on the damage race and then make effective use of ECL just to hold Han at bay. You pointed out one of my best ECL targets is going to be Sabine's Masterpiece. I found if I can get them to use the Tarkin Town early, perhaps like they did on my Black One, and then I can stick as Sabine's Masterpiece. Hopefully, that will be a way to kind of hold on to the board presence and then chip away from the ground arena.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, going back to that key turn where the Sabine's Masterpiece and he had to do a daring raid, that also changes if there's a green unit out. I mean, if he was able to give that experience, all of a sudden he does kill it with one action. He doesn't have to daring raid, and Sabine's Masterpiece can take over this game. I mean, ECLing it on 3 is something that happens.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. But both players have sideboarded now. And in the current meta, I don't think that both players would have had all of their space stuff in the main deck, because you're not expecting to see another space deck mirror. All right, so Black One is led by Eric again, answered by an Air Wing. No daring raid this time. So we have a different game.
Big difference, right? Because now Black One, if he chooses, is going to be able to control space. It will get Tarkin Towned, but now the Han player does not have an additional ship to continue moving here.
Right. Is this going to be... What's the play here? He's playing Blue Leader, one of the powerful cards in the game right now that's driving the green resurgence. I don't know why Black One is tapped.
Yeah, I was about to ask the same question. I would think it has not attacked yet, right? There we go. We get it fixed. But interestingly, the Falcon coming in to help control from the other side.
Yep. So I think he's going to do 2 to base and do 1 to the Falcon. Black One, seeing Poe as the leader, gets to do the damage. And then Tarkin Town hits the blue leader. He's got to decide whether to...
Did we just claim?
I'm actually not sure what happened there, because I'm surprised that Nick didn't attack with that Falcon.
Yeah, I would have thought he would have cleared Black One. So he chose to claim. That tells me he must have a different answer in his hand, or a different way he plans to deal with this Black One immediately. Or he's going to just press damage. I guess we're going to see what the choice is here.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure what the interaction is. I mean, it looks like Eric has initiative. Okay, and he runs into it, trades with the Falcon. We have a Clown Car Falcon played, answered by Karis on the ground. The Poe player choosing to play Karis. That's interesting to me.
Yeah, I'm still a little drawn back as to what on earth happened with that Spark Falcon there, because there's no damage on Poe's base. It doesn't appear that it attacked a unit, so it stood upright and did nothing.
Yeah, we'll see.
Very
We'll see if
curious.
we'll see if they update it. I mean, it could be that these players are, brought up in a different game where they're tracking on a pad. I mean, that's happened before. But I'm very surprised by the not attacking with the Falcon. And either way, you'd think you'd at least go base.
Mhm.
All right. So Boshek returns 2 cards. That's the gas of this Han Tarkentown deck, in addition to Han himself.
Yeah, and we've only expended 2 resources here going into the 5 resource turn. Now we only have 1 ship and 1 pilot for the Han flip, so we're going to see how effective use he can make. I think I did see a second Falcon drawn though, a Spark Falcon, so he could use the rest and then with a flip be able to untap at least 4, right?
Right. Now, I think that... Okay, here comes the ECL. And he does not want Han to get on that Falcon. So-
Absolutely not. Yeah.
Yeah, so we're going to run an Adelphi into it. Adelphi, I believe, survives and gets to attack there. That's a very, very strong play by Poe. Well done.
Yeah, also get into an action sheet here and get your Nemec attacking at the same time.
Right. We have the Fast Falcon coming down. So Han's at least having something to ride, perhaps saving the day for Nick.
Yeah, it's going to be a less effective flip, though, with the ECL being used to clear a pilot and a ship. We're only going to get to untap 2 resources here. So that really limits what he's going to be able to do with this turn.
All right, so a daring raid to finish off the Adelphi, another very important play. But if I'm Eric, I'm thinking that I'm in the driver's seat right now. You're up 3 on base. You have your leader and Nemec representing 7 damage a turn on the ground arena. There's only so many things that Nick can do to stop you there, mainly outmaneuver and a light maker when defeated.
Yeah, we'll see what he
Very-
attacks with here first. I think I did see a Sanctioner shuttle in hand, so we want to be sure to get that Nemec damage in, I think, with the initiative, unless he gets grabbed.
And that's a great, great practice point, Kyle, for anybody that's going against yellow decks. I mean, sequencing with Sanctioner Shuttle is important. Now, Sanctioner Shuttle, because he killed only the upgrade there, that was an Outer Rim Constable killing Han Solo as an upgrade. Sanctioner Shuttle is online. He does, in fact, capture Nemec, just like you thought. All right. But Pole comes in, does 4 damage. We have the other Han. Too many Hans. I think there's a podcast and everything. Blue Leader comes in, rescues poor Garrus. Nemec.
Yeah, does the so we don't have the list. I wonder if the player here is running Rebel Assault. A Rebel Assault right now would be devastating. Pretty much close this game out.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that you see in some poll ECL things. Whether we had access to the list, we wouldn't be talking about it right now anyway, because the lists are still closed for the event. So that's our policy, is we don't talk about exact lists until Top Cut, even if we did have them. But I can tell you this is pretty control scheme skewed Poe ECL deck.
Yeah, absolutely. Running the open fires main deck, that sort of thing. I think there probably is not room for a Rebel Assault, would be my guess. But let's see, if we add up the damage here, 4, 7, 10, 13. I mean, we have lethal being shown, but the Plo Koon coming in to clear Poe is going to prevent that, at least from what he can see on board.
All right. So Eric's move, how will he respond? Nick is mostly tapped out. He's still representing 9 damage, which would take it to 22. A timely intervention. Does he have a masterpiece? That'd be really good.
Yeah, or a Poe to ground. You've got a target with Poe to ground. Yeah, so now you can throw cards to kill the pilot. Yeah, yep.
Oh, you're gonna play a pilot. You're gonna play a ground unit. All of a sudden, Poe Dameron, the unit, comes in. Why is he dead?
Yeah, he should only take 3 back. He's definitely not dead.
He should not be dead.
This is unfortunate. Yeah. If I hope this doesn't affect the game, because that Poe still sticking to ground would represent first action lethal for the Poe player going into the next turn. Raid, of course, not functioning when you're defending, right? So Plo Koon's only going to do 6 damage on attack, not when ECL'd into. All right. I think the Poe player is still in good position here to close out this game, very likely. Han doesn't have a lot of interactions to deal with the ground. So the Karis plus the Constable still representing lethal. But again, of course, if Poe was sitting there, this would be one action over.
Right. All right, so Outer and Constable hits for 3. The Falcon's going to come in, and I think we're going to get to the same place either way.
Yep.
So no,
Yeah. Very
none-
fortunate that it didn't impact the result of the game, but one of those things to pay attention to as you're on the table.
Yeah, and we'll see. I mean, it's something that's happened. I did that at Beattle in that late match that I was playing with Tim. Is I thought my Vader was dead from a typho, and he wasn't. So.
But it makes sense. I mean, he did just attack with the Plo. You saw him do 6 damage to the Poe unit, right? So the Poe player in his head goes, I have 6 on my mind, right? That's the amount of damage that unit does. So, I could see how the mistake could be made, but very fortunate it didn't impact the result of the game.
All right, so we're going into the game 3. The players look to be moving quickly, so I don't think any is boarding for being on the play or on the gun. And they're shuffling now. Okay, we'll see.
So for the Han player, what are you looking for in your opening hands? I have an idea, but I'm curious if you've played this matchup much.
Well, probably a one-drop ship and a daring raid.
Yeah, perfect. Same page, right? And especially when you're on the play here, right? So hopefully you can land that ship, clear their initial play, and then you get to start pressing the advantage immediately going into the next turn. Of course, Poe, you got green, so you've got ECL available, but you just have blue leader going into the next turn, which is an excellent follow-up, especially if you can get him to use that Tarkin town right away.
Yeah, I think as far as 3-drop goes, I mean, our Poe player Eric really loves seeing blue leaders. Meanwhile, I mean, can you ever get enough Millennium Falcon if you're Nick?
Yeah. Blue leader is such a punishing card, man. We've been talking about it internally with our team. It's just so good in so many decks. I mean, obviously you see the power of it here in the Poe deck, but you've seen it widespread across with Yoda, with basically any green hero. Obviously, I can't really think of a green hero leader deck you wouldn't immediately slot in 3 blue leaders, right?
I mean, the only argument I would think would be a Force deck, but I can tell you that in my OB Red deck, which is maybe one of the best decks that's not being played, is OB Red right now. OB Red Force, but I run a full set of blue leaders, man, and I don't side them out either. I mean, it's just very useful.
I say even in a deck where it's not your primary goal, it's probably still in the 60 just to come in out of the side to handle some of these sort of space decks where it can come in, kill something, potentially kill 2 things. It just isn't a deck it doesn't slot into especially with its flexibility coming to the ground. It's gotten even better this set. It's one of those units that can come down and take care of, say, a typho and not die even.
All right, so here we go, fam. We're getting ready. I think that we have a mulligan going on.
I was looking at the chat here, and it sounds like in the final, a similar thing happened where a unit had attacked in, was removed from the board, even though it should not have been dead, and led to a negative result for that player. So a couple times going on today.
I believe it was the semifinal that Obi died, there. But, listen, I mean, one thing that people may not know, because I've talked to the head judges here, they're not to monitor the tables, right? Judges are there to be called by the players. Both players are required to monitor the board state. I mean, typically the instructions of coverage is just to advise if there's something for the judges if they want to take care of it. But don't rely on the judge, even if they're sitting there watching you at feature table, right? That doesn't mean that they don't see something wrong. They're not to actively monitor in Star Wars Unlimited. Meaning that, I mean, sometimes a judge, if they see something wrong, it's their discretion whether to intervene and say, hey, that's not right. But the players should not count on it. Leave it at that.
With all this space interaction going on, one thing that I've seen interesting in these 2 matchups is we haven't really seen much use of the Han ability, the Han attack ability, the front side of the leader. I'm used to seeing those Han players flip over that top card, show the top of their deck multiple times throughout a game. So this game's starting out a little bit different. No space interaction turn 1. So I think we're setting up for a race.
Yep. Here we go. All right,
Alright.
Karis Nemec comes in. Well, maybe not. We're gonna have Blue Leader instead take care of that. He just can't resist that bounty. Can't resist the bounty. Drawing a card.
It's also preventing your 2 damage there. The question is the Han player going to make use of his Tarkin Town now just to remove 1 damage, or potentially do some sort of trade?
Yeah, I'm interested in what he does, because you have all kinds of options. You have Tarkin Town as an option. You could trade with the Y-wing. You could kill it with the Falcon and bounce it. I mean, so really there was a plethora of ways that he could have killed that Blue Leader, and he did, in fact. At the same
Yeah.
time, Eric loves his card. Who doesn't like having an extra card?
Well, we opt for all gas, so and I think
All
that's the
right.
right choice.
So Eric playing Poe goes in for another 3 to 6. We do see the Han ability. Oh, ominous outmaneuver, shown, and a
Well, and
Sundari.
that outmaneuver is actually pretty scary, I think, considering the way that this game is developing. The Poe player has been much forced to the ground compared to what we've seen in the previous 2 matches. And I think that outmaneuver could be a huge difference, especially with the race that we have going on.
And it's very interesting that you say that, because I mean, a lot of times just the threat of it's important too. It might change his lines of play.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of playing limited this set. Is like, if I'm playing Leia, I'll just disclose an Outer Rim Constable every time to both my units. I'm like, oh, go play an upgrade, buddy.
Yeah, just scare them. Just scare. You're establishing dominance. I just want you to know you're not doing that.
Right. All right. So here we go. How will Eric respond? Can he pull out the win against Nick, who's played this Han Tarkentown deck very well? Both players knowing their lanes. Poe, does have ground, whereas Han Tarkentown is very, very much a space deck. Poe is a little bit more mixed. ECL has not been used, which is crucially important right now.
Yeah, the question for me is, are we going to use ECL, or do we need to attack from the ground first? I feel like if you don't use one of your ground units right away, you're probably getting outmaneuvered almost immediately. And the Sundari is pretty juicy for the 5 damage total swing between the damage and the heal, but we are going to ECL, and both green and red are active, which is good.
Yep. So the Sabine's Masterpiece will come in. It has an on attack, which gives an experience to any unit if he sees a green unit. I imagine the experience will go on Sabine's Masterpiece, given the situation here. And then the other on attack does 1 damage. So he uses the on attack from red to do 1 damage to the Falcon. And he kills Nick's other ship in the space arena.
And we're choosing not to outmaneuver right away, which tells me that perhaps we're waiting. We think maybe Poe's going to flip to the ground and hold it for there.
I think it's a very high chance that Poe's going to flip to the ground. But getting that Sundari swing is important. I mean, he got the 5 damage from the Bolshevik, but as you said, a Sundari is a 5-point swing too. It's actually the exact same because it restores 2.
Yeah, really important in a race, right? Sundari, I find, I used to bring this in a lot in Sabine mirrors when we played a lot of Sabine mirrors. It could be the edge you needed, especially like an ECL Sundari. Could be more than a 5-point swing from time to time. So it's not surprising to see Poe making use of the same tool.
All right, so Eric flips to the ground. Nick breathes a sigh of relief that he didn't have an Outer Rim Constable.
I can't quite tell how many resources we have left up, but flipping before attacking with the Nemec does leave him vulnerable to both units being tapped down should we have 3 resources available.
Yep, so Han just deployed. So Nick has resources. Eric has 2 remaining.
Okay.
I believe it's all 5 for...
Yeah, it looks like it.
His hands
video got a little... Yeah. And there's the outmaneuver taking down both units, so... Might have been efficient to have attacked with 1 first just to prevent that sort of situation.
But we have Black 1 coming down into the space arena. Boy, look at the board state difference right here. I mean, this is just a matter of, surviving another moment.
Yeah, the Han player is going to be flailing here a little bit, but we're so close to lethal, though, that any form of pump could be could be game ending, right? We saw aggressive negotiations earlier. If we were to see another one of those, I believe with cards in hand, a hit with either unit would be game over.
Right. My man from down under, Clint, says whether those metal tokens are hot. Sure are. why don't you actually check the descriptions and go to Premier Games and get some of your own?
I gotta say, yeah, I
Use
just
the-
got this exact set myself. Played with it yesterday at my PQ. They feel great, and I like how bright and colorful they are. They're very easy to see.
Yep. Yeah. No, I love them too. So we're looking at that sponsorship too. But if you are buying those tokens, use the referral code downstairs. Help out the Blue Milk guys. They're really doing a lot to help the community right now. All right. So here we go. This is a very, very crucial turn. The game turns right now.
I think the best thing Khan could have would be another ECL target, like the Adelphi. We do have initiative, right? So like an Adelphi with ECL, or sorry, with Timely in hand, although with 5, 6, that'd be the perfect answer because you can clear both ships, right?
If he has a Delphi, he's windmill slamming at him. That's exactly what he does. So he's going in with the black run. The black run represents a total of 5 damage. So I think that he can prevent the lethal. Yep. See a Boshek.
Yeah, but if we have the negotiations, yeah, there we go. We really needed the timely Adelphi, because then the Adelphi itself could have hit the other units. But yeah, that'll be that. Although the other unit had 5, so I guess that wouldn't quite have been enough.
Yep. And the players are going through it. They knew how that was.
Mhm.
And I mean, it just shows how well Nick knows his deck, that he knew that the right thing to do was concede there.
Yeah, Poe was eventually able to take the board, right? But a little too late with Han having the initiative. And you can see we had that decision tree early in the game that we talked about with whether he should have traded into the ship or made use of Tarkin Town. He decided to go all gas and hit the pedal and go base damage. And in the end, just one action ahead, able to close that game out, right?
Yep, absolutely. So what a well-played match. Let's see. I don't know if Rebel Trader's here. Can check on our backup match. Let me actually look at that. All right, so we might have coverage. We do actually have 2 sets because we have Alex's, and this is his coverage setup is kind of wonderful, but it exists, and we're always a fan of more games, not less. So we have RT on the switches. Hopefully, he's going to be able to switch. All right, so we're going to get dropped in this hot. Keep in mind we don't know anything more about what's going on in this game than you do. And here we go.
Yeah, we've got awesome. We've got the Sabe mirror, and yeah, to your point, Loopee, we don't know who's up, who's won how many games. Sabe is one that I've been playing a lot recently. I was fortunate enough to get a showcase, so that means it's time for me to start putting some effort into it. I did start with Sabe yellow. I just thought cunning. Who doesn't want to be playing cunning, right? But I have kind of evolved into Tarkin Town myself. I do like that early advantage. Have you played some Sabe?
Oh, I've played some Sabe Lobby, and this is where we're going to give a shout out to the one and only platform, who actually was runner-up at the Big Maryland Play Queue yesterday, running You Bet It, Sabe Yellow. Such a good run. It actually motivated me to put that on the thumbnail for today. So I played a lot of Sabe. I think that there's multiple ways to skin that cat, and it's a great deck. So
what's been your preference so far? The double yellow or the red?
Yeah, I like yellow. I do like the cunning. The question is, with Sabe is whether the Tarkin Town is worth it. I mean, I think that it's actually kind of the meta opening in itself to Tarkin Town, just because like Anakin decks came in and really made that such a hard play, to be on Tarkin Town. And that's why it started with yellow, but it's an exceptionally good deck. It's nice to have a tempo deck. The card cunning is obviously strong. I mean, I don't think anybody has ever thought that it wasn't. And
Yeah,
Sabe
there goes the cunning from the Sabe leader ability, hitting base with that Falcon, getting to see 2 cards, and as soon as I see that cunning myself, that would be immediately going to the discard pile.
Yep.
Another thing I like about the Sabe yellow is this card right here, Faith in Your Friends. I will say, sitting on the other side of the table, when Sabe starts the game with this card, puts down 2 spies, and then follows that up with a Sanctioner Shuttle on turn 2. I'd say that's just as good as a Tarkin Town grab the initial board advantage play.
Unless they have a blue leader, but yes.
Fair enough.
All right, so I am back up. I can see the video of table 2 now. So I appreciate you filling a little bit there. All right.
So if you're just popping in, this is the reveal for the Faith in Your Friends that he had just played.
Right. And
The
Cunning
displays.
Sabe, typically is going to be able to meet the requirements if you're playing ahead. Sabi's a thinky deck. And here we go.
Really flooding the board, getting another token out here with Bale. I suppose if you're playing this deck, you have to make sure you have enough spy tokens in your bag with you, right?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, Rebel Traitor, this is something, if we get a late night merch store, we're going to put up there, but he actually has spies from around the world as a bunch of different, sorted spy tokens. So if you need the print file for those, bug him at Take the Initiative.
Okay, cool.
Bothan spies at Beattle, they handed out spies as well. Manny Bothan.
Yeah, I got a pile of those. We've seen a few of those on stream even today. Various players showing up with those in their boxes. It's cool to have different teams and players kind of coming up with their own spy tokens. You definitely see an eclectic mix as you go through a tournament, right?
Right.
All right. Well, our Sabe yellow player has firm control of the ground, and looking at the red player's hand, this appears to be more of a space-focused deck. It's a lot of space units, a little bit different than I've built my red. It looks like we're going kind of heavy space aggro.
Yep. And it looks like we have Josh on the left playing Sabe Tarkentown, kind of the newcomer on the block, and Nathan with his army of spies playing the cunning Sabe.
All right, and this is the Sabe leader ability, ripping a Sanctioner shuttle off the top two cards. When I first read Sabe, that was of course the initial appeal is, hey, maybe I can water down my opponent's draws as I'm just kind of getting to see the top of their deck constantly, taking away those threats that I know are going to be damaging for me.
Yep, I think Sabe red too tends to be space focused, and that's certainly what's going on here. Meanwhile, Nathan piloting the cunning Sabe is just representing a ton of damage through a lot of spies.
Yeah, we know he lost one cunning from the Sabe ability, but if we're going to play this game where we're kind of on other sides of the arenas, cunning is the great equalizer, right? You're able to kind of tap them down, potentially press 4 more damage from the ground if you like. It really sets this game apart. I think it gives the yellow an advantage.
Right. I think that's Han Solo piloting the Millennium Falcon for Sabe red.
Yeah, I think that's one of those ones from Worlds, right? I can't remember if he was in a silver or a black pack, but it's the cool looking one there.
Worlds or the regionals or the sectors or one of those cards, but it's I believe that's the pilot, so that hits for 5. Surprise strike coming in with Sabe's surprise strike for Sui 7, and then you get to Bazine. She's Bazine's first cousin, actually.
I don't think I take either one of those cards. Yeah, we say you go ahead, keep that.
You keep that, and he didn't think about it long, did he? He did not think about it long. All right, so we have Nathan taking that game. Is that match?
Not sure. The other thing we didn't talk about with Tarkentown, we gave up 5 HP, right? Too. So we talked about cunning potentially being the match breaker there. We didn't see a cunning that game, but I suppose also starting with 5 less HP, if you don't get real effective use of that Tarkentown early, you're kind of just playing from behind in a race perspective.
Yep. All right. So they're still shuffling, folks. We really don't know whether that was game 2, 3, or otherwise. But we'll try to get one of our people that are there. If anybody's watching the coverage from the room, please let us know what's going on at the backup table.
I'm really hoping to see we're going to game 3 here, right? It had to have at least been 2. I can't imagine game 1 would have gone that long.
I have a little bit wider view, so I'm watching both players in their hands. Nothing's for sure, telling me yet. I think they might be de-sideboarding, which would tell us that match might be over. But having played both of these decks, what do you think the differences are, for the players? Why would you play Tarkentown or why would you play Cunning? Let me ask you that.
Yeah, so we talked about it a little bit already, but with the cunning deck, with the yellow, I think the biggest reasons you're playing the yellow deck, in my view, are those 2 cards, cunning, and then the faith with your friends into Sanctioner Shuttle early. You can't count on that all of the time, but when it does happen, it's a really hard start to come back from on the other side of the board. So those are kind of the 2 points that I'm looking at that I really want to be playing yellow. Of course, you also have 5 extra HP. On the other end, though, if you're going red, it's Tarkin Town, right? It's that early Tarkin Town advantage, especially in a Han meta, right? We see a lot of Han 2 going around right now. It kind of it disincentivizes themselves from damaging their own units early. Hopefully it slows them down if you're going to try to race them from a space perspective, which is what it looks like we were trying to do here.
Yep, absolutely. And I think it's many ways to do it. All right, so they are done. Thank you.
We definitively know.
So we're going to go back to a sharp break here. We're going to have coverage all day of the Elgin, Illinois PQ. Before we go to that break, though, why don't you let people know about Colorado Cantina Crew and what they can do to hook up with you guys?
Yeah, absolutely. So Colorado Cantina Crew really came out of a group of us here in Colorado just getting to play a new game together, make some local friends, and decided, hey, well, we should find reasons to play more together, perhaps produce content. It's not something that I've ever done previously before, but I've been fortunate enough to meet Jordan and Sharky. This is something Jordan's very familiar with. And so it's been a ride. It's been a lot of fun. I would say that, while we are a competitive focused team, we're also very open and welcoming. So we have a broader team, a larger team of people here locally in the area. But we also do pods every week, meta breakdowns pretty early. And then we do midday matchups, which are usually my wife, Jillian the Nerd Slayer, and myself playing on Fridays, and hoping to expand from there. So, yeah, it's been a great time. I imagine it's similar to late night gaming, right? You found a group of friends you want to play with and hang out with, right?
Absolutely. And, I think your guys' heart is in the right place. Colorado Cantina Crew is all about the community, all around. I do enjoy your games with your misses. You guys spice it up sometimes.
Yeah. It ends up being a lot of just quipping, giving each other a little grief during the lunch break in the day. So yeah, it's been really great to find a game that I can play with my wife. So that's fun.
Yep, I play with mine as well, and my son, and then actually my oldest daughter when she's not being overly teenager-like.
No, I gotta talk to you about how you convinced your daughter to play. I've been trying that with my kids unsuccessfully.
Oh, well, she actually just hates losing. It's very, very competitive. So,
Ah,
when she goes to at 10 years old in Destiny, she nearly topped a regional. Against a bunch
wow,
of
that's
grown
great.
men playing Vader Greedo. I don't know if you played Destiny, but that was her deck there, and she still plays Vader to this day. So a child of my own heart. All right, we're going to take a break here. We're going to be back with round 4 after this. Thank you so much, Kyle, for coming and commentating today, and also all you do for the community with the consistent content. Nothing but love for the Colorado Cantina Crews, yourself and all your compatriots. Make sure to give Sharky a hug whenever I see one of your members. I tell him to give Sharky a hug because
Sharky
he's
loves
my
hugs.
bro.
It's a good idea.
He's my bro from a long time ago. Just make sure to say it's from Loopee, all right?
All right, we'll do. I saw him yesterday, but I'll see him again here in the next week or so.
All right, very good. All right, we're going to break, folks, and we'll be back after this.
I don't think so. No, 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 no. I don't think so.
What's up, Star Wars Unlimited fans? It's Loopee at Late Night Gaming, and we've got a host of commentators here with Kyle, who's from the Colorado Cantina crew, who helped us last round. And we're joined by the fourth member of Blue Milk Gaming, Taxter, as well. How you doing, Tack?
I'm doing pretty good this Sunday. Not playing, so less stressful this way.
me either, obviously, but I think that some of your boys there, I think Mike is undefeated right now. And thanks for joining us. I've known you a long time, probably more than basically anybody else.
Too long.
Yep, like every other member of Blue Milk, you're a member of our competitive team, and you're an old school Destiny player. And I think that you were runner up at Worlds one year.
Runner up at Worlds, runner up at least one or two other things.
Right. So,
couldn't win anything big, but did pretty
so basically,
good.
you're the Buffalo Bills of Star Wars Destiny, right?
I mean, at least it's a pro team, right?
Absolutely. All right. And I see our store owner, Stan, loves some Destiny. Who doesn't love some Destiny? Roll some bones and play some Star Wars. But this match is going to be great, too. We have Nathan, who actually we just saw on the Sabe Labe. Sabe Yellow.
The mono yellow, yeah.
Yep. Going against Dan on Piet. So the players are resourcing right now. Kyle, what do you think about this matchup?
Yeah, so against the Piet deck, I find that if you're going to be going with a ground-based strategy, which I believe the Sabe Yellow is, Sabe is definitely the beatdown here. The challenge is going to be interaction with Piet. I think what Piet's really going for here, and like they usually are going for, is going to be an early ramp into a big ship. And the scary part for Sabe is going to be OB, Turbo Laser Salvo, just wiping out that ground assault and shutting down this aggressive attack. So Sabe needs a hot start and hopefully avoids getting wiped out.
And a lot of bounce with initiative.
I mean, having cunning always good. Like just being able to stall and keep moving, and the Sabe ability in general. Just like if Sabe just kills all the big ships and you get the Piet drawing the chunked up hand of little stuff. I think that's kind of crazy.
I think that's a great point, Taxter. I mean, a lot of times the Ruthless Raider is the best 6-drop, for Piet, but against a cunning deck, not so much because it has 4 attack.
Yeah, I think in that case we're looking for the droid ship, right? Something that can stick in space. It's not easy to bounce, and then it's a good OB target to go from.
Yep. And we see Nathan using the Sabe ability, discarding a resupply character. Sabe, her main benefit of the leader is that she actually makes the deck worse, for the other side. Screws your draws. The Falcon comes in. It's 5 damage on Dan's base playing Piet. I think that's a pretty good start for Sabe, all considered.
Yeah,
they did. There was a resupply, right? That we missed. So Piet is at 5. It's much harder to tell with the black card backs.
Yep. All right. So we have the Invisible Hand played with the Piet ability. This is actually a core card to this deck. And we'll see what kind of droid he gets. I'm looking through the scry that Dan does. Definitely saw Relentless in there. Looks like he's got one of the Sentinel 3-1s. All right. He's going to capture the 3-1 Sentinel. All right. Now he's cooking. Piet deploys to the ground arena.
Yeah, now the question is, does the Piet player want to try to get in a swing or claim to ensure that there's no answer to the Piet to get off that initial, hopefully larger ship next turn? Do you want to end with the initiative, or do you want to risk, a potential swing, and then obviously the Falcon's going to be coming in?
That's a good decision he's making right here.
Yep, I think he's got a Barrage is one of those cards, and
It's
Planetary Bombardment.
It was Bombardment and another resupply carrier.
Oh yeah, I think you take the Bombardment. Piet comes in for 2, and he's thinking about initiative.
Yeah, because this gives the Sabe. This is what I was talking about, right? So if Piet just claims, then the Sabe player obviously hits with Falcon. But now the Sabe player is going to have a choice here to claim and potentially get an answer to this Piet immediately, or perhaps something like a Spark to remove what he's worried about, either an 8-drop, an OB, whatever.
Yeah, and I wonder if he has a bounce. I mean, if he has a Cantina bouncer, right now that makes a ton of sense. Now, if it's Cantina Bouncer exactly, then he's going to not be able to pay the Falcon tax. So we'll see. We'll see how Nathan plays this. But I wonder if he's got an answer to that invisible hand.
Yeah.
Is Sabe Yellow running like waylays ×3 as well? Generally,
oftentimes yes. Oftentimes there's waylay.
Yeah, actually, the one that collects the bounty rather than waylay, right? Because it has a heroism icon on it for faith in your friends.
Yeah.
Oh, this is the spice. He's got impropriety among thieves going on here. He just swapped the invisible hand with the L3, and you know what? We know at least he's got 1 2-drop going in his deck.
This is exciting.
He took his invisible hand. There you go. So
I would have expected something like that out of the sideboard, right? Coming main board is pretty exciting.
So I'm sure RT is looking for impropriety among thieves to display to you guys. But basically,
I don't remember what that does off the top of my head.
You swap over to the player to the right. Everybody swaps units. It's a great card for Twin Suns. My Boba Django Max Annoyance Twin Suns deck runs impropriety. So yeah, he gets the invisible hand this turn, and Piet gets a L3.
Absolutely brutal on the decision to attack with Piet, though, right? Because how consequential was that 2 damage rather than having initiative, and perhaps could have made use of that invisible hand before this happens.
I'm going to give Dan a pass for not playing around impropriety.
Well, yes, but playing around something, right? Some sort of answer.
No, Devastator did.
All right, so the chat's going wild. For Nathan and impropriety about things. This might be the first time that card has been played at a competitive event. Let's go.
True.
Well, at least we had you here, Loopee, knowing what it does, right? I think the two of us were having to look it up too.
I've never played that card before.
Exclusively because of my Django Boba Twin Suns deck. So that's what it is. All right.
When he hits with the invisible hand, he's got droids in that deck, right? Let's see if he can whip an L3.
Get the L2 back.
He's got an L3. Yeah, the chat is still going wild. How good was that impropriety, folks? Everybody's looking up right now.
And now it just trades.
Oh, yes, and he can actually kill that. He can kill that. And I think it goes back to him hurt.
It does. Because everything just shuffles back, doesn't it?
It's hard to pass up 6 damage to base, though, when you're the beatdown. I don't know. Dan is recovering from the idea. He takes the initiative. Sabe comes in, gonna do the Bazine version of her.
Sabe knows like a lot of information here by also taking this.
Read them and weep. Okay, so that's Devastator. That's Relentless, Planetary Bombardment, and Green Devastator.
All big stuff.
That hand is stacked. I think you probably take the red Devastator, right? I would think that's probably where Piet's going next turn.
Piet's going to 7. Piet can play the Relentless next turn.
Do you care about that?
Yeah, I don't think he has time.
I really don't know. Yeah,
he's already at 16 damage. He's going to take 6 more from the invisible hand. He probably doesn't have time for Relentless.
Honestly, I think I might go base and take the Planetary, but we'll see. Now, if he's got another impropriety, it kind of.
I think the Planetary's fine because if Sabe takes the Planetary to the face, then Piet's not developing anything.
Here he goes. Can he find Detroit?
I want to see the L3 happen. This should be just for the comedy.
Victor, my brother from a Swedish mother.
Oh, it's there's BD. Oh my gosh, that's even better.
He's got BD.
That's even better.
He's gonna get Sabe. Swabby singing to 5. Okay, so Nathan, I don't know if you're gonna win or lose this game, but I think that you've actually made my day as far as coverage goes.
If he had been, it looked like he had to read the invisible hand. If he had, I guess from a sequencing perspective, perhaps he should have attacked the invisible hand first, because then he could have buffed the Sabe and gotten that extra damage.
That's 1 damage.
Yep, here we go. So everybody's units go back to their own, spot.
But this is also Turbo Laser Salvo top deck mode.
Well, that would be good, but I mean, if they top deck the first, listen, if your opponent top decks perfectly, Sabe is not a very strong leader. But
I'm not sure it would be enough, right? Because it wouldn't kill the L3, and then he's still got 2 units in space, and he's at 22, right? Probably a little too late on that one.
I think it's going to be Red Dev is what's going to be. So Red Dev can kill L3.
We took the Red Dev with Devastator. Oh, he drew another.
He got all 3.
He's putting it on the ground.
He's playing the ground devastator. He has been thrown off kilter by the impropriety among thieves.
Yeah, this is
Here we
nuts.
go.
Well, if he knows another one might be coming, is it a mistake to put the dev on the right? Now you got to worry about where you place your units should that happen again.
So he's poor BD1, takes the hit from the devastator. So look at how much damage that saved. That impropriety. Right?
Yeah. Well, and
it
gained damage. It was a 4 damage dealt. And it saved 4. Like,
all right. So now we got
just
cunning
for punishment. This is
Good
over.
night. Good night, Piet. All right. So Sabi comes in for 8.
Yeah, perfect.
That is 30.
Goodness.
We are going on to game 2. What an epic match, guys. What did you think about that one?
I mean, having that impropriety tech in main board being as spicy as it was is unbelievable. Now I want to see what he's got in the sideboard, right? What other kind of craziness we got going on here?
I like the cut of your
I wonder if he has
Nathan.
3 of those. I want to see that again. I mean, is that like a tech for Han as well? Is that like kind of the idea, or any of the big green decks?
So it's not only that he got the card off, right? It's that he got the card off and won a game with it, right? Because that was the key play of the game, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, I could see it main board too. In this Sabe deck in particular, you create a lot of tokens. So, you're paying attention to your board placement, what's going on. And if you're going to shift things around, you could probably set it up so that most of the time you're just giving them a spy token and you're taking something awesome, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, love to see that. Both players are sideboarding here. Piet, I mean, he's got to get back to his game plan. I mean, I think that he actually can improve against the cunning deck with some of the choices that are there. And Sabe is probably bringing in every bounce she's got, right? So a lot of times you don't have all the cantinas in your main deck. Obviously, this Sabe player is tuned his own deck because impropriety is not something that's in the quote-unquote stock list. I can tell you that. So, I think actually the sideboarding is actually very interesting here.
The positioning only matters for players, not the positioning of the cards being played. So I want to go back on what I said there about the spies. This card being so shocking showing up here. Yeah.
I feel like after seeing that, I don't know. I don't know how typical that is, but it seems like Sabe should be pretty favored here. If anything, if things can go even remotely like that, like that was kind of a beatdown. And the fact that Piet also had a good hand in terms of like threats, like it was just gonna keep dumping big stuff.
Yeah, no, I let me actually just verify my understanding here. I wish I had platform here. He's played like 500 games of Sabe Yellow and was runner-up at a PQ just yesterday, piloting Sabe Yellow, hence the Sabe on our thumbnail today. If you saw, we'll actually have some content coming with a platform on that soon. But I think that Piet, can beat you. I think Piet can beat anything, right? The power level of that deck, the max power level of that deck might be the highest in Swoop, right? It's kind of a caveman deck. A lot of times it's called Counting Rocks by Bothans and other people. But it's a strong deck. You got to give it that.
Well, it's exciting to see it here because it's obviously an evolving deck, right? So I think a lot of people have played with Sabe in different colors, but now we're seeing, different cards that I know I haven't considered. I know Jordan on my team did a Sabe video on our channel, and it certainly wasn't a card that was in the list. So it's interesting to see how different people take new leaders and new strategies and surprise people in tournaments like this. The surprise factor can definitely win you some games.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that Carlos didn't stick with Sabe as well, because he was so big on Boba Yellow back in the day. Like the tempo play style very much suited him.
All right, so Piet is fairly disfavored into Sabe based upon the Spoo base matchup stats.
Yeah, the Sabe deck is a pretty aggressive deck, right? In general, aggro is what Piet doesn't want to see. Though Piet gets to go first here, right? And that's when you're in gonk range, right? So you can be scared of an early gonk.
Gonk 'em and bonk 'em.
Yep, we'll see. So Piet opens with A Viper Pro
Ah,
droid. Show me
wrong
your
with
hand.
droid.
Using Sabe's tricks against her. It's going to be some
Even
droid
that.
on droid action in the ground arena, I think. I see an L3, a Millennium Falcon from set 1, an AT hauler, and then I did not see the third card. We have L3 coming into the ground arena. That's a very poor matchup for favored of Golden Dice, the Viper Pro droid.
Yeah, if I'm playing Viper Pro Droid, I got to trade for some hyperspace versions. That's an excellent looking card.
Is Viper Probe Droid the best card of set 1? True or false?
No, there's
I
a
mean-
lot of really good cards in set 1.
It's one of the best looking cards, and it's a well deserved reprint.
Did it get reprinted?
That's
It's in the next
it
set.
did.
Yeah. It's exciting to have that not gone. I think that's
All right. So I think that was an interesting scribe because I can see that it was Red Devastator and a Super Laser Tech, and our Sabe Master chooses to let him have the ramp.
That,
well,
yeah,
it's
that is
slow
very-
ramp too, right? Like it's not ramp, it's not resupply, right? Like
It is very interesting, though. I mean, one of the things that Piet can do to win this matchup, in my view, is to get that ramp in to stick at least one ship with some form of board wipe, and this is going to delay that from happening a turn if you're able to rip the ramp. So we're going to
Maybe
see
it's cunning
Piet come out a
here.
turn early.
Yeah, and I like this line by Dan. Dan is going base. He says, "I don't know that you're actually the. I don't know that you're the beatdown."
That's a
Sabe-
good
like
point.
I can see Super Laser Tech coming down here, and then Dan playing cunning. There's Dan on the
Yeah.
left. I don't know.
Yeah, does the Piet player take that as a
Well,
sign and say he wants me
right.
to play the Super Laser
Oh.
Tech because he wants me
And now
to
you
waste
get
my
cunning
turn?
and
This is a gigantic. This is just read him when we playing cheer.
Yeah.
Only
this is why you keep the Super Laser Tech on top. It's because you have this in mind.
Yeah.
So I'll tell you what. Just theory crafting. Unproprietary Bone Thieves with a Super Laser Tech also sounds kind of fun.
That does sound really good. But they both have to be ready, so you'd probably just attack with the hauler, skip the L3, take initiative, and then boom. That's pretty sweet.
All right. So here we go, guys. We go into the 5 resource turn. Nathan has done more damage with a well-timed coming onto the stolen AT hauler, taking Piet to 12 damage on base. Meanwhile, Dan has done 6 to Nathan's base, but is going on to the Piet flip turn. So he can play a ship up to 7 cost after a deploy.
Ooh, Spark.
Oh, the discard. The old Quinlan players in the house are there. Yep, thank you, buddy. There's a camera overhead. Let's put him sideways, not to the opponent that way.
Is it
Oh, he's got some
small?
spice too.
I bet the
that-
Fulminatrix probably goes. Or what's that 6 drop?
Yeah, no, that 6 drop is the one that adds an experience every time, is what that is, I think.
Yeah, you probably just take whatever you can play this turn, right? And so
Right.
You can
you're
play
way
either
ahead on
after
the board.
flipping.
Yeah. All right. So this is a great game advertising why Sabi is kind of good. I mean, you look at the leader and she doesn't seem great, right? I mean, she's a 3-6 on 5, but I mean, it's subtle. I mean, and for people that have a high kind of situational awareness of the game, like what cards are key for each matchups, I think Sabe could do good. Kind of the ability to attack their draws.
All right,
can
Fulminatrix
be
is
very
8.
strong. Yep.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
that did kill its Piet's
Yeah,
entire play this turn.
Yeah, he killed this turn, and now he can flip Sabe and probably rip his most effective play next turn too, right?
Yep. Don't forget
Yeah,
he
and
gets
this is crazy.
he gets the Bazine like Sabe this turn as well because he's going to be able to get it.
And another 8 damage to base.
Yep.
Even
that's
more.
a-
Is that a Han?
Han pilot. Yep, that's a Han pilot on the AT hauler, going in for 6, taking Dan to 19. It looks like
Power
it's a power
failure?
failure. Yep, that destroys all upgrades on a unit. So that's probably looking at you, Gary CL.
Yeah,
All
it's
right.
okay, but Han's already done his damage, right? So
Yeah.
All right, Sabe comes in, BD1. Not on Cal Kestis this time, but on the Handmaiden. Goes in for 24 to base, and as you predicted, Kyle, we can leave that Commentators because Bazine side Sabe is going to take care of it.
Yeah, but the Fulminatrix though, I mean, would Maul have been better? He's going to be able to maul down Sabe potentially.
I
The
mean, he has
Fulminatrix does
lethal
4
with 2
damage.
actions either way. So
Yeah,
this
this is
is
a
kind of
wrap,
a win.
right? So
Yeah. All right. So one thing that's cool about our coverage today, thanks to Alex and Blue Milk Gaming, they actually brought a second rig, for us. So we do have a backup table. If this matchup winds up soon, we're going to be back with more. Though it looks like that matchup is actually already done. So somehow it was faster
dang.
than this. So
Speed round.
yep, if anybody's listening there, I know Stan is in the chat, from the store. If you want to sit down any of the matches on the tables, maybe we'll keep going if anybody wants to move over. But we're going to have the conclusion of this match. And I'm going to call right now that when we actually look at our analytics as to the most replayed moment, it's going to be that Impropriety of Thieves. How good was that?
Yeah, I hope so. Somebody better clip that one.
yeah, I'm excited that I was on for that one just to get to see it live, right? So that was cool.
That's good. You were here. You were here in the room where it happened, Kyle.
I'm going to pull one of those out of the box right now and try
Yep,
to
and we have-
pull it off against my wife, maybe.
And we have more than 200 people watching live. Thanks, everybody, for joining us. The coverage of the Elgin, Illinois Planetary Qualifier at Boars Hat Gaming. This is actually the only premier PQ in Illinois this set, with the others being limited. So, they're trying hard. All right, the Super Laser Tech goes into BD1. Sabe goes in 4-4 and then gets the ability here.
Yeah, Sabe first to take away any potential answer to live here, but however unlikely.
Piet gets to play them all. We'll kill that, do
That's
6
fun.
overwhelm. You know what, Dan, I appreciate playing out on stream. I'm sure that he's aware of his odds this game, but we always like every moment that we can in finishing games, guys. That's a sign of a pro player right there. So how about that one, folks? Nathan piloting Sabe Yellow improves to 4-0 and into considerations of intentional draw, potentially in the top cut of this PQ. Dan will move to 3-1 piloting Piet, but that's a very strong deck, and we'll see if he makes the top cut. I'll start with you, Tack. What did you think of that match overall?
That looked pretty dominant for Sabe, and I guess if we look at the numbers in general from this set, it seems like that you said that's pretty favored. But I mean, that's kind of what tempo does. Is that like the only hope Piet really does have is like the board wipes. Like you need to stick a big ship and you need to wipe with a turbo or a overwhelming barrage. But even then, like when Sabe is messing with your game plans, what are even the odds that you even pull them?
Right.
Yeah, I agree.
What do you think, Kyle?
Yeah, so, Piet doesn't want to see aggro decks to begin with, and this was pretty aggressive. But then we really saw the power of Sabe being able to take cards off the top of the deck, take cards out of the hand to remove the potential options that Piet had to either get into or win the game. Obviously, with the bounce on the Super Laser Tech as well, was really punishing, right? Because Piet needs to hit that ramp into a ship, into some sort of board wipe and swing things around. And he essentially just lost his 3-resource turn altogether, lost his game plan into a ramp ship, and then from there, Sabe's able to close out. So I think everything went right for the Sabe player. I think there are lines for Piet with a good draw to get through that, but not with that draw.
All right. So all our matches, both our primary and backup match, are done. I agree everything you guys said. And since I have two of the brilliant minds of SWU with me right now, let's have a little bonus content between rounds. RT posted in our chat there the breakdown of the meta today. And I'll just kind of go through. Who wants to guess what the top played leader was?
It's got to be Han, right?
Yep.
Does it matter which Han?
Han Solo from set 2 actually has the entire meta component of the other there. Yep. We then have Han Solo. Actually, excuse me, the highest played leader was Han 1. Audacious Smuggler is the set 1 Han. So that has 12.9% of the meta. Yep. Han 2, Worth the Risk, which is sometimes ECL and sometimes Blue Force, and sometimes Blue Not Force. It was at 9%. Padme at 7.9%. That's fascinating to me.
That is kind of fascinating.
Admiral Piet at 7.9, Sabine Wren at 6.9, Yoda at 5%, Cad Bane 5%, including Yoda Killer from the Bothan network, who was undefeated last I checked. We got Rey, more than a scavenger, and then we're getting to Han Tarkentown, Quinlan, Mother Talzin. So looking at that chart, what do you see here? What's important to you that stands out, Kyle?
Yeah, I mean, I would say one thing that I see that's a little low is compared to, so I played in a PQ yesterday, is the amount of Yoda. I will say Yoda definitely dominated the amount of representation at my PQ, although it wasn't what won the PQ. That seems a little low to me, but then you also pointed out the high level of Padme, which actually doesn't surprise me that much because some of the questions people have been asking with the rise of Han, how do we handle all these Han ECL and Han Blue decks? Well, Tarkentown is good against Han, right? For some obvious reasons of being able to get that early board advantage. So seeing Tarkentown decks in general, we saw a rise in CAD, but Padme here too. I think a lot of people are starting to ask the question of how do I position Tarkentown against this Han meta?
Right. And how do you feel about Padme versus Quinlan? I mean, both are hero yellow Tarkentown decks versus Sabe. I'll actually give you all three. So how do you feel about that as far as which is the Tarkentown you want to bring if you're looking to prey on some of those Han 2s?
Well, I personally, I prefer Quinlan myself, just from a ability to get the ping online easily. I think they're both a valid choice. I also like that Quinlan flips a turn earlier, right? Is it 5 and Padme is 6? That
Yes.
can be an advantage if you're trying to race somebody. So I still sit in the Quinlan camp, but I could be wrong. Padme is very popular.
Yep. Tech, what do you see generally on the meta? What stands out to you looking at this chart?
I'm surprised that there's not any control still, despite like maybe there's been an uptick in more aggressive stuff, but something like Padme usually isn't the end of the world for a control deck. Sabine's low. Han, I don't know. I feel like
as Kira, if I'm playing my Kira deck, I feel Tarkentown, Quinlan or Tarkentown, Padme not at all at this point with some of the developments that happened this set.
yeah, I'm just very surprised. Even the Yoda stuff is usually pretty good into some of that too.
Yep.
Yeah,
And
that
we
was
have-
the absence part that I was going to point out. So at RPQ, this meta has been evolving into a go bigger, because it kind of started
Right.
out at Beatle with the Anakin, right? Data Vault. And it was like, well, how do I beat Anakin Data Vault? I just go bigger with Yoda Data Vault. And then it's been kind of this arms race up. At least at RPQ, the winner ended up being a Palpatine, yellow. We saw a double yellow plot Patine, or sorry, double blue plot Patine. A lot of this big heavy control Iden
Right.
Palpatine type nonsense, right? So I thought we would see more of that here. So a little bit
That's kind
different.
of where I thought too.
And it does exist because I know that a member of our competitive team, Vorath, is there and he's playing his Iden Data Vault deck. And I can tell you that is about as big as you can go. I mean, I think actually even runs like Bounty Hunter Crew main deck at times
Yeah.
too with control. He definitely has 2
Which is
resets.
probably overkill for this because you don't actually need any of the recursion stuff when there's no other control there.
Yeah, well, except there's a little bit of Kira around too, so
I think
we'll see. But
with
I mean,
2%, that's one person.
I'd have to talk more with him, but I think actually that was predicting Yoda Data Vault because
Right. Yes, absolutely.
the mill strategy is actually pretty effective into that, is I'm told.
I mean,
So,
I think it's okay into Han as well.
Yeah.
Just trying to kill their big stuff.
Yeah, the prevalence of Han Solo, doesn't surprise me at all. I think that's what I would have been expecting here, had I been able to go, which I would have loved to do. But
I think I'm most surprised that it's Han 1 and not Han 2. That's the bigger representation.
Yeah, and
Because Han 1 is most likely just green.
Yep, and I think that deck's been around a while. I mean, it just has become, very powerful. I mean, if you find your resupply is very early in the game, and you can pull into a 7, and then your opponent doesn't have any way to disrupt that ability, I mean, it really can be tough. So I think that's actually what we're seeing there. Padme, many people I think it's different than Quinlan. I'm a little bit more of an aggressive player, so I mean, I would slightly go with your take as well. I obviously played a ton of Quinlan too, so maybe that's affecting it. But I mean, it surprises me that people are choosing the 6-drop Padme over the still legal Quinlan right now. But there's reasons to do that. She has a more flexible leader side. I'm surprised not to see more Yoda as well.
I mean,
Blue's
overall,
really-
this is crazy, like, split, like, in terms of, like, the openness of the meta here. Like, I mean, I guess a lot of it is in the mid-range.
Yep.
Like,
And-
almost all of it.
Yep. Looking at the matches here, I think that table 1 is Yoda Killer and DZ. That's Derek from our competitive team, and then Yoda Killer is a great friend, but Bothan, from Chicago area. Those are actually locals to each other, so they play all the time. But that's going to be probably Cad and Han2 Blue. We can see that overlay. Micah went to 4-0. He's probably playing Han2 Blue.
Yeah, he
against
should be.
J Font. Yep. What's table 2, RT? Can you pop that into my ear? Oh, okay. So table 2 we saw. That was Sabi. I see a little bit different in Melee against Piet. And then, do we know what happened on table 4 or what the deck matchup was?
Table 4 was the Han 4 Target Town player we had on stream a couple of rounds ago versus Adam Schroepfer. Is he on our team?
He is not. He's one of the mods of the Wisconsin Discord. That's Adam, who's a great guy from Milwaukee. Is he on Boba Data Vault or is he on something else?
No, he's on Flippy Palp Data Vault.
All right.
Or not Flippy Palp. The other
He's
one.
on Channel.
Plop.
Yeah.
Plot patine.
Plot Patine.
All right, so this is shaping up to be an epic planetary. We'll look forward to having coverage throughout. Since you're actually the Blue Milk person that's coming to do a commentary, why don't you actually tell us a little bit about Blue Milk Naming Tech before you go and how people can get in touch with you?
Well, it's me, Alex, Micah, and Carlos, and 2 of us are in Milwaukee, 2 of us are in Madison, and we're just trying to kind of ramp up doing content, doing our online local every week. That's kind of like the biggest thing that we've been having fun with is every Sunday night we've been doing in our Discord a Melee tournament that's just an online local.
So what is an online local? What does that actually mean? Because
the idea is to, like, people who can't make out their locals or want an extra local that has the access to more people, kind of just runs like a mini tournament. And essentially, I don't remember the exact structure, but we'll basically be doing the same kind of prize packs that the organized play packs, and then at the end of like the season, like shipping them out to people.
Yep, absolutely.
And we'll see how it goes this first season, and maybe change it up if that doesn't seem to work as well. But like the idea is just to kind of like build an online community of people who just kind of want to chill, have fun. It's not it's casual, that's the casual, but still competitive at the same time, whatever you want to call that. But
Yeah,
overall,
I don't know what to call what you can call it is Blue Milk Gaming, and I'm putting actually the link to the channel in the YouTube, and then I believe that you guys have a Patreon with some free tiers, and then paid tiers as well for members.
Yep. And
So.
I'd say like Carlos and Micah are working on a lot of like good competitive content. Alex is streaming every weekday right now for his lunch games from like 11 to 2, and that's pretty awesome. Mostly he's just been jamming Han because he's kind of prepping up for our regional in Milwaukee. And I'm doing what I can when I can, but life with 2 kids that are young is a little more challenging.
Yep. Well, shout out to all of you guys. For anybody, I don't know if I've ever talked about it. All of the folks at Blue Milk are members of our competitive team, and there's all but love there. And we want to help them out every we can. So give them a like, give them a subscribe, give them a comment.
Yeah, thanks.
Check out the Patreon. It is well worth it. I'm a member of the Patreon. I'm a paid member of the Patreon like everybody else. So it's good stuff, and it's nice having a good place for competitive play. And if you don't do Blue Milk, find another community. But I think that's actually one of the keys in taking your game to the next level is actually finding a group of playtesters that are really trying to be on the cutting edge here. All right, so we're going to take a quick break, and we will be back with round 5 after this. Thank you so much, Kyle, and thank you so much, Tack, for calling these matches with you. It's been a pleasure, and please don't leave. We'll be back after this. What's up, Star
Hey,
Wars
folks.
Unlimited? It's a
Sorry,
Loopee
Loopee,
Late
go ahead.
Gaming. Absolutely. So I am joined by Alex Krez of Blue Milk Gaming, and all of those guys are members of our competitive team. And he is our man on the scene today at Elgin, Illinois. How you doing, man?
Not doing well in the tournament, 2-2 drop, but I'm having a great day. We're playing Star Wars on a Sunday. I'm not complaining. It's been awesome.
All right.
Draws
so
haven't been.
So what's the environment like at the event itself?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's great. Like, one thing that I look for as a competitor is like, do we have elbow space and like, we have room behind the chairs, and is it like good temperature? There's like my two main things. Like if you were at the Portland sector day one, it was neither of those things were true. It was cramped and hot. Wasn't great. No shade to who were running that event. They did a great job, and it got a much better day two. But here is just phenomenal. So the vibes are great. We're playing Star Wars, having a good time.
Yep, absolutely. And the Portland was a challenge for all sorts of things. I mean, the hotspot wouldn't even keep Discord connected at our computer we were trying to do coverage for. So we welcome places like Boars Hat that really have a great setup for streaming. So shout out to
oh my goodness
Stan and everybody else. But we'd love to actually do more events here now that we know about it.
Yeah, no, it's great. Like we walked in and we're like, whoa, they have like 4 tables with these like overhead awnings and GoPros mounted straight down. So they apparently, I think they have their own YouTube. Maybe we can link it in the chat or something, but they're trying to do more local streams with their locals here for Star Wars Unlimited. So great setup here. And I'm in the back room for the secondary setup here. And it's been great. Yeah.
And absolutely. And I wouldn't actually mind running a team event on that thing because that's exactly what you use for a 3v3. But as you know, actually, you don't know. You didn't make Beato. It was Carlos.
I did not make it to a battle yet, but next Beato, I think I should make it. But yeah, 3v3 team events are awesome. We need more of that in the community. So,
and Alex may have dropped, but I think Micah is going strong with Han too, right?
Yep. He's 4-0 with Hantu Blue. Derek DZ on our team is also 3-1 now. He just lost to Yoda Killer in a close match. I was watching the end of it. So yeah, I have no complaints. I'll tell you I can give a quick recap of my run. It's nothing too exciting, but I love the deck. Still played it well, but lost to a Gar ECL in round 1. That game 1 was a grinder, but the game 2, like the Iden pilot into like emergency powers, like just stacking up a unit. I didn't see a foul, didn't see an entrenched. So just tough match. Won a close mirror in round 2, and then round 3, another mirror where the worst draws of my entire SWU career, like maybe ever, any card game ever. It's just like, just laughably bad. Like again, another mirror match, lost the initiative roll, which is not ever great. So my opening hand, I only have Grogu and no turn 2 play. I'm like, I can't lose to Ogda Bogda right now. Had to mulligan, no turn 1 play in that mulligan, no turn 2 play, and then no turn 3 play, mind you. It was just had to throw your hands up. We're playing card games, folks. This is not my day. That's okay. Yep. Like it's not great. You can't win them all. I have to accept that. It's like part of the game. And so I got knocked out, played one more round just to like decompress stuff from that one. And my draws were insane. Like the variance is so negative variance out against my favor, and then the opposite variance like kind of balanced it out. Like, yeah, it was a wild ride, but that's why I love this game. I love this community. I'm having a blast, and I'm excited to hang out for the stream now. I'm running the stream here. So thanks everyone for tuning in. This has been awesome.
So, I mean, I think that's a good point. And you're obviously a great player. You were top 8 at the sector last year, important, and you've played more Han2 Blue than probably anybody on the planet. But one thing is that but people on our team don't know is some days it's your day and some days it ain't. That's the truth. For all his dominance now, Wu didn't win a PQ the first season. I mean, he didn't.
So he dropped even a game. Wow. Okay.
Right. He actually went one where he got to the final in straight sets playing turret, and then he wasn't able to finish it. But I mean, the draws do matter, and they can hit anybody.
Oh yeah.
And you just need to find love of the game, right? And that's why I like being part of a team.
Yeah.
Where maybe it's not my day, but Alex is doing great, or maybe Micah's doing great, or maybe Carlos is doing great, or maybe it's Derek DZ, killing it from there. So I think that actually the community is there, and we all come to have fun. You have fun. You're playing Star Wars cards. Don't get too caught up about it. But all right, so you and Micah are both on Han today. So why Han Blue today? And I know that you've actually played around with some other decks before we started.
Yeah,
early in set 6. But what do you think the edges of that deck in the meta right now?
I think it, for one, is very adaptable, being all these different red tech cards you can include. Like I don't have it in my list right now, but like Bombing Run and Let's Call It War, and then you have some of the best tech cards in the game, and Champs and Dula, and the upgrade hate. I'm running the constables myself, so I love the deck construction. Like I have today, I like it into this meta, but it's got to adapt. Like you have to play each matchup differently. It's something that I like it personally because depending on your draws and the matchups, you can play a game so differently from like your crazy Ogdo into Itinerant, into Poe line where you just go beat down. Then you go into like Grogu, into Cheer It, into, whatever, and you like entrench your Cheer or something. Like these are defensive lines. Like I love the flexibility of the deck is one thing I love about it. So I'm sure people have, if they haven't already known, I've started streaming games Monday through Friday and mostly playing Hantu Blue. I'll try some other decks. But I like the deck a lot. Like I'm riding him into rotation for sure.
Off Meta Mondays, right?
That's the plan.
And for Alex, what that means is he's playing something other than Han Blue. That's actually what off meta means. All right.
I should rename it. Yeah. I think let's do a quick check of time and round. Time has been called, so we should be getting our pairings here shortly.
I'm fully aware. So
okay. Yeah.
So folks that want to connect, we got all kinds of people. We had 200 watching during the game before, but how can they actually get a hold of Blue Milk? How do they can connect with you guys, and what kind of things do you offer for people in the community?
Yeah, no, thanks, Loopee. We started the channel a couple months ago. Again, it's 4 of us from the late night competitive team started the channel, and we do a weekly online tournament for free on Sunday nights tonight at 6:30 Central. I'll be able to run it now from here. That's one thing we offer, the online local. We've been running it for 4 weeks now. We got 30 players last week, which was super awesome. Come hang out with me and the crew, and yeah, that's our big thing we're offering. And then lastly, if you like Hantu Blue, 90% of our chatter on Discord is Hantu Blue. So you can join our Discord or add me on Discord. I'm happy to talk Star Wars. Never enough. So that's what we got. But we're ramping up more stuff. We're working on big plans for the new year, especially for the regional in Milwaukee in just a month and a half now. So really excited.
All right, so that's it. Everybody, check these guys out. Nothing but love for the Blue Milk guys. Alex going forward will be our sideline reporter, so Aaron Andros will be there, and he's got some work to do. He's going to go see the match. So go find a game for us.
Yes, I will.
And we'll go from there. All right, thanks,
Sounds
buddy.
great. Thanks, Loopee. See ya.
Yep.
And welcome back, everybody, to round 5 of the Planetary Qualifier at Boars Hat Games in Elgin, Illinois. I'm Rebel Trader, joining you actually for commentary this round with Loopee.
What's up, Star Wars Unlimited fans? And this is one of those wonderful moments when me and RT actually get to call a game together. We work together on many coverage, but it's rare that the stars align that we can actually both talk at the same time. So I'm excited. And I'm excited for this match because we have Derek, DZ, longtime Star Wars player from Destiny days and a good friend, member of the late night competitive team, piloting Han 2 Blue Force into a deck that I've been playing a lot of lately, Kira Data Vault.
Yeah, I've also been playing a lot of Kira, both lately and, all time. So I'm super excited to see this one. This is a match that in my experience for Kira has been winnable but tough, because the Han deck can both aggro you and it can grind against you. So it's sort of a double threat in that way.
Yep. And if we go back historically, I mean, I think that before the force space happened with Ki Mundi, this was a matchup where Kira was kind of the counter for a Han Blue. Han Blue was still very good and picked on Sabine, but Kira was kind of the counter. But the additional grindiness that some of the newer cards, that are unique to Force, has made it so that it's kind of anyone's game. These matches can really go along, and a lot of it comes down to knowing the matchup well. What pressure points do you think you see as far as, what don't you do from the Kira perspective? I played some Han Blue.
It's really gonna be making sure you can get value off the Kira flip. Han has a bunch of units that are able to kill your Kira right away, so you want to make sure that they can't do that. And then you want to make sure that you have enough health going into the late game that you're not dying to Crate Dragon.
Right. And I think that DZ opened very wisely. He opened with a Karis, which actually is pretty good into that Pike Sentinel. And what it allows is quite a bit of value going back and forth, and he was able to get a turret down as well.
Yeah, but Jonathan had the Death Trooper to kill the Namek, which is a really interesting play for me. I've been running knowledge and defense in a lot of my decks to get a similar effect where you can kill the Namek and then trap the spy behind a Pike Sentinel.
So, yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's there anytime that Kira doesn't ramp, unless you have Cham in your hand, which is a great response to the ramp. But in general, that's great. The turret is exposed because he doesn't have the force currently, having to come down there. And I mean, I think it shows you that, the Han player, is aware that, I mean, he's not necessarily the beatdown. I mean, Kira's a big control deck, but the reason you're running Kira instead of like a Palpatine or either of the Palpatines is that it really kind of has an ability to go aggro in a way. And, I think the turret is respecting that, wanting to preserve his life title. All right. So he plays Poe Dameron with 2 damage. The Pike Sentinel will clear the spy.
I think
DZ takes initiative.
Okay, that is a Death Trooper. So he does get to play something. Double Death Trooper in the opening. Not something you always want to see, but Jonathan's making good use of him here.
Yep. And then on initiative, we'll see, what DZ does.
Yeah.
All right. I think he's deciding whether to shield the Pike, which seems to me kind of a no-brainer. Yes.
Yeah. Forces a discard for the Han to take it out at least.
Yep, and I can see in DZ's hand he definitely has a key. But I mean, he needs to find a force unit to turn it out.
Yeah. And that's the thing with Namek, is that Namek isn't a force unit.
Right. Yep, and I know that, I mean, the 2-drop slot here, I mean, you got a lot of options. Han, can play 3 drops as 2 drops in some cases, but it's nice to have some 2s. DZ has been championing the Namek in our internal chats, lately. I think actually Alex came around to it, so it's, good in a couple of matchups here. We have Poe. Poe can clear the board, but at the cost of 2 cards.
Yeah, and if you're Kira, you're fine with that, because the Pike is going to trade back into the Poe as well.
Right.
Oh, it looks like he's going to... Oh, he played an Anakin to kill the Pike.
Yep. So he plays Anakin Skywalker to kill the Pike Sentinel.
And then
the Death Trooper trades into Poe.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to do that, because otherwise the Kira ends up healing Poe.
All right, and I think I saw an overwhelming barrage in Jonathan's hand. which is going to be pretty much the perfect card right now.
Yep. And Kira is very much a barrage deck. DC's thinking about it. I mean, I think he knows that. I mean, barrage can hit for 6. I think that if he deploys Han. Okay, here's the barrage. Barrage is going to take care of Anakin, make Kira a 6-drop. And do you deploy and make her stronger?
No, I think DZ wisely passed to play around barrage, and I think there's no point in giving it to him right now. It looks like he has another Anakin in hand, which maybe you're comfortable.
Yeah, I think he took initiative. Now, I mean the time that you do deploy and do this, and he does it after there. He actually just passed. He did take initiative, so he's going to do 3 damage to base here. The card you really want as Han right now is Luke.
Yeah, I think if I'm in that position as Jonathan, I might have even double passed to keep the Han at bay for another turn. I think I at this point I probably value saving the 3 health over dealing the 6 damage.
All right, so both players are going to 6 resources. DZ has taken 6 damage to base. Our Kira player has taken 3 and attacks for another 4 with Kira leader, taking DZ to 10. DZ weighing options. I mean, when you're at 6 resources, you have quite a few. Still has not been able to find the Force.
Yeah.
DZ's a very considerate player. Thinks through all of his plays. I saw him summoning help from the late night token there, waving his hand above it. All right, we have Anakin go into Kira to debuff her, and then Rivals fall to take out Han Solo leader. So I don't feel terrible with that if I'm Han.
No.
I think that DZ we saw running the daughter main deck.
Ooh, that's interesting. Cool. So it looks like DZ is going to get initiative here, which means he can eat this Kira with the Anakin, and it looks like he's going to do that. But I think I saw another Anakin in Jonathan's hand.
Yep. Anakin Skywalker Wars going on at the Elgin PQ.
It's the only Anakin's round 5.
Great card. I mean, that card will be played until it rotates out, next set. And DZ does have the Force, which is super relevant, given that 2 of his cards are Ki-Adi-Mundi. Ki-Adi-Mundi is really a thorn in Kira's side, speaking as a Kira player.
Absolutely.
All right. So we have Cad Bane played by Kira. That doesn't feel great.
I see. Didn't have the Anakin or didn't want to go for it.
Yeah, I don't know. I did not see whether it was Anakin. I'm fairly certain that's Cad. I mean, on camera, those bounty postings, are sometimes difficult to see. We have Ki-Adi-Mundi just doing typical gas to the Han player. He does use the Han ability to do it, so it's a 4-2, draw 2 cards for 3. That's kind of good value. And we're going to play a Yaddle. What else you got? And we're going to the next turn. Notably, I see that DZ's been keeping unentrenched in his hand the entire game.
Yeah, probably is an answer to a spaceship.
You got it. That's a #1 cure for Space Doritos if you're Han 2 Blue. All right. I believe both players are at 8 resources now, having resourced up. Cad goes into base for 4, saying I'm the beatdown.
Interesting. I'm not convinced that he is here.
Yep. But you see where he's coming from, right? I mean, he's on a 33-point base, so he's got 30 points of health left.
Yeah.
He's halfway there, as Bon Jovi would say, on the Han deck. So he's trying to keep the damage on.
Yeah, but I mean, he's facing down. Even this board is what 12 attack plus Yaddle is effectively restore 3.
Yep, and I think I see a crate that he drew off of that key. He might be wanting Kira to commit, but he's doing that. That is an old Destiny token. I forget actually which channel gave those away, but he's using that to indicate the restore.
I think that was an organized play promo. That was FFG that gave him away, I believe.
It was FFG, yep.
Because I've got a bunch of those. Might have been like Store Championship or something.
I do too. So, shout out to Derek, always, running the OG swag. Still waiting for spot glasses to come into this game.
Yeah.
All right.
Vader.
Yep, Vader comes in, ambushing and bringing out a Pike Sentinel. He's going to kill his former self, taking 5 damage back, murdering Anakin Skywalker. It's a pretty good play. But I think the sun might arrive and resolve some of this right now. What will DZ do? Are we going to complete the Skywalker trifecta? Vader having just murdered Anakin.
Wait, it's literally the saga. Vader kills Anakin. Luke kills Vader.
Now, if he can somehow get a Rey unit, to then do that, because her canon name is Skywalker. Just watch episode 9 or don't. All right.
Yeah, I think her name is Mundy.
Maybe. Very good. All right, so here we go. There's a chat going on in the chat. Yeah, Eternal is a format. There's going to be PQs in Eternal format in the next set. So I don't expect the power cards from set 1 to drop to nothing in value. In fact, the boxes from Spark of Rebellion are still the most expensive ones. I think so. All right, here we go. DZ is popping through. He's got Key. I mean, he's got 2 significantly different lines here. Okay, so Key's going to trade into the Pike.
That doesn't feel great for DZ.
All right, so that's 7. It is going to be the trifecta. If he doesn't change his mind. There it is. Skywalker hits, and he's going to actually get the CAD. I agree with that.
Yeah, with more help from Ikiata.
Yep. I mean, at this point, Luke Skywalker being on the field very much puts Kira on the defensive anyway. I mean, the important thing to think about is, he'll be trying to trade that Vader into him. I mean, he really needs a barrage right now because, he kind of committed to being the beatdown here. It's hard to kind of go back from that, but he can't let there be restore 3 every turn in a row. All right, so we're going to the 9 resource turn. I did see some of the comments in the chat about, cards going forward here, and we'll get those at the break here. But in the meantime, we have Darth Vader coming onto DZ's base, moving up to 17, 11 to go. Luke goes right back to base, restoring 3. Well played. I think that's exactly what you do there. Avenger. Well, do you want your Luke or do you want your Yaddle? It's not a actually obvious decision, I don't think, but I think I
think you take the Yaddle, yeah.
So now Kira is tapped out. DZ's got a ability. He's going to fell the Avenger. Han comes in. Gets a key. Let's find an answer. This is an excellent match. Here we go. Both drawing into the next turn. Kira has taken a very aggressive strategy, continuing to try to pound away at the Shadowed Undercity force space that Han Solo has. In the meantime, a board has developed, for Han. He has Ki-Adi-Mundi, he has Luke. It's very hard to kill both of those units with one action. It's only Super Laser Blast that does it. I do not see our Kira player's hand enough to know whether he has that.
Timely for Twilight Vader might also do it if he is playing it, but not all decks are.
Yep. Timely Snoke does it too, but he doesn't have Timely. He just has Snoke.
Yeah.
Yeah. He chose the line of playing a Fel on the Avenger. He might have actually resourced his Entrenched, which after holding it through a lot of the match, the problem is that without the Fel, you don't really have a good answer to Snoke, whereas their Entrenched would have actually taken care of that Avenger.
So I think
Except
we're seeing
for
a
the-
Bo-Katan here.
Ooh, Bo-Katan's pretty good. So that actually gives an experience to Luke. So now he lives, which is great. He'd live without the experience and the Bo-Katan ability. Bo-Katan is one of the most powerful cards in Star Wars Unlimited. Probably the most powerful card in the set. Set 6. Has when played -3/-3 to all units. And also a very strong passive that gives an experience on anything. DZ is deciding what to do with Luke Skywalker. I think you got to end the First Order.
Looks like Kira's going to shield him to prevent that.
Oh, yep, absolutely. Well, that's a double-edged sword, though. All right. So Bo-Katan's passive does go away. But she's still an 8/8. And Luke is a 7/8 with Store 3. Kira has taken 16 damage to base.
Let's see. Well, Luke's -2 right now, so Snoke can actually kill him.
Oh, that's right. He's -2 because Snoke's a passive. Kira tapping a whole bunch of resources. Instead decides to attack with Snoke.
Don't go to base. You're not the aggro right now. Yep, there we go.
Yep. He's doing the math, but yeah, Snoke's a 6/6.
Yeah.
Right, so he does kill him. The Kira player tapped all of the resources before too. I wonder if that was, some mind games happening, or not. Does he have the big Devastator? I mean, that's what he's representing with tapping 10.
Yeah.
All right. So DZ's action. He has a slightly weakened Bo-Katan.
I think he's got a Crate Dragon in hand too.
He's had a Crate in hand for the last couple of turns, right? So I think he's also got a Luke in hand. All right. Deciding what to do, different lines to take here. I mean, it's not unreasonable just to swing 6 into base. I mean, I think you got to do something to take care of it. Yeah, he definitely does have the Force. I mean, he attacked a Luke to base and hasn't used the Force since, so they correct that in the game state. Both players, reminder if you saw any of the Tilburg coverage, both players are always required to maintain the board state. DZ says, devastate me if you're going to.
Ooh, yep. Blast.
Yep, and that's one of the cool galactic super laser blasts. All right, but as Han 2 is wont to do, plays a Ki-Adi and gets even more gas. All right, so thanks everybody for watching us. This matchup has really been back and forth. I mean, I think we saw Kira lean into a super laser blast in hand, which was good. It cleared a Bo-Katan and a Luke Skywalker. DZ has drawn, I think, all 3 keys, right?
Yeah, so I think that's the third one.
Has a lot of things in his quiver. All right. Here are player resources. Should actually look.
See, you got Timely? Yeah, all right. I think that's a Reinforcement Walker in hand. It's a major play.
Yeah, I actually have Timely and Vader in my hero list right now too.
Yeah, me too.
I think some of the meta changes has made me want to do that. All right, so the Reinforcement Walker comes in, does a whole lot of stuff. Goes in, gets 2 triggers. I see an Annihilator in Kira's hand. I see a Barrage in Kira's hand. Annihilator is a tech card in very much ways against Hero Blue. I think that's why it's being played right now.
Yep, I've got 2 in most of my decks at this point.
Rebel Trader always plays villain blue-green, as far as I can tell.
I mean, sometimes I'll play like Palp Yellow or something, but mostly blue-green villains.
Yep, there we go. I'm actually looking at that top 4 list from Kylo DV.
Yeah, that was an interesting one.
Yep. All right, so Han Solo comes in. A Crate Dragon, he got a lot of value off of that Reinforcement Walker, but Crate plus Yaddle is a lot of things, right?
Yeah.
And sure, you can annihilate that Crate Dragon, but that's going to sting.
I mean, he's got enough health that like it might be the move, right? Because you're never gonna have to worry about it again. I mean, we'll see if he has any other way of dealing with it, but I kind of like the Annihilator crate.
Yep, I think that actually might be it.
Yeah, all right, and he got one out of hand too.
Now, he's going through the deck right now. Now, one thing, if you are on Annihilator, I mean, you're also just allowed to look at their hand. That's the thing. You're allowed to look at their deck. So, I mean, when I play Annihilator, I will actually spend some time on their hand and make sure that I know what's there, because you can help that, your next turns that way.
Yeah.
To get your crate.
I remember there was a Yoda deck at one of the first sectors that was playing Endless Legions, Annihilator, and Regional Governor, so you could look at their hand and then call something with Regional Governor.
Yep. Yeah, Endless Legions is all sorts of fun. All right. So they're cutting the decks, but DZ still has all of his resources left. Boy, does he need that entrench now. I don't think he has it anymore. So I think he does have a mace. That's enough for the Reinforcement Walker. But you can't be taking swings for 11. We are streaming from the beginning of this to the next, to the end. So we actually have commentators lined up all day. So,
yeah.
Shout out to Alex for, staying there, even though he he made the decision that he could go to this event midway through the week, and we were able to get this coverage, which we wanted to do, throughout. But Rebel Trader is also basically donating his entire day to producing this. So thank you and for all you do for the community on this and all your other coverage.
I think they're still thinking about the crate damage. I don't think he missed the trigger. Yeah, it looks like he's thinking about base or Walker, and he ended up killing the Walker.
Yeah. So, like I said, DZ is a very, considerate, thoughtful player. I mean, I guarantee you that it goes through, but literally every action he takes, he thinks through, beginning to end. So that's all that was going on there.
Wow. And I just realized I hadn't started the timer, but I went back and checked the VOD, and I think the game started about 23 minutes ago. Which means, we should have 31, not 21 minutes left. But this is taking up a lot of time.
Yep. Yeah, no, I agree with you, Adam, in the chat. I would have killed the Reinforcement Walker with the crate trigger, too. 11 damage is nice, but you can't let Kira draw the cards. And you're kind of on a clock, given his hand. Like, he can play a ton of stuff. But he doesn't have an answer to that Annihilator that I see. He has a itinerant Jedi, which is good for a couple of reasons. It does heal 3. He uses the force trigger, and now we go on to the next turn. I do see Barrage in Kira's hand. That's super relevant.
Yep.
And then DZ is praying to see an entrenched Durafell. Whoever in the chat has Texas Lawhawk as your screen name. I like the cut of your jib. If you haven't seen those commercials, you would get a kick out of them. RT.
I'll have to take a look.
All right. So here we go. DZ responds. He takes 12 from the Annihilator.
Yep,
you don't get to attack with it much. But when you do, it feels nice.
Yeah.
All right. Yaddle comes in. Hits 2. Restores. Gives the Itinerant Warrior an extra restore.
Unless
being a
Derek's
Jedi.
got some more healing, that's going to be lethal next turn.
Or a way to deal with Annihilator.
Yeah.
All right. So the Barrage comes in. Kills through. He discloses on Nemec to create a spy ready. So he's representing another 6 damage, which takes Kira to 5 herself.
But as long as Jonathan claims, he's going to be able to get it with the Annihilator unless there's an out to it.
Let's see. The Itinerant Generate, so the Jedi heals 2, or heals 1. He has 1 restore because of Yaddle. That takes him to 18. That's not enough. So what will...
If he has another Itinerant, he could heal and then get below that threshold.
Right now is representing 6 damage to base, which is 7 short of where he needs to be.
That's pretty funny if you ask me.
It's not. We left that in 2025. And I don't want to hear anything about that again. All right. I have a 10-year-old son, so we'll go. DZ Planet is... I mean, I think that if he does not have an answer, I mean, he does all the math. I mean, he's going to claim and try to find it. There's answers in that deck.
I think there's a Vigilance in Jonathan's hand, which can clear the spy. And also heal him some.
Yeah, though he's tapped out. Okay, so what we have instead is a Hotshot Blaster. Hotshot Blaster on the Jedi, coming through. Taking Kira to 26. So even if he had 2 Hotshot Blasters, you can't use them. Here comes the Vigilance. So he does use the Vigilance, to go down, heal, and I assume kill the spy.
That's what it looks like he's going to mill.
Oh,
okay.
Milling like a villain.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, I actually kind of like that because he knows that DZ's going to claim. He was thinking too long. I mean, thoughtful player or not, he was thinking too long to have had a good answer to Annihilator.
Yeah.
Did you see what the second card was?
Uh,
I believe he just stopped Entrench, so that's a positive development.
Oh yeah, for sure.
All right, so DZ's on initiative, looking down the gun of the biggest space Dorito of all, the Annihilator, and a 2-cost upgrade is going to make Kira very sad.
Although I think I saw
Does he have
confiscate. Yep, I saw that in his hand.
All right,
Good
and that
game.
Annihilator is ready. Yep, they're going to go to game 2. So, yeah, the landscape card, I think you actually, when I do play that, I specify which is ready and which isn't, because it's different kind of the other cards. I think the Executors like that from that set too.
Yeah.
All right, so they're going to sideboarding. If you're Kira, let's assume this is relatively normal list. I think we're pretty sure that it has Timely Invader in it, given that it had Timely Reinforcement Walker. What are you looking to bring in for Han 2?
Let's see. Definitely Palps Returns. That's a pretty common one that's in there. So what else is in? I mean, a lot of them are running like Eager Escorts. I don't think those are coming in. I mean, maybe you would, in some cases if you're worried about like Red 5, but I'm not convinced. And it looks like I think I just saw Vader in his list as he was going by. So
Yeah.
Palps Returns definitely. If I've got like, I mean, anything that's going to help with going to the long game. Sometimes these decks are running like the 3rd Super Laser Blast in the side. I'd definitely bring in that in if it's not already in.
And very interestingly, I mean, I just saw what he did, and he actually sided out his confiscates. So that actually might be a little bit of 4D chess, right? Because confiscate won him the game.
Yeah.
There, I think that actually DZ is able to take it if he wasn't able to confiscate, but he might be thinking that DZ is going to remove Entrench, right? So we see if he does or not. I think that Snoke is actually a really interesting card in this matchup. Into Han Blue, I mean, the obvious kind of problem with Snoke is that it dies really easy to Luke, but we just saw it play very well in that game 1. So I don't know what he did with his Snoke. I think he actually decided to take out the confiscates and leave the Snokes.
Yeah, I think he took out the confiscates as well. Which I don't know. If I were Derek, I probably would not be taking out the entrenched. But he might have just made the call that confiscate is just such a specific card. Like it really the only target is entrenched and maybe a shield token.
Yep. And assuming that he forces a game 3, you're allowed to sideboard there too. So sometimes you bring him back in. I mean, the reason he took out a trench was because Kira was main decking confiscate. I mean, I guarantee you. I mean, otherwise that's a card that's very, very helpful to you. All right. So here we go. Both have taken their initial hands. I see an itinerant warrior, an Anakin. Looks like a cam. The cams came in from the side, I believe, for DZ. On Kira's side, more difficult to see the cards. I think I see a pike, which is, whatever. I mean, I think that I ship the hand if it has ramp and don't if it doesn't.
I think I see an entrenched in Derek's hand.
Okay, so, will the decision decide confiscate? Hurt him going forward. We're going to have to watch and find out. Both players are thinking. I don't know that they've actually decided the mulligans or not. If you're at a competitive level event, mulligans are decided with initiative order. So there is actually a process to it that DZ presumably would have to decide his mulligan before our Kira player does. John is the Kira player's name, so it looks. All right, some early results as we're watching that too. I see Picardy from our team was able to win his match. So he'll be alive going to the next round against Williams, who's an old school Destiny guy.
Do the top tables all intentionally draw?
I believe the undefeateds intentionally drew.
All right.
And I would just believe that because that's the mathematically correct thing to do right now, given the rules. So they probably did that. All right, here we go. We have Inferno 4 played by Kira, Itinerant Jedi by DZ. We're going into 4 resources for both players. DZ has initiative.
No ramp either game for Jonathan.
Right. Though, I mean, game 1 where they're less likely to have cam, it feels a lot, better. I think you always kind of want a ramp, but having the ramp met by a cam Sadula, it doesn't feel good. All right, Itinerant Jedi goes in for 4, gains the force. He does find the ramp now, so he's going to be able to Kira action. But there's not a great ground arena for a Kira to play.
Yeah, no, I don't think I would do it here.
Right. Yeah, that's interesting. Dark Apprentice in the chat says no one drew. I don't know. I see Overly won. So there's a result reported.
Okay.
Right. So sometimes draws aren't reported right away in Melee. So I've certainly seen that before, but Micah played it out. There might be a significant number of draws in the field.
Oh, I think it was because the pair down won last round. So there's 3 4-0s and one of them is getting paired with a 3-1.
Right. Well, shout out to Micah, earning his way to the top cut. Great player from our team, member of Blue Milk Gaming. The itinerant warrior attacks in for 4. How will Kira respond? This is a night and day difference as to how these games started than the last. DZ with initiative has really put a lot of pressure on. We'll do another 4 damage with Key.
Yeah, depending on the hand, this could be a great spot to flip for Jonathan. Although, if I were him, I'd probably dirtle at least one more time by hitting with the Inferno 4.
Yeah, I think that's the right sequencing. So 2 damage to DZ's base, taking him to 4.
Oh, yeah, looks like there's a barrage in hand. So this is going to be a pretty big Kira flip.
Takes the initiative.
Ooh,
DZ
interesting.
pass, but playing around barrage.
Yeah.
So I saw that one. I see a Vader in hand too. So he is now to 7. If he has a timely in hand, he can play that Vader. All right, we have the John. I think he might have timely, or at least he's representing it because he started tapping 1. There's not a lot of 1 cost in Kira. Did he pass?
I'm not sure.
Going through the options, I think I see a barrage in hand. He did pass. So DZ attacks for 4 to 16.
Okay, yeah. Now he's forced to play the barrage here, which is not ideal.
Right.
I think I probably would have flipped Kira instead of claiming last round and then barrage there, clear these 4s.
Yep. And now, if he has Luke Skywalker, this is a world of hurt. DZ weighing his option. Has not deployed Han Solo either. Neither leader has deployed. He deploys Han Solo. One of the best leaders in the game on the leader side ability. He luckily has that one deployed. But other than that, he's a 3/6. Not powerful at all. Sometimes uses distraction, sometimes to dirtle. What did he do? He used a cure action as a dirtle. I think that's what he did. All right, so we're going to.
Oh, he's gonna Han Namek.
He's gonna Han in the Namek. To, so he discloses a sham and
Bo-Katan, I think.
Bo-Katan. All right, 2 more damage to base.
I think another thing is that I think Jonathan is holding Super Laser Blast, so he might be trying to set up to do that next turn and being greedy and trying to get Derek to commit.
Right. No, this has actually been a fascinating chess match. Here, there's been a lot of passing, back and forth. Meanwhile, Derek has done 21 damage to base, only has another 12 to go. Kira passes, DZ takes initiative. And, I think that if you're watching this relay, if you struggled as a mid-range player, getting blown up by Super Laser Blast, I think that you see DZ playing around it very, very effectively right now. That's exactly what's going on. All right, they're moving through. Both players are deciding resource. I think they see DZ talking to a judge. Likely judge. Yeah, DZ and Lights Out and DJ Claro, who actually nearly went to day 2 of the sector yesterday, were this set additions to our competitive team. So we love having these guys around. They're doing a lot, helping kind of everybody get ready. And I know that he's very much a Han 2 enthusiast right now. Looks at his resources.
Yeah. Another thing is we got to start thinking about time here. By my count, we've got about 16 minutes left, which is not official. I'm not sure exactly how much it's off by, but
Yep.
even if Derek wins this game, I'm not sure if there's gonna be much time for game 3.
All right. So I think you're right, but you're definitely not in good shape if you lose game 2. So
Yeah.
we're going through, and we don't know actually what interaction they're thinking about either. Very well something might have happened here. I think he was talking to a judge for whatever reason. On the little wide view. While we're waiting here, what's new at Take the Initiative?
Yeah, we're doing our league. It's running every month. It's on online platforms, and you can join for free and play games at the course of at whatever pace you choose, whatever works for you. And we're streaming the top cut of we're combining the last 2 seasons into one top cut because people couldn't get games in over the holidays. So the next one of those is going to be 7:30 a.m. Pacific on Tuesday.
That sounds wonderful. Check out Take the Initiative on YouTube. That league must cost thousands of dollars to participate in, right?
It's free, totally free.
Oh my god!
But it is still the highest level of competition on the planet.
That is 100% true statement. And if you don't get it, if you know, you know. All right. So the Itinerant Warrior attacks into base for 4 damage, taking Kira Jonathan's Kira to 25 damage on the 33 damage Data Vault base. Kira deploys in response, doing 3 damage to Han, 1 damage to the spy, and then the 2 shielded units are at full health. It is now DZ's action. Players are dancing around some of the, cards here. All right, Han goes to base. 5 more damage to go for DZ. Can John find an answer? Looks through his options. Has all of his resources available. I believe they're on 8.
I see Crate Dragon in Derek's hand, which with this little health left might just do it.
Yeah. I think that's probably the next play.
Ooh, Vigilance, that'll help him.
It will. So Vigilance comes in, kills a spy, heals 5 to base. But that leaves Kira with only 3 resources left. And we see Mace. Mace is the place. And this is the Legend of Force Mace that uses the Force. DZ is actually a big fan of Party Mace, too, I can tell you. Kira... I would think Kira claimed there.
Yeah, it looks like it. And probably in a Super Laser Blast.
Mm-hmm. But, it's not an unwinnable position then for Han on that Super Laser Blast. Had he played out everything blindly from his hand, it could be. But, Super Laser Blast still takes up all but one of Kira's resources, and then he's going to have some ability to play. I do think that Super Laser Blast is more important in this meta, this far into set 6 than what it was in the beginning.
Yeah.
All right. So because of Han, like many of the Han decks, Super Laser decks are out. But Cassian comes in, hits for 3. What else you got, DZ? Han's dead. I'm
Ooh,
shocked
that's
he
it.
doesn't have. I'm shocked he doesn't have like a Yaddle with that.
I think he
cards in
had
his hand.
something. I think he had a Cham in hand, but I guess didn't want to commit to it.
Yeah, maybe saving it for when you can get any resources of Bo. Bo is not a wonderful card into Kira. It's a wonderful card into Anakin. All right. John with initiative trying to hold on here. Plays Avenger to clear Cassian. Did he keep that Force Lightning? He definitely has a Fell. All right, so DZ elects to play Cam, full health, and resources. I saw that he stuttered that turn, didn't resource. And then we're going to fell the Avenger. So Cam Sedula representing 5 damage. I do believe that DZ runs pumps is likely to. It could be a hot shot. It could be an aggressive negotiation.
Yeah, we definitely saw hot shot last game.
Yep. One of the big discussion points among the Hantu Blue community is what pumps, and between those two, how many of each. All right. Kira's action devastates Cam Sedula.
Devastating.
Burninating the countryside. What will DZ's response be?
Is this the Crate Dragon moment? I mean, I guess we'll see what else he has. I don't think it is, because you still got a player in power.
It might be Cassian with a gun. Moment.
Yeah.
Does he have 5 more? Yep.
Hot
and
shot.
there it is. To 31.
And
then I think that actually throws it on the door. My Swedish brother, who's probably at like 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. or some nonsense like that, still watching our coverage, did catch my Trogdor reference. So shout out to Victor. Great guy. He does a lot for the community. Okay, so DZ will be play defensively here. I mean, Kira has to, on the first action, take care of Cassian.
yeah. But then I think Derek just goes Crate Dragon, and there's no way to... Oh! Return Avenger. That actually does do it.
Why doesn't he just play Crate?
Oh, yeah, no, I guess he still just plays Crate. And then as long as he has any other unit...
It's really hard to go. I mean, it may be that he has to claim and attack with Avenger. Now, if he's got like literally any unit that he can play, beyond the Crate.
I'm not sure that he does, though.
No, I don't think. I see an Ogdo, okay, but I believe, he would have went to 9 resources, and then maybe 10. The Crate there. He needs like a Yaddle.
Yeah.
Or Nemec. But, the Crate saves 10 damage to base.
Yeah.
Does that. Because anything other than a claim here by Jonathan, DZ just claims.
Yeah.
He's going to claim.
Like no other unit.
He drew 2 fells.
Okay, so that saves him for now.
Yeah, no, I think there was a heads-up play by Jonathan, going to Avenger, because it's the one thing that can kill Crate without taking 2 damage, really.
Yeah.
DZ will potentially... And now he's worried about lethal. I think he's got to preserve his health with a fell.
Yeah, I was going to say 2 Devastator hits would have been lethal, so we could have gone 1 in and then claimed. But no, it was never going to work out that way.
All right, here we go. Another Crate Dragon. It's going to do the same thing.
Ooh, and
now he has an Ogdo.
Yeah.
Now, if I'm losing anyway, instead of conceding, what I'm doing is playing that Annihilator. All right, we're getting close to time and round. That's starting to matter too. What's our clock at?
I got about 6.5 minutes, so I think this one's going to be a draw.
All right, so the hard way. All right, John, considering his options here. I mean, there's not a card really in the deck other than Timely. You can go. He's going to attack with the Devastator. It doesn't feel great, but I think DZ just claims. Absolutely.
Yep.
There we go. So, all right, we'll see if they do anything with Game 3. I don't think that they have a reasonable amount of time to conclude it, but I mean, really, that was some expert level play by I think both of these players. What were your thoughts?
Yeah, no, that was well played. It's games go like that sometimes. I think Derek saw all 3 Kiadi Mundis. Or maybe that was game 1. I can't remember, but
game 1 he definitely did. And they're shuffling. Let's give it a shot. I mean, particularly if I'm Han. If I'm Kira and they say, "Hey, do you want to just draw?" I'll draw. But
yeah,
I mean, there's pretty aggressive lines that Han Solo can take. But it's unlikely they'll be able to finish this game. We'll see.
Yeah.
Here they go. They offer the cuts to the other side.
I will say, we were talking about rotation earlier. I'm kind of excited for Crate Dragon to be out of the meta.
Says the blue-green villain player. Absolutely. Yeah, the other thing that could happen here, I mean, I do believe that there was a judge call during that game. There might be an extension.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And there might be an extension for being seated at feature table, too. So the clock that we have is not what matters. It's what the judge's clock is, that matters. And there are extensions. That is a thing in Star Wars Unlimited. So we don't know how long exactly these players have, but let's see how much of game 3 we're going to be able to do. DZ takes his cards, looks at the 6. Kira accidentally drops the Power of the Dark Side. That's there. I see a Marin in DZ's hand. I think I see an Entrenched. These base counters, I think, are something that the store has, and they're really cool, and they're out of stock right now. So watch out, Boars Hat Gaming. Check them out, and as soon as they're back in stock, come. But they're looking for a manufacturer right now for the base counters. But I agree. Those are wonderful. I mean, I think life pucks are pretty good. We typically use our dials, but they really have kind of a slick user interface you can see here, too, in the square. So, yeah, shout out to Stan at Boars Hat Gaming, and all they do and kind of their cool stuff that they got.
All right. I've just received word from Alex that they've got about a 3-minute extension.
Okay, so very good. That's our man on the sidelines there, Alex Krez from Late Night Competitive Team and Blue Milk Gaming and all of those things. Played more Han 2 Blue than you is his subtitle, on our roster. So, I appreciate all of the work he's doing to make this happen, as I do appreciate all you giving your Sunday to do this for the community. It is appreciated. All right. We have both players decided here. We have Kira's best friend, Dr. Pershing, coming down into the ground arena, met by an Ogdo Bogdo.
All right. Jonathan just has to slow this one down enough that he doesn't lose in 5 minutes.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to be the game that we see Ogdo kill Pershing. All right. So we have Power of the Dark Side, taking out the frog. And DZ will respond with Itinerant Warrior, I believe. That's correct. All right. Pershing will draw a card. That's right. And DZ will claim. We're going to turn 3. Turn 3, both players pick up their cards. The pace of play has increased significantly. Trying to see if either can get enough of game 3 in the matter. One thing that happens, I don't know about the West Coast, but in the Midwest.
All right, Pershing should not take the shield off that itinerant.
That's correct. See if it matters. The itinerant kills Pershing. DZ then plays Anemic, full health. Kira ramps. DZ considers options. So Kira coming in could.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
He-
I got it.
He sees the shield. That's right. I don't know that that's a claim. Might have been. Kira can deploy. It's not because he's got Marin. One thing, we have a SWU stats video coming out now. Kind of how we track and how we do testing, but you know the highest win rate card in Han 2 Blue in all Alex's testing is Marin.
Huh. Interesting.
And there's a bunch of reasons that we talk about that, you know, that relate to kind of niche cards and some other things. So check out that video. Should be up sometime next week on both Late Night and Blue Milk. We worked really hard on that one. Took us a month. All right. Cad Bane comes in, takes care of the itinerant warrior.
Love the Cad Bane.
Now, because of that, Cad takes damage from the cure action too, because you have to sequence that before the cure action, right? Where normally you do it there.
Yeah.
All right. Marin comes in, discards a Force Lightning into the discard pile to kill Kira, and that turns on 6-drop Anakin.
Nemec clear
killed
the Cad.
Yep. No, this is actually a pretty good sequence for DZ. He comes in with their, does their 5 damage on Kira's base, now has a Poe, a Spy, and a Han Solo. Commanding board state lead. Kira is up 1 resource. 7 to there. No Glory takes care of Poe. The pace is on. DZ responds with a Hotshot Blaster onto Han Solo, hitting for 5 damage to base, taking John to 10. A Pike hits the ground for Jonathan. DZ claims. I like when they pick up the pace because I can actually do some, play-by-play on a full cadence. All right, I see Owen in DZ's hand. I think he's going to put down the Force Lightning. He's already got Villainy in his discard. He doesn't have an Anakin. All right, we're getting the epic conclusion of this match. The players do have an extension. Time in the round was called, but they had a judge call extension going on.
Should be
DZ
maybe 1 or 2 minutes left in that.
Yep. And then the other thing that will happen at some point when they slow down, we kind of know that time and round is called, because then it's just another action phase from there. You don't have to hurry up anymore. DZ's got a great start to this game. Will he be able to close before he runs out of time? I think at this point, Kira is probably just hard playing to force a draw.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think that's actually a good point. What very well may have happened is we might have had in the pace that we had a failure to replace a smuggle. Either the players do it or the people direct it. But that's been worked out. We're back to the match. Han Solo will take care of the Pike. Kira is at to 8, right?
I think so. Maybe just 7.
Yeah. So both of these guys are CCG pros. If you're on stream, all right. I think that they shake hands. That is a draw. So we saw a hard-fought draw. Kira really had a devastating game 1. Taking out, really playing a Super Laser Blast very well and a Snoke very well and parlaying that to a win. DZ masterfully played around Super Laser Blast in game 2 and was able to get it there, and they go to time on game 3. So that is a draw. Both of these players alive for top 8. What were your thoughts of that matchup?
That was, it was a really good good example of grinding games. Both those, first two really could have gone either way. Really expertly played by both of them, and sometimes that's how the best played matches end up, is with neither player on top.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, I think that you'll find, people that never take draws, either they're playing nothing but hard aggro, or I mean, maybe they're just not to that point yet. But some matches should go to time, right now. So I think that it's interesting to see what, if anything, they'll do about the rules. I mean, like everybody else, I don't love when you'll have multiple rounds of IDs, by the best players, because it's not great for coverage, and it's kind of just a bummer overall. If you're in that position, you sit for 2 hours, waiting for your event, if you draw twice. So FFG has been very responsive to critiques. We'll see if anything, changes. But this one was a draw the hard way, and, really, I think it was very good work by DZ forcing it in the second match. All right. So to those that asked before, we do have coverage all the way from the beginning of this event to the end. So please join us and check it out. For Stan, who asked what cards I think from this set will be great after rotation, I don't know that it's going to change. I think that like Nemec and Amidala are the two strongest cards of set 6. I don't see that changing. I don't know of any that's going to like find a new place because of changes into it, other than maybe Thrawn. The Thrawn unit I could see really picking up quite a bit, because it's a great card that a lot of people aren't playing right now, kind of due to meta considerations and villain yellow and some other things. But having played that quite a bit in Sly, I would not be surprised to see that go way up.
Yeah, it looks like we've actually got our backup match still going, so I'm going to switch over to that.
Oh, right. I did not think that was possible, but
It's-
it was our batch. It's Vorath, right?
It's Vorath
Okay.
playing Iden.
All right. Well, that is possible. Vorath creamed me. I was playing Kira in Wu's tournament the other day. And, Kira into Iden Data Vault is not fun if it's a hard control, Iden, which it absolutely is.
All right, it looks like time was just called for this table as well, it looks like.
All right, here we go. Well, this is actually something different. Okay, so this is an Anakin Data Vault against a Gary CL.
No, it's Iden Data Vault.
Oh, that's not what I'm looking at. Oh, it is Iden. Yep. Okay. I see. It's Iden Data Vault against Gary CL. I see. Yeah. And the Gar player is seeing if he can go through. So condemn. So Vader hits for 0. Here's an Annihilator to show you. Vora's a member of our competitive team. Showing up wearing a Galactic Empire shirt.
In these
on brand.
Condemn, like hard control decks, the condemn adds an aspect of like psychological warfare, where it's like, yeah, I'll just show you what thing I'm going to kill your next unit with.
So we have Timely Intervention and Reinforcement Walker. That's going to be it as far as a draw goes. So the Vader is debuffed for the rest of the turn with Condemn. Is that right? Can you put that card up?
No, it's just for the attack.
It's just for the attack. Yeah, I think that's actually another card that we'll see quite a bit increased play there. All right, and then we have a Vader coming through, getting a shield, but not ambushing, I don't think. Or is it ambushing somehow? All right, so I think they wrapped. That might have been the end of theirs, because both picked up their side. I believe that was a draw.
Yeah, so that one will be a draw. And I think we're going to go to a break for a few minutes. Should have round 6 pairings up soon.
So before we get to that, where can people join up with Take the Initiative, do all these leagues? How do they actually find JRT?
Join the Take the Initiative Discord. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Absolutely. And why don't I just go ahead and throw one of those in the chat? So please join the Discord. It's one of the great places, and they do a lot for the community. Nothing but love for our brothers at Take the Initiative. We'll be back after this with round 6. We should have a win in for you. What's up, Star Wars Unlimited fans? It's Loopee at Late Night Gaming, and I'm here from my brother from a Colorado mother, Jordan from the Colorado Cantina crew. How you doing, bud?
I'm doing great. Back for another round. We're kind of thinking this might be a win and in. We're not kind of sure. We'll get an update as we're going. There was a lot of conversation as we were getting seats going. We just wanted to get some action coming to you. Loopee, this is a fun matchup, right? Hantu Blue versus Sabe Yellow decks I've both been playing recently. And I think that if I had to give an edge somewhere, I might give it to the Hantu Blue here, just because of the the ability to really fight for the ground and start that swarm restore and stuff like that. But overall, I think it's a really tight matchup, and I'm really looking forward to closing out this Swiss rounds with you.
Yep. I think that's the general wisdom. I can tell you that Platform went through 3 Hantu Blue on his way to the runaround.
That's great.
The other day, so it certainly can. I don't think that there's any matchups that either of these decks are totally out of. That's what I would say. I mean, I think we have a very strong, probably the strongest tempo deck currently in Star Wars Unlimited in Sabe. That's my opinion anyway, and we'll actually have some content coming up with Plat. And Hantu Blue, I mean, really is kind of reasserting its place in the meta, and it doesn't surprise me at all that it's been kind of improved. And that was just an epic roll-off. We had an 11 versus a 10.
Yeah, we got some tight numbers here. Yeah, I think these decks are great. And we have a Sabe Yellow video on the Cantina crew YouTube channel as well. And I think it's a really fun deck. It's really fast, has a lot of abilities to get under people. Some people are playing a Saboteur build. Some people are playing a more traditional build. There's a lot of different things you could do with it. And that's what it takes to get to this point in the tournament. They're both 4-1. It's a win and in. We got confirmation from RT on the production, and we're getting started here. So, man, I think on the Sabe side, we're looking for maybe a little faith in your friends, or at least something that has 3 HP to dodge that Grogu action. But what are you thinking, Loopee?
Oh, absolutely. And I think that the Sabe player is looking oftentimes for faith in friends, right away. I think that's exactly right. I looked up the swoop-based stats. It looks actually like Han 2 overall, which would include ECL. Okay, so that's the big proviso there, because Sabe is good, I think, objectively into Han 2 ECL. But overall, Han 2 has struggled into Sabe.
Interesting.
So certainly any match here. Our Han 2 player has taken a mulligan. So Sabe cuts the cards, and we're going to be ready to go. Yeah, this is a win and in. We actually had a surprising number of draws this last round. The chat is loving that double yellow is on stream. This is the second time today. Really, this player played against an earlier match and took care of a Piet in expert fashion.
Mm-hmm. I think in the past couple of weeks, we've gotten just a lot of draws in general based on Yoda being involved and going to time, but this probably won't go to time. We start with the Bravo Squadron here from Sabe, followed up by a Yoda cheated out with Han. One of the great things is you can aggressively mulligan if you're Han too, because you're probably going to be safe finding a 2 or 3 drop there.
Yep. That's true. And, shout out to poor Alex Krez, who actually missed both the turn 1 and turn 2 blue with Han 2 blue today. So that's statistically, near impossible to do, but I can tell you, having played a lot of cards.
Doesn't hurt any less, Loopee. It does not hurt any less.
I've bricked Kylo 2 Tarkentown. That I've bricked that deck, which is dang near impossible, but aggression and fallen lightsaber in there.
We get a Sabe attack with that Bravo, and it's double Anakin, so he knows there's one Anakin going. I think that might be a little bit of that bad luck on display, but there's an Anakin coming in a couple turns.
Yep. And Yoda comes in. It's there. Ooh, the AT Hauler's pretty good here, though. I like that 4/5 in space against Han.
Yep. 5 HP, difficult to deal with for Han 2 blue in a lot of decks in general.
All right. Yoda did get the Force. Yoda was a very, very strong first turn play, and some Han 2 blues aren't running it anymore, but it really served a great purpose here. So there's a lot of restore. That ground arena is mucked up. Sabe is kind of pushed to the space arena, whether she likes it or not.
Yeah. And I started playing this deck after Farm Boy top 8 at a PQ in New Hampshire with it. I made a video about it, made some changes. And one thing I really noticed is that Sentinels on the ground aren't that big of a deal if you're playing the Ascension cable and you could time it properly. And a lot of times you can, based on the pressure that you're putting on in the space arena or otherwise. And that's exactly what's happening here, presenting 6 in space while Churret's protecting the ground.
Yep. All right. So Nathan is our Sabe player, and Justin is our Han 2 blue player. There's 2 damage on Nathan's base with Sabe. He leads off with a Spark. Spark of Rebellion, discarding
stacked
the
hand.
card he least likes to see from Han 2 blue, but I mean, he really doesn't like to see any of those cards.
Yeah, you just take Ogdo, completely bust the turn, sans a smuggle option. I think that's the right way to go here. And we see Justin follow up, which is a 3 to base from Churret, maintaining the force.
All right. So 4 damage to Justin's base. Yoda comes in, does 2 damage and restores 2. And then Han Solo pilot's real strong. And
Back to
he
back,
kinda-
right?
Yep.
And you get to look
He
at the
kinda-
top of this deck as well.
Yep. All right. So the Sabe action.
Piet and another Anakin.
If they already have an Anakin, do you take Key?
It's an argument. I mean, the question is, how many Anakins can you deal with? It's one of the one cross arena threats outside of Mace. He does decide to go with Anakin. That's 2 down, 1 to go. And then Han just claims initiative there, Justin, going into the next round. Yoda, like you mentioned, great turn 1 play here because it's left alone. Not only is it left alone, it's protected behind Churret if he ever does want to go to the ground, restoring 2 each and every turn so far.
All right. So here we go. Justin will go into this turn with initiative. Nathan has taken 5 damage on base, has a Bravo squadron with Han Solo piloting in the space arena and AT Hauler. AT Hauler is really good in this matchup.
Yeah. So I think one of the issues here is that Justin is thinking about, hey, if I don't play Anakin right now, right, and Sabe flips and attacks, then all of a sudden I get an Anakin taken out of my hand, or potentially a Luke or taken out of my hand. I don't know if he kept Mace. So I think that's one of the things to think about here, especially if he's expecting that Ascension cable line.
Yep. And I think the chat is correct about the damage total. We've gone through our normal process here. The scoreboards are going to match what's marked until it's changed.
Yep. Looks
All
like that they're having a little bit of a conversation about it now. Big flip turns for both players here. Churret is sitting there blocking. Obviously, Cunning exists. If that's in the hand, that's a perfect Churret target. We are going to see Han tap out here to cheat out that Mace, going with the 4 damage into, what do you think here? The haulers, what he decides. Both safe here. That's the thing about these upgrades and playing these big HP units, right, Loopee?
Oh, yeah. And when you're in the space arena, he leads with the Mace. But don't forget that Mace also attacks for 6 overwhelm.
Yep.
I think he's on 5. That Mace should probably have 2 damage on him, too.
Looks like we got everything settled here.
Yep. They've corrected the damage totals.
Looks like the choice here is a Shatter Point or an Itinerant Warrior. I think you do have to take Shatter Point.
Yeah. That's one of the few space answers that Han has. Yoda comes in.
2 to base to restore 4 HP swing every turn so far.
Yeah, that Yoda has really been the MVP so far for Justin, for sure.
And he had an opportunity to capture it. It might have been the right move there.
Yep. All right. So 12 damage on each base. We're now going to have Sabe deploy.
From Sabe followed by Han in quick succession. Get a Cunning. Here it is. Bouncing the Churret. Buffing Sabe. Going to swing a healthy 8 to base.
Wise man say, if you can swing 8 to base, swing 8 to base.
Yep. Very well played here by Nathan on Sabe, actioning correctly to make sure he gets that damage to base as well as the buff. He gets to look at that hand, and I'm pretty sure Luke Skywalker's hitting that graveyard.
Yeah, I think that you always go. Don't always just immediately reach there, because the hand knowledge is important too.
Absolutely.
Right. And that's there. But yes, you take Luke. You take that on Monday, you take that on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, every day of the week. You do not want the Restore 3 happening because you got to finish this match.
Yeah, you're
You're
like
not-
2 turns away from not being in a spot where you can finish up this match, And if they stabilize, if they're able to clear the board, he goes with Churret here,
Churret.
worrying about getting another hit to base here.
With
You would
Sabe.
have to imagine that Mace is just going to take Sabe out first action, so maybe something else is coming down the pipeline.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. We had one of the most epic things I've seen with an impropriety of thieves. You weren't here. Your buddy Kyle was, but we had impropriety of thieves bust the match for Sabe Yellow. Just destroy a Piet, taking
Wow.
his invisible hand. I'm shouting that out right now. Everybody go back to check that round of Swiss with Piet and Sabe. But this is a spicy Sabe, I'll tell you what. Yes.
Yeah, we had Sabe at 6 resources.
Chat's still going wild about it.
Yeah. And it looks like Han is staying at 6 resources as well.
All right. Han has initiative, I believe.
Yep. Taking that Sabe out as expected. You have to. You wonder if he's just trying to guarantee he's getting at least 4 to base. Sabe dies. You don't get to look. Well called by Justin. Two to base with that restore, bringing Justin on Han to 22.
I mean, Justin should be wearing a Yoda fan club shirt. That opening play has really saved his bacon. Yoda swung enough, right? I mean, they'd be lethal, but for the Yoda restore.
So on the turn that Nathan played Han Pilot onto this Bravo squadron, let's remember there's been 2 units played by Nathan all game long, right? Which is pretty crazy to say. But he had the chance to capture there with the Sanctioner shuttle. I wonder if he'll look back at this and wonder what that eventuality could have looked like.
It might not matter because, I mean, he's to 26 damage on base. Luke Skywalker can kill an AT hauler. That's what it can do and lose you the game. So Justin's got to find something else.
He looks like he's holding on to an itinerant warrior that'll heal him down to 23. Surprise strike hauler would still be lethal. I think you'd probably have to make him have it, though.
Yeah, and I think that you probably are assuming that there's not surprise strike because it wasn't played this turn.
Yeah. There's always top decks, Loop.
Yep.
2 cards
what
in a
will
dream.
Nathan do? Our spicy Sabi player.
Looks like he's got a faith in your friends. I think there's an argument to just like filter your deck a little bit with Sabe here. You could claim chances are it doesn't end up being a good eventuality for you. We'll see if having another threat in space really makes the calculus that much different.
Yep. And now, not just as now, the making him play that itinerant, I mean, put some doors ask them. So now we will see the Sanctioner shuttle finally get that Yoda. All right, and Justin's got to find an answer in a hurry. Will he be able to turn this around? Sabi's going in for the kill with the, probably a fleet of fighters up there and 1 transport in the space arena. We have Han Solo with a very strong ground board, no resistance from Sabe there, but only has 5 damage left on base.
Presenting 13, I believe.
Absolutely. Both of these players trying to stay alive. This is a win-win at the Elgin PQ. And I'm not actually sure. We may or may not have a backup match. We had a lot of draws.
So I think we're at, 7 resources for Han here? Or is it 8?
Right.
So Bo-Katan, if he had it, would be massive.
Right. Doesn't kill the Han Solo unit.
Yep.
Kills a lot of other stuff. All right. So Justin deciding the play. 6 to base.
And it's just 6 to base.
Yep. Does Nathan have any kind of instant pump? If he runs hot shots, those can't be put on spaceships. A surprise strike is lethal. It hasn't happened yet, so I think he probably doesn't have it. Your buddy Kyle points out there's 2 transports. Yes, the Sanctioner Shuttle is a transport. Sanctioner Shuttle is also a Republic card. I've been playing some Padme Yellow. You know, the Twilight Padme. She can get her shuttles like nobody's business. Justin taps 5.
Ooh, another warrior. Okay.
Says, I got a lot of restore. 3 to base to 27.
Does he have an answer for the other 2?
Let's
Doesn't
see.
look like it.
So close. What a squeaker.
Wow, right down to the wire with an awkward handshake / fist bump combo. Love to see it, but yeah, great match overall. But going so space heavy, unloading his hand, getting that space fleet engaged. Even the second warrior wasn't enough. Sideboard, I would imagine to see some hyperspace disaster after that, at least a little bit. Loopee, what are you thinking Justin's bringing in here?
Yeah, I mean, you're looking for any space answers. If you're not having 3 entrenched main deck, you're bringing in any entrenched you have in your board. You're bringing in hyperspace disaster if it exists. You're bringing in bombing run if it exists. I mean, you just got to be able to survive enough that your restore takes over. Simultaneously, I think if you have any more restore on your board, you're looking at anything. If you have an Owen stashed away, that can be effective against a space assault. Turning it back at you, Jordan. What are you doing for Sabe?
I think if I'm Sabe, I'm trying to bring in, if I'm not running if I don't have Ascension Cable made, I'm probably bringing it in. I'm not sure if it's in this build. I'm also trying to bring in as many units that I think I could get to stick to the board. So if you're running like Light Maker in the side, I see a lot of Sabe players maybe running 1 or 2 Light Makers main and then doing the rest in the side. I think bringing those in, because I think one of the fears we have to keep in mind here is that the Swarm Restore option, imagine if a Yaddle was next to Yoda. Again, not sure if Han's playing this, a Yaddle in this build, but a Yaddle would have magnified this even more. So I think you do have to take efforts to minimize the impacts of that ground restore, a la Light Maker, a la outmaneuver, stuff like that.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, both players are thinking it through. This isn't a matchup that's particularly likely to go to time. So
Nah, I got plenty of time.
And it's, nothing but highest stakes. So
if I'm looking at, I was looking through Nathan's build as much as I can. It looks like he's bringing in 2 breaking ins, and I think also the impropriety among thieves. Outside of those cards, it looks like basically the list that we made a video about on the Cantina Crew YouTube channel, basically card for card. There might be a couple changes here and there. It doesn't look like, I haven't seen any Ascension cables yet, so that might be one of the differences. But it looks like he's swapping the surprise strikes for breaking ins to avoid some of the Sentinel stuff, assuming that maybe they're going to have a little bit bigger of an emphasis there. And I'm not sure what the other 2 cuts were for impropriety.
Yep.
RT, can we get a refresher? And when I say we, I mean me, on what impropriety among thieves does?
I can do that because
Perfect.
I knew that off the top of my head, much to everybody's surprise. What it does is it trades a card with the player to your right. So I know what the card does because of Twin Suns. It's in my Boba Django deck. But basically, you all just exchange units for a turn, and then they go back at the end of the turn. So it was used. It was used to take an invisible hand, trading it for an L3, and then in fact, the Sabe player did find a BD1, to pull up with invisible hand.
Interesting.
There you go.
One thing about the invisible hand, as we're killing some time here during the shuffle, I saw a Piet red running invisible hand with like Separatist Commando, and that really the yellow one from Twilight of the Republic, and that had me thinking about like, I wonder if you could run R2 in that deck. I wonder if there's stuff like that.
Yeah, no, the yellow R2 is, I've seen that in Piet decks. Where you might see it even more than a Piet red. Piet red is the meta contender, but when you had Piet blues around, that were playing it that way, I mean, a lot of times they love some of those off-aspect droids.
Yeah, it's very, very fun to see, especially with a deck that's pretty, standard overall when you see it. So seemed like Hans really is taking his time here. I'm not sure what the schedule was throughout the day, but one thing I'm noticing in this meta recently is that you're going to time really often, and there's a lot of decks that are very grindy, whether they are the Yodas of the world or the Chancellor Palpatines of the world. Like, you are going a little bit later than usual in these tournaments, and I think Han might be enjoying a little bit of a respite from a long day of long matches.
Well, as they say, Jordan, it's a data vault world, and we're just living in it.
It is, yeah, it is.
And
Like what,
sometimes
39% of overall decks and top eights this season. My God, so much, and it seems like it's calming down a little bit over the past couple weeks. And I haven't crunched the data from the sectors across the pond today yet. We'll be doing that on the podcast this coming Monday. But overall, like, you have to think that Han2 ECL is really here to stay. I know that Sip and Benton really performed very well with that over the weekend. Not sure how we're going to see Sector shape up in Mesa, but a lot to think about over this next week.
All right. And where can I watch this podcast where you're going to crunch these?
I'm happy you asked. The Colorado Cantina crew on YouTube.
Absolutely. So check these guys out. Nothing but love for our CCC brothers.
Yes,
Make sure to
sir.
give Sharky a hug and tell him it's
Always.
fitting. Absolutely would.
All right, so we have another heavy space start in Nathan's hand. Probably just what he's looking for. On the other side, we see the Grogu, the Grogs. That's very good, especially with Karis and so two great hands, I think, from both sides here.
Yeah, we saw Sabe very, very quickly decide to start resourcing. I think that Nathan really liked what he saw. Justin, considering, but I think that he's not.
He had a tough choice, Loopee. I don't know if you saw, but he's holding on to, in that hand, a Grogu, Ogdo, and Karis. He opts to go to Grogu on turn 1, which I think is probably the right move. But man, a great starting options, followed up by just about the worst play you could do versus Grogu, and it's that Bravo. That's the N1 Starfighter. Loopee, do you play that there, or do you claim and go next?
I mean, I very sadly play that there.
Get the damage off the board at least.
Because you get the damage off the Grogu, but you got to find an answer. You got to find an answer for the Groggy Boy. I'll tell you what. I mean, there's an argument to claiming, right? But then I mean, what's your play this turn? I guess it depends on my hand.
Yeah.
If I had something that conceivably do it, that's there. It might have been better just to go at the AT hauler, this turn anyway with initiative.
Get that 4 in.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
All right. So the Ogdo is going to come down. He's got the combo, the Wombo combo. An Owen right now would be backbreaking.
Yeah, or a Churret or something like that, just making it so you're never touching the ground, basically. This Ogdo is a real challenge when racing. Like, the Ogdo plus Restore is a line that can race with some of these space decks.
Absolutely. Nathan got game 1. We're going into game 2. This is the final round of Swiss at the Elgin, Illinois Premier PQ, the only Premier PQ in the state of Illinois for this set.
Starting off with 4 to base from Sabe, and we'll see what the top of those cards. And Nathan's been great showing us. It looks like a Cham and a Fel. I think you probably take the Fel just because that's the only thing that could take out your piloted Falcons. Cham is a 5-power unit, but obviously you're not ramping here, so. What do you think, Loop?
Yeah, no, I take the Fel. I'm a little surprised Cham's still in the deck.
Yeah, I mean, if you're trying to race, 5 power isn't nothing, right?
Yep, that is there. All
Ends
right,
up
so,
discarding that Fel.
Yep, Nathan does take the Fel. I can see that Nathan's actually notating on notes too. Ogdo's going to come in for 5, putting the first damage on Nathan's base. Now, one thing about this particular line is that is Faith in Your Friends, I believe. So he's drawing his 3 cards.
So this is an interesting.
How does the sequencing go on Faith in Your Friends?
You draw a card, then you disclose, then you place.
And that's a mistake I've seen some people make, but by all means, draw your card. That's often how you hit your disclose.
Yeah.
All right. So we see a cunning 2 wolf pack escorts, 2/1 space units for 1, right?
Yep.
Disclose to make a couple spies. So he can play both of those wolf packs this turn. I doubt he'll bounce spies. So Nathan has
some choices to make. So, well, the interesting thing here for Justin is that, like, in theory, you want to kill the spies, but then, the only unit that you can't do that with is Ogdo, because then he'll be back to full health, no other damage on the board. And by playing 2/1s here, one power units, or 1 health units rather, that also eliminates an option. So it's basically all attention on this AT hauler right now in terms of Grogu distributing damage when it comes into play.
Did he claim?
Looks like it.
He was not able to play anything on 4 resources as Han Blue. Ouch. Now, had Nathan known that, he might have taken the cam.
Well, did it looks like that Justin resourced the Cham, knowing that he wouldn't be able to play anything that's in.
Well, no, I think that's the term. So it was last turn that he, could have taken the Cham. He resourced it because he has an assault pod in his hand.
Oh, got it. So he's trying to do that for this turn.
He's definitely got a place turn here, but I mean that's backbreaking. I mean, Han 2 Blue had a great start with both Grogu and Ogdo, but I mean he ran into the top end of his deck. I see him keeping a bow in there. I mean, I presume that one of those cards might be a Luke, but I mean he just skipped his 4 resource turn, which hurts a ton.
Totally. We see the Hauler swinging in for 4, activating Sabe, looking at the top again.
Yep.
Looks like a Kiati and a Churret.
No Sentinels for you.
Not today. And this is really great because it's like, hey, if you don't want to stop 2 damage, you're going to kill it, and then Ogdo's off the board, right? At least for this run. See Mace cheated out using the Force, taking out that Hauler. Interesting question if you want to replay it or if you just want it off the board completely.
Yeah. Sabe has a world of bounce. But we'll see what happens here. Han deploys.
Pretty nice fleet on the ground here.
Yeah, it's taking a lot of damage though because one of those spies is definitely getting through.
Yeah, so that would bring him to 14.
I don't know that I love the attack with the Wolfpork Escort before the spies.
Wow, so we get the double exhaust here from Cunning with a buff to the spy after your full spend. You save 4 from the Hauler, but you take 4 from this buff spy. I guess that's a fair trade, but really, really smart play here from Nathan on Sabe. The 6 to base hit, followed by 2 more, bringing Han 2 Blue to 20 damage. Here comes the Sabe flip. 4 more and a card from your hand for your troubles. It's like a Luke bombing run, guerrilla attack pod, and entrenched. Pretty tall. I mean, I think you're really trying to. You might be taking bombing run, yeah.
And I have an update on our backup match. Our backup match is Friendly Fire. We have 2 members of the late night team, Vorath and DZ. Vorath got game 1 piloting Iden Data Vault against DZ's Han 2 Blue. That match is almost certainly, going to take longer than this one. So
I've heard he's a man known for his pace.
That's DZ is a thoughtful player, is the way we like to say that. And Vorath plays that in Data Vault.
Yep.
So that is not one that's going to wrap up.
I was talking about Vorath because of Iden Data Vault. We played in some of Blue Milk Gaming's locals online, and it's it's always fun to see.
Yep. So
Mace takes out Sabe, saving that 4+ a card.
And notably, Sabe's 4th damage on attack is from raid. It's there, but he's only got 2 damage left. So 2 damage to. You think, will he be able to close? What's the response from Justin?
So he's at 6 resources. His options are pretty limited, and he puts the fist bump out. Sabe, piloted by Nathan, is going to the top 8. Really valiant effort, excuse me, not that violent from Justin, but just couldn't get the restore going, didn't have the answers to that space attack. And I think that's one of the things to think about with these Han 2 Blue decks. They've really been going away from playing any space units basically, and you wonder if a more balanced approach is better. Who knows? You got to get back to the testing board, and I'm sure Han 2 Blue and Sabe are decks that we see pop up at sectors and regionals across the final weeks of the season.
Yep, and I don't know that the story of this weekend will be just Sabe, but it's one of the stories. I think that actually the results of the sector in Europe are fascinating, so we'll be analyzing a lot of that. But we had a runner-up Sabe in Maryland, one of our teammates' platform, and here we go with Dathan in a couple of commanding matches against some very good decks, Han2 Blue and Piet, just taking care of business.
Yeah, I think one of the challenges with these Han decks is that, or are that, excuse me, that Yoda and Han2 ECL are such different decks that you have to prepare for, that they kind of skew your deck building towards one perspective or another. If you're really trying to deal with Yoda, you need to tech certain ways. If you're really trying to deal with both Han and Yoda, you really need to tech specifically. And then that might impact the quality of your matches across the rest of the spectrum, which it's always an interesting conundrum of deciding what to play, when to play it, and how you structure your practice to be able to make those informed decisions,
All right, so I'm not sure when we're going to the backup table, but we'll be transitioning there. Go. So Priv Garden in the chat asked where you can find the deck list of the Sabe. So until actually the deck lists are open in this match, we won't be disclosing exact deck lists, but you can check out Colorado Cantina's crew's video for a very similar Sabe list. And we will have on the late night Discord and probably the Take the Initiative and probably the Blue Monk Discords the top 8 deck lists as soon as the top 8 is complete, because we do not show those until we're through. And RT is working, diligently in the background to make sure that we have images of all of those deck lists as we go to the top cut.
Yeah, shout out RT. We got this match here with Iden, Data Vault, and another Han2 Blue. You said that Vorash got game 1 with Iden, Loopee?
I believe that was the report that we had from Alex. So Derek's looking okay in game 2.
Yeah, it looks like we're going into the a lot of resources turn. Crate is online. Bo is online. We'll see if he can get it over the finish line here. 6 more damage can feel like an eternity.
Yeah, that's my favorite turn in Star Wars Unlimited, actually. I don't know how you knew.
The allotted turn?
The allotted turn.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. Whenever you can double spell, including an Annihilator, that just makes you feel good about your life.
My favorite is like the home 1 Bo turn.
That's the Bo 1 turn.
Yeah, that's a good one.
There you go.
See Marin pushing another 2 damage to base, bringing him to 29.
Wishing that her on attack was of similar quality to Poe Dameron's, that it could go base.
Yeah, I believe it's 29. We didn't get it adjusted on base. We did see some writing on the side. Avenger coming in, taking out Marin.
I can guarantee you that Voras actual health is as bad to the right. Because I know.
Yeah. I hate that habit. It drives me crazy. Yep. But we got it adjusted here. 29-0.
Yeah, just for the chat's benefit. I mean, if it's not marked immediately, I can tell you that's when I can see his pad.
Yeah.
He actually brought a backup pad to the last PQ I had because I have it. He borrowed it to me because
that's a true teammate right there.
I do think it's a good practice to keep a track of life total that actually comes up all the time if you're trying to trigger out what happened and what the correct total should be.
Totally.
So, Mace is the place.
Putting another threat down, really making it so you have to deal with both units in one shot. Looks like he did top deck a laser blast there.
It's pretty good.
Yep.
Kyle from your channel says he doesn't know if he likes Bo 1 or Home Catan better.
Argument. Put it in the chat. Have a poll. We do have that super laser blast coming in, clearing it. Buys one more turn. Avenger has to go as well. You can't keep that, bud.
Can a brother get a Cassian?
Yeah, Cassian Crate would go hard right now, as they say. Instead,
thinking it through.
Yeah, take your time. It's a big match.
So,
nope.
All right.
Here comes Chirrut.
All right.
And here goes Chirrut.
Yep. But I think that actually might have been, on purpose, right? I mean, he knows that he's going against a control-y deck of all control-y decks. I mean,
Yeah.
sure, the power of the dark side is better than one of the units you're expecting to attack. He's got to do only 4 more damage to base, now 5. Now, Iden is like that. Keeps moving the goalposts on you.
Well, that 5 damage is kind of important here, because taking that power out of the arsenal, or going another power deeper, not sure how many have been played, that's one of the only options to deal with a crate and not die when you have 4 remaining HP. Now
Right.
we're at 28. You're safe for basically another echelon of cards, whether it's fell or yeah, it's just fell in this situation. 2 back to 33 within sight. So
And gains
man,
the
he's
force.
hoping. Derek's hoping he draws this crate here. I'm sure we've all been in that situation.
I appreciate. So our Swedish brother Victor, who I'm sure you've called matches with, is still up. Going through the chat and answering the questions about these life pucks everybody watches.
Yeah.
We just had the video from the store crash from a second. The Wi-Fi there is plugging along. Has been in and out a lot of times for the top cut. This will improve significantly.
Yeah, let's see if this gets
more people clear out
adjusted
of the store.
here.
So we saw earlier in this matchup, Derek really play well into a Kira data vault, playing around Super Laser Blast. And this is actually the most frustrating part of the match. I mean, he's done 30 damage to Kira's base at this point, and Iden's base. Totally different leaders. Same kind of concept. But just finding that last 3 can be tough. Typically Han doesn't run daring raids. There's no kind of direct damage from hand. Now it is sideboarded, so he probably is playing every pump that exists and just looking for a way to get there.
Mm-hmm. So we're playing aggressive negotiations. Obviously, Poe could push damage from his ability, and I'm sure at this point in the game that the actual real damage total is upwards of 40 with how much this Iden deck heals, if not more. We're still working on getting that backup table refreshed.
Yeah, and we don't actually know what the issue is. Alex, I'm sure, is working on it, whatever it may be, but it actually could be an issue with the actual setup too. It was the Blue Muck setup, which is a tripod and a phone, I believe. We'll see. But we love having a backup table. So if the choices are having potentially, 1 match or potentially 2, I think that's an easy decision.
Yeah, 2 is always better than 1 in this scenario, even if it is Iden data vault, right?
Absolutely. I mean, there's it. It's really kind of a respect to play the most control-y of all the control decks. So Adam's been doing that, I think, since Iden has been, existent, which is set 1. He's been playing Iden Green. Data Vault gave him an extra 3 health cushion.
Yeah.
So he loves it, but I mean, he knows that deck inside and out. And hopefully they're going to a game 3. While we're waiting on the camera here, why don't you give a shout out to the Colorado Cantina crew? What do we got all in the hopper right now? Have you decided?
Yeah, so we just got a PQ yesterday. So we'll be recapping that tomorrow, going through all the data from over the weekend as well. Every week we kind of do a deep dive, going through the meta, going through the percentages, and then giving our recommendations of what decks we think you should be working on, what you're playing, and we try to just be like a one-stop shop, get you prepared for the week in and out, usually on Monday, sometimes Tuesday if it publishes, depending on our work schedule. Then we have a midday matchup coming up on Fridays with Kyle and his wife Jillian. They play fun games from the meta. Looks like we got 1 video channel back, seeing if we got the second one as well. But yeah, we have a great time over there. Sharky's working on a CAD green video as he ushers his buddy into the sunset. Thoughts and prayers, F's in the chat for rotation for CAD. But personally, I'm really excited for rotation, and there's a lot of opportunity for new things, new perspectives, and with that, always new content coming for you at the Cantina Crew YouTube channel.
Yeah, absolutely, and I really enjoy the pods. That's in my playlist for driving around when I'm doing that for work. I love the Colorado Cantina Crew pod. And also those matches that Kyle does with his misses, they can get some spicy sometimes. I mean, sometimes they're meta, sometimes they're actually, some cool stuff. So
yeah,
and they're a little snarky to each other too.
They gamble, which I love. It's fun for the whole family. They barter things like who's getting Indian food and who has to pick up the kids or deal with the kids, which I think is a great way to shed responsibility when possible. Kyle will be back on for the top 8 here, joining me, and I believe Alex Krez. It might just be the two of them that I might have with how long stuff's going with these darn control players. Where I might be a little bit behind here, but yeah, really, we have a great time, and we have a pretty big team, about 20 players, similar to you guys. Where some players are like on our travel-ish team. We've never really called it anything, but people that go to different events non-locally and stuff like that. And some people are just having a good time locally, and we try to just have a good time, get better every day, and transfer that over to the YouTube channel where we could do that for other people.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you aren't subscribed to Colorado Cantina Crew, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Folks, they're great. They do a lot for the community, very, generous with your time. All of this work and all of these commentators, I can tell you, are volunteers. We do this for the love of the game. We do this to kind of get good competitive content out there. And you guys are always nothing but the best to work with. And I always love when we do get to actually have the teams together once in a while.
It's always a pleasure. And then to that effect, 2 of your guys are joining us in Arizona at our little team house. We have them stationed in the shed outside. So, it's not, full rental situation, but yeah, Lights Out John and Alex Krez will be joining the rest of the Cantina crew in Mesa at our Airbnb.
And back from that shed, they're going to actually birth the sector win.
Yeah, right. Through adversity comes success, right?
All the best things come out of mangers. So everybody there, Devin Dahl, thank you, just subbed. That's exactly what we want. I do have an update regarding the video. Alex is working very hard on it. We had a laptop malfunction on that table, and we're going to have an epic conclusion of this match on one table or the other, and we're going to talk until then because that's what we do.
Yeah, sounds great to me.
All right.
So what do you? I haven't dove into the data from the sectors yet. I know we mentioned that SIP took it down on Han 2 ECL. Benton also was in top 8. Another great runner for performance from those dudes. I know you've had them on the channel a few times. Do you think that has a big influence driving Han 2 ECL even bigger into a larger meta share going into sectors next week?
Kind of makes me sad because I actually was on. I thought that actually right as Beatle did. I had the displeasure of having to play Chronos Han 2 ECL at Beatle, and he got knocked out in the top cut of Beatle with variance, which can happen to anybody. But that was the deck I would have brought to any early PQ, and I was actually crushing with it. So I think it's actually very good with the popularization of the Rise of Yoda data vault. You have its natural enemies kind of come back up, and I think now you're seeing some people leaning back into Target Town.
Yeah.
Trying to look at this Han 2 ECL deck. So shout out to Sip and Benton. Great players, friends of the stream. They did the Talzin Masterclass, with us.
Yep.
And congratulations to Sip. I already know that Bobby Sapphire, Mike Gem is motivated. He's now 90 points behind Sip in qualification coverage.
Yep.
With sector wins, so he'll be in Arizona with you. Some of those happening. So I unfortunately am not able to make that sector. Would love to be there, but we'll have one, coming in my backyard in Milwaukee later this month.
Yeah, I'm jealous about that as well. And I've been playing Yoda for the past 2 PQs, and it's been a really interesting experience because I feel like my play is really strong. I feel like the deck is performing really well. But I just keep going to time. I keep on, drawing, whether it's mirrors or other grindy decks. It's been a really hard thing to reconcile with almost. So for instance, yesterday I lost one match, and I think that's the first time I've ever played in a tournament where I've lost one match and not topped the event. You know what I mean? And
Right.
It's been an interesting thing to think about when you're approaching it from a strategy perspective, because whether you think it's well positioned or you're playing it well or you like the deck or it's fun or it's XYZ, you have to have the foundation and the logical assessment behind it to understand if what you're doing is actually a worthwhile endeavor. You know what I'm saying? And obviously,
Right.
Woo and other players have had a lot of great success with it as well. But I think as the meta is changing week by week, whether it's a situation where it's the rise of Han 2 ECL or the rise of decks like Chancellor Palpatine Data Vault or Piet Red, where it's like you have these matchups that are pretty unfavored, a la Han 2 ECL, but you also have the matchups that you are 50-50 in or that you are favored in that are going to take you like an hour and a half. So it's this back and forth thing that I just think is a really interesting thought thing to talk about. Well, I'm sure we'll be breaking that down on the podcast tomorrow night. 'Cause I know personally, I've just been thinking about it almost nonstop since the event.
Right, absolutely. All right, so we might have our video coming back up. If we see Iden here, they're going to game 3.
Yep.
It surprises me not at all that DZ was able to close that out. But that last couple of damage can be hard. We'll have to ask him after the fact how he did. So this is 2 members of the Late Night Competitive team. Vorath on the left, piloting Iden Data Vault, if you don't recognize that showcase. And DZ on the right, piloting Han 2 Blue.
So it does look like that game extended a little bit. We have 16 minutes left. We're not sure if this is a win and in or not. There was, like we said, a lot of that tie shenanigans going on earlier, but players playing a little snappy to start this game, making sure they get kind of deep into game 3.
I can tell you with 100% certainty it's a lose you're out.
That's a good way to look at it.
So, yep, and things do get wonky with draws, and I think both players have a draw the hard way. All right. So Iden's trying to control Han's board. The control
does that with the takedown to take Churd out, and is rewarded with a cheated out Poe for her efforts.
Yeah, and Poe is a very, very strong play right now. So he's going to move in and do a draw card with Pershing. Nemec finishes off Pershing. And Vorath has really got to find an answer to that Poe.
That is true. And also, one thing I love seeing in Derek's hand here is that Corellian Hounds. Played against that in my Missouri PQ with Han 2 ECL. Really, really strong anti-control card. See that Vanquish coming down, making you wonder if you should have claimed there to take your 8 to base for Poe instead of 3 from Nemec. But you do have to build the board. You do have to make sure you're getting units out there.
Absolutely. All right. DZ has done 6 to base. Iden undoes one of those.
Makes that 5. And is it true? Is here comes our Han? I hope we get the Corellian Hounds follow-up.
Both of these are Illinois player.
Here it comes.
It would not surprise me if that Corellian Hound has Vorath written on it.
5 to base, brother. No units, my man.
And 13, and, we didn't see because we were watching that excellent Sabe match. And I'm told that's actually Nathan's first top cut ever.
Hey, good for him. Good for him, man. We had a teammate yesterday, first time make top 4, first time yet to the finals. So, it's amazing when that happens. You just, that's where the hard work and dedication pays off.
Also on Sabe platform 327,
Hey.
First there, he was runner up of the Maryland PQ.
Hell yeah.
All right. So
nice little board here presenting from Derek. Couple turns away from Laser Blast. So he's going to take some pain here. How can he minimize it? I think is going to be one of the deciding factors of the early portion of this match, at least. Spending 3, or is it just 2, on that entrenched to I hate to say neuter because that's crass, but really limit that Corellian Hound.
I mean, how do you know that hound's not a female?
I don't know. Well, you could spay. I think it's the same category. Okay, whatever. All good.
We'll see what happens here. All right, Vorath, who can deploy Iden this turn. I believe we're on 6. Now condemns Han Solo. Now, that also gets rid of abilities, but only for the attack, right?
Yeah, because it's on attack, I believe, so it doesn't come into perspective until that attack is initiated. I could be wrong on that, but I believe that's how it works.
All right, so DZ has not spent a resource, though, importantly. needs to get damage in while the damage is good. I think if he had upgrade removal, that's obviously great right now.
Mhm.
2? Is that an Outer Rim Constable? Do we got Constable?
No, it's an Ogdo, Bogdo. cheated
Ogdo,
out.
Bogdo. All right. Well, I guess we know what Iden's going to go at.
I'm not sure if Ogdo is a dog or not, but
He's a frog. He's a frog.
Okay.
I have traumatic memories of that from the first Cal Kestis game because I played on the hardest difficulty. Played at the hardest difficulty level and did not realize that was an optional boss. Then you come back at later, so it took me like a Ninja Gaiden level of repeats before I was able to get there eventually. How will DZ respond?
You have to imagine that Iden takes out Ogdo here. He's gonna make him disclose that. Oh, he doesn't show a card. Wait.
No. So he attacked with the Corellian Hounds into the Iden.
Oh, it's entrenched. Got it.
Yep. So there, and then
Too
we
many
have
upgrades.
Right. So, and the dogs are still around. I mean, that's the downside of entrench is it makes them an 8/8.
I guess one of the upsides of condemn as well.
Yep. All right. So they're looking through. This is the decisive game 3. Both of these players are 3-1-1, looking for a way, and both are Illinois players too. And fun trivia fact: I don't know that a player from Illinois has won a PQ yet. In Illinois.
Here comes Traitorous taking that Charisnemic.
Ooh. Traitor is on a 2-drop, but it actually feels kind of okay.
Well, you're taking 3 and the Spy, so I guess could be worse. Could also be better.
I mean, maybe he's got a red heroic card in there.
Yeah, yeah. Takes 5 to base, and I assume that Karis will trade into or attempt to trade into something here.
He's going to do 3 damage to the cam.
Yep. Not a full trade, but a little swing.
But importantly, Iden goes to 8 the next turn. And this is not a mid-range deck that may run a Super Laser Blast or not. Vorith very much plays this as hard control. And DZ knows that the initiative is pretty important here.
Yeah, and I think it feels bad sometimes to not spend any resources, but you're getting 5 in, bringing him to 25. Oh, it's tough when you're on that 8 resource turn. You have to assume he has Super Laser Blast, but if he doesn't, you might win this turn if you play more cards, and maybe not quite win, but set up the win for the following turn. So it's always an interesting thought exercise.
All right, 5 damage to base, 8 more to go for DZ. How will Vorath respond? It's interesting because he got that. I love that claim there for DZ. If you're watching back, you're trying to get better at Hantu Blue. I think that's one. He does have to blast anyway, but that doesn't feel like a great blast.
Nope. He could follow up if there's a Cassian. If there's anything that could push damage this turn, huge. Looks like there is going to be a Cassian coming, smuggling out for 5, 3 damage to base, bringing him to 28 eventually. Here we go.
And at this point, Vorath is just praying that he doesn't have a hot shot in hand.
Yeah.
He doesn't. 3 damage to base.
That equalizes back to 27 with the Iden heal.
Right.
And we get a second unit, Karis Nemec.
Yeah, I think the Karis in here are, partly a medical. The other thing is he would have known Vorath is coming, right? Because they're both, Illinois players are both members of the same team. So, you see some of the Hound Spice. Karis is a good card against control. Absolutely. And knowing your local medic. Okay. Yeah, they got a 6-minute. Okay, so we're told RT diligently reporting from our sideline reporter, Alex Krez, that they have a 6-minute extension, but time in round was called. So can Derek finish this off? Oh, and I think actually some of the people that drew are very, very interested in this match too, to be honest with you.
Who wants to play an Iden Data Vault? No one, probably. Maybe a couple people. Maybe Sabe.
Yeah. Sabe would love nothing better than Data Vault. See?
There's a big spend.
It's a big spend. Well, there's not small units in that deck. Is it Snoke?
It is Snoke taking the Spy offline. Cassian only swinging for 1.
doesn't want to disclose and have the spy die because, well, actually, I suppose the Nemec dying that's there. All right, so, I mean, you know what he needs now. I mean, is this match going to come down to Luke Skywalker being in hand or not being in hand?
Doesn't look like it's in hand.
Yep, 2 is not 7.
But you can entrench your Cassian, swing it into Snoke, and then play Anakin, which looks like it's the line he's taken.
All right, and this is why I love you, Jordan. All the knowledge of the game. Predicted it before you go. We're gonna have Cassian, on theme, making a heroic sacrifice here.
Here comes Anakin. I guess this is going to keep Cassian alive too.
Oh yeah, and DZ's like, "I'll do you one better. The Anakin should be first."
There you go.
And he's right, ain't he? All right, he doesn't have
yeah.
villainy. Yeah, if he had villainy in the discard, that'd be there. Now I think so. The 6, so Cassian would be an 8. Yep, it'd be 3 back grab. Okay, so they got it right now, and that's a sports. I think actually that was Vorath correcting them. That's what you should do. By the way, I mean, we're going to be talking about this as the talking heads go over that sector, right? But who's responsible for the board state, folks? It's not the judge.
Everyone.
Yep. And if you see your opponent make a mistake to their detriment, the correct thing to do is to let them know if it's a board state error. You don't have to tell them about missed mate triggers. You do have to say if somebody actually marks the wrong damage or doesn't kill a unit, and it is on both people. All right, so Vorath resources.
Thinking about resourcing a super laser blast. Here comes. Oh, nope. So he resources an OB. Yeah, he hasn't been able to stick a unit.
Yeah, and he's not going to in the time that matters.
Nope.
Shout out to everybody at Boars Hat Gaming. They've been nothing but great hosts. They've actually got a great streaming setup. This is the first time that we've worked with them. Looking forward to doing that. Going forward. It's a control player when their discard pile is where the units should be.
So it's a non-ambush wait, what?
I believe it was a timely Vader.
I don't see a timely. Here's the timely. Okay, yeah, you got to do that first. You got to do that one first. But okay, there it is.
All right.
And then the crate follow up.
All right, and the Vader is exhausted. The Vader's not ready. The Vader attacked. Lost its shield, killing the Cassian. Doing a resource check. Control players don't love Great Dragons.
Yep.
The Vader's not very helpful against it. Somehow you can get a shield.
He does have a super laser blast. It's going to feel bad if you take 8 from that and lose. I think that's the, there is a merciless contest. Okay, so that's the move.
That's merciless. But that actually kills your unit too. So, I mean, power's better if you have it. Vorath on initiative, looking to protect. I think it was merciless contest that hit.
Yep,
that's
going to do 3 damage. Followed up by an Owen.
Power this sucker.
Is this going to be the classic? It's going to be the classic. Owen protection for the crate. Give it to us one time.
Yes, this is in the Han2 Blue Bible. If you actually look this up, this is what you do at a late
and it
game
is
control. There we go. Owen and crate's a pretty good combo.
Oh baby.
Now, Vorath has got a ton of resources left. He predicted it coming, but I mean, this is the dance against Great Dragons, right? Because lots of your answers kill you. How will this match? Both players looking for the top cut. We don't know from the seedings and the final standings yet whether the winner will be in, but the loser is certainly out. And also, they have bragging rights on the line. As the top cut begins, we'll get all the deck lists ready for you, and we'll try to have a little bit of content. I'm going to have to head off here shortly, but we got a lot of Colorado Cantina brothers that Yep. So
Looks like we got a claim from Vorath here, seeing if he could top deck something. I think you're only out here is Fell, or yeah, it's only Fell. Vanquish ends
Yep.
it. Everything else is GG's. Did
yeah,
he
no,
do
that
it?
doesn't do it. Yep. All right. He needs a Fell the Dragon, aptly named. Those came in the same set. One thing that I think could be interesting for Han for Blue Force decks, maybe
Oh.
not Han 2 because it won't exist. Does he have it? Did he get
He
something?
might have entrenched here. Is it like entrenched or condemn? It's entrenched. 2 to base, bringing him to 30. Oh wow.
All right.
No
and
way.
DZ responds with
Another
crate.
Let's go.
All right. What a game, guys. What a game.
Wow. If that doesn't punch his ticket to the top 8, it was well fought either way. He has a chance to get in, but wow, what a great sequence of top decks there for Derek. 3 in a row with the power protection. Wow.
All right. What a thrilling conclusion to Swiss with 2 excellent players, both members of our competitive team at Late Night, going at each other. That was a tense game 3, and it took every crate that Derek had in order to finish off the Iden. What did you think, Jordan?
Yeah, my dog is so excited. He hears me screaming. He brought balls over for me to throw them. I'm very excited. That's a great way to end the Swiss rounds here and get into our top 8 coverage. But 3 crates, the answers, the dance, the tete-to-tete back and forth. I know people talk shit about Iden Datavol, and I am one of those people. Excuse my French, but great gameplay there from Vorath, and I'd love to see it. If you're gonna get friendly fire, you want it in a game like this.
I'm gonna tell DZ that his play was so strong. He actually let the dogs out in Colorado, and he made one of the biggest pros in Star Wars content forget about the profanity filter, for a second.
Yeah.
There. But what a match! And I'm with you. I'm excited about that. I'm looking forward to this top cut.
Real life.
Yeah,
brilliance.
so really fun stuff.
All right, so we're gonna take just a real quick break, but don't go anywhere because we're gonna come back and recap the top 8 in just a moment. What's up, Star Wars Unlimited fans? What a round of Swiss as we finish. And I have a few minutes left before I have to take off for the night. The Colorado Cantina crew is going to bring this home along with some other guests. But before that, we wanted to actually go over some deck lists with you. So we're going to start with Micah Overlay, who is a member of the Late Night Competitive team and Blue Milk Gaming and a multi-time PQ winner. I mean, he was actually the #1 seed at the Denver sector in Colorado after Swiss when Django was allowed. But this is his Hantu Blue. And looking at this list, Mike was undefeated. What do you see about Hantu? Here.
So I think one of the main things that is differentiating some of these builds right now is this: are you playing aggressive negotiations, and are you playing any sort of villain package? If you are playing the villain package, are you playing Marin to enable the villain package? So it's looking like yes on all fronts here for Micah. Obviously, Alex Krez, another great Hantu Blue player. I think they're working on this deck throughout their with the whole team at large, and obviously very, very strong. And we have Kyle here as well, who plays a ton of Hantu Blue. And just overall, I think it's a really solid, well-positioned deck that doesn't necessarily have the perfect matchup spread. I think Kyle can speak to that a little bit more as he experienced it yesterday. But I think it's well-positioned to the two top decks in the meta. I think it can beat Yoda, and I think it can beat Hantu ECL. And I think those are two things that you really need to keep in mind when you're picking a deck.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you see, Micah is an aggressive player. He was and is a big fan of Rex in this deck. It doesn't have him currently in because of meta considerations, but he is running 2 aggressive negotiations, which is actually, I think, more than Alex's brew. They don't always agree. And he does run the full, or at least all the Forged Lightnings, along with Marin. Only has 2 Marin as opposed to 3. But, and as you can see, 3 Entrenched, which I think is very, very important too. And that's a card that Alex from our team is a big, fan of, but really serves well and kind of is a utility knife and gets you out of a lot of hairy situations.
And speaking of that Entrenched, I'm not sure who Micah will be playing in round 1 in the top 8, but one consideration to keep in mind is that he's not main decking any Outer Rim Constable, so he could be a little bit vulnerable to some of that upgrade stuff in game 1 at least.
Yep, absolutely. All right, do we want to get to the next list?
Let's do it.
Our friend Yoda Killer really plays well, really plays CAD Tarkentown well, which is a deck you know something about. Color's main deck. Second, what do we have? We have 3 main deck Waylays. What other yellow deck did we see really do well? We saw Sabe do very well. So what these players have correctly, I think, found is that some of these space bounce threats that the current meta is weak to, right? And I think we see Carlos taking advantage of this. He's obviously a member of the Bothan network. Great player. Him and DZ kind of dominate the Chicago area, along with some other ones. Lights Out, is there, but at least at the Pastimes local. And I love seeing him bring CAD to the event, right? Carlos plays a bunch of different decks. Obviously, he has access to a lot of testing, but this is good. The other thing I see is we have 3 Reckless Gunslingers main deck as well. So it's kind of a mod version, right? There's so many 1-drops here. I think you still probably call this 1-drop CAD, but it's 1-drop space CAD.
Yeah, there's a lot more pressure in different points. Obviously, Miss Hunter is a key to just about any CAD deck with that card draw, and I think you could maybe especially say with the 1-drop CAD because of how many cards you're playing on a given turn with the 1-drops, obviously. Punishing 1, really great. Takes care of some shielded units as well. Obviously, if you're playing against Hantu ECL or Hantu Blue in general, the existence of Tarkentown creates a lot of challenges, right? Like you can't just play all the units that you want to play. You have to get your specific draws, which kind of limits one of the impacts that Hantu Blue or Hantu ECL gives you. So overall, I think it's well equipped, especially if you could get this deck to the top 8, which Carlos has done. I think it could be very well positioned. I think part of the issue with CAD right now is that with some of these other grindy heroes and builds, if you get a day where you end up playing all of them back to back, Anakin, Han, Yoda, etc., then it might be tough to get there. But Carlos expertly piloted and he did it.
Right, absolutely. And we'll be putting all of these deck lists in the late night Discord, the TTI Discord, and the Blue Milk Discord. So check them out there. Let's go to the next one.
So here we have
All right.
Yoda Data Vault. I'm not sure who's piloting this one. This kind of looks like the standard Woo list from a couple weeks ago. This is Jay Fontanez. I played Yoda yesterday with a slightly different build. I have Rex, I have Loth Wolf, I have some Anakin going on as well with a little bit of a different sideboard. But this one looks like pretty traditional, pretty cut and dry. Really very solid deck, whether you're making tweaks to it or not. And I think getting Yoda to the top 8 is a challenge as well. But once it's there, I think if you could dodge Han 2 ECL, you're probably feeling great about your positioning. And obviously, this deck has shown to be super strong with some weaknesses along the edges. Like part of the reason that I was drawn to Sabe double yellow is because I really liked my Yoda matchup. I really felt like in testing, I was able to get under. I was able to dodge Sentinels. I was able to eliminate those key cards from his hand, wherever hitting his hand. So I think this is going to be a little matchup dependent as well, but I'm really excited to see it play out.
Yep. First off, this is Julio Fontanez from Milwaukee. Great player, great friend. We worked on Kylo Data Vault a lot. He's moved to the light side with Yoda Vault today. But I mean, I think Yoda, really its existence at all kind of changes and tweaks the meta, right? Because all of a sudden you have this big, grindy hero deck that potentially can outgrind a Kira, can outgrind a Control playing, and those Bo-Katans can get a lot of value, and Julio is a Control player. I mean, he typically has played like Palpatine, he's played Kira, he's played Kylo, and now on Yoda. And I think it is kind of cool to see kind of heroic blue-green decks, finally get a very strong day in the sun. I mean, we had Rey in some previous metas, that were very, very grindy, but Wu really did a good job kind of revolutionizing, the Yoda Data Vault build, and they obviously work for Julio, getting through to the top cut. Let's get to the next deck.
And is this now we have the Palpatine, or whatever they're calling it nowadays. Data Vault, really strong build, tons of plot cards, really changing the way some of these archetypes are playing, where you're literally don't have a single turn 1 play. You're just drawing with Palpatine's ability. I see a little confidence and victory. Haven't seen that play out in person or against me or any tournaments that I've been at. I know I would be pretty upset though.
Yep, so Milwaukee's eating good. This is another player, Adam, from the Milwaukee area. Also got through the top cut. He played a lot of Boba Data Vault last set. And, I mean, he is a person that builds his own decks, right? This is not the exact list that you'll see any other Palpatine. The confidence and victory is interesting. I'm actually looking forward to talking to him to see what exactly matchup he's thinking of that for. You see kind of the normal mainstays of a Palpatine deck with the Chancellor Palpatines, the Flying Moors. Interestingly, not leaning into the Sentinels.
Yeah.
Instead, going with kind of a control package.
Well, you have the Inferno Squadron, you have the Chancellor Palpatine plot unit, so maybe that's kind of what you're pulling down there as well. I do love the First Light inclusion in the sideboard. I think that's a great card. I think this archetype in general is going to need a little bit of help as we get towards rotation, because as you look at this deck, about 3/4 of it is waving goodbye.
Yep, absolutely. And Yoda probably doesn't want to see this deck either, to be honest with you. It does have, it's going to try to mill him.
Yeah, this might be the one deck that, the top deck that Yoda Killer probably doesn't want to see.
Yep. All right, let's get to the next one.
Oh, you're referring to Yoda, the leader, as opposed to Carlos Torres. Yeah.
I don't think Yoda Data Vault wants to see a deck with 3 Vigilances respawning in the sideboard. All right, so we're going to the deck list. We're going to go through, and the Cantina crew is going to pick up the deck list review as we get between the rounds for the remainder of them, but we'll get the top 8 deck list for you. We're going to take a quick break and be back with the top 8 after this.
Great. joined by my teammate Kyle Kraft here for a great.
If you're gonna bring
My
CAD,
teammate Kyle Kraft here for a great.
if you're gonna bring CAD to a tournament like this and then make the comp 8, I think
Bothan Network. Excited to see your
a
buddy.
tournament like this and then make the comp 8. I think
Bothan Network. Excited to see your buddy Carlos on the stream.
Oh, you know it. Okay here.
Yeah, Jeff, I was going to ask you. You top 8 at RPQ just yesterday. Is this the exact same list? I know you guys are. Bothan
No,
buddies.
it's about 4 or 5 cards different in the main deck, and which is kind of nice. And then the sideboard, I think kind of nice. And then the sideboard, I think the side.
Updated. Looks like we're also having a little bit of stream connection issues. We'll keep you updated as that comes through as well.
Yeah, is that the general strategy, Jeff?
Yeah, basically, you have the ability to shift if you need to. Yeah, basically, you have the ability to shift if you need to. Into space, you have the same ground start. If you're going up against something like into space, you have the same ground start. If you're going up against something like space aggro, you say, okay, you played 3 power on turn 1.
That the Miss Hunter is so good. It's such an important target when you're opposing CAD to be able to turn off that card draw engine, that all of a sudden you follow that up with either, the lurking ties from the side, the punishing ones, and or, going with the IGs. You just have a fleet there as opposed to just one key unit. You spend your resources dealing with that Miss Hunter and you get granted and received with stolen hate dealer for your troubles.
Yeah, absolutely. But I will say that in this matchup, Hantu Green has a lot of tools to deal with all the space units. ECL and the really I'm blanking on the name, but I'm trying to look it up now. But the space unit that's a 4/3, and when it enters, if you control a damage unit, ping something for
the
2.
Heroic Arc 170.
Yeah, the Heroic Arc
card in the
The Heroic Arc is really good, especially in Hantu ECL. Because obviously you have the ability, you can Han ability it out to damage itself, and then it gets to ping 2 damage to anything as a 3-drop, and then you have a space unit left over. You can also ECL it. ECL first into a small space unit, and then you have a damage unit if it can survive. So it's very versatile card.
Or the Picardy 3D list. That's the thing that's really interesting about Hantu ECL is that there's really not like a quote unquote complete meta list. Some people are running the Hounds. Some people are running Crucible. Some people aren't running General's Blade. Some people are running tons of upgrades, right? So there's a lot of different perspectives that I think are really interesting to check out.
Yeah, I'm really surprised by the Heroic Arc only being a 1 of. I played against Hantu ECL during the Swiss of RPQ yesterday, and that was the one card that almost lost me the matchup. And I think that's going to favor Carlos a bit more than other Hantu ECL versions that we've seen.
Yeah, I could see it. I mean, personally, in my testing for this list, I've liked the Crucible, at least in the 60, especially when you're facing the Yoda type matchups, the kind of more grindy things. But like you said in this, will it come into play not having those Heroic Arcs? Obviously, the Sabine Masterpiece, the Red 5.
That's right. Yeah. So if our Han player decides to get aggressive with those General's Blades, he knows there's few answers immediately to it anyway. I mean, you can get punished by a bounce, but he's also free to slap down those the upgrades that allow you to pull a unit. I'm having a mind blank. The Bounty
Hunter's Quarry. Yeah, I will say the Gungi into General's Blade, I think you just lose if Carlos is turned to his Waylay, and then you get hit for 6. So it's a very risky line.
And speaking of Carlos, we are getting word that we're getting a game loss for Yoda Killer from a deck check error. We were 1 card off in the sideboard. You hate to see it anytime, but you especially hate to see it in the top cut of any event.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. There's a lot of have a deck error, so I'm just going to keep the list that we made and not mess with it for that reason.
Yeah. So right now,
I would add that I also tend to have another person check my deck list, right? Because sometimes you see things other people wouldn't notice, right?
100%.
Yeah.
And
So
now
what we
is
do
the
here
deck
is
center.
Yeah, so what we do in these situations is this is game 2 that we're about to see. Carlos is down
back to center. We talk about it on the pod a lot, Kyle, right? Like finding a way to say, yeah, this sucks, but I got to move on. I got to move forward, and dwelling on it does nothing. Easy for us to say and hard for me and everybody else to do in person.
Yeah, this is one of those ones that it depends on the outcome, right? If you end up winning the match anyway, it's not a big deal. But if you end up losing, it's something you'll think about for a little bit.
The other thing is that this game, I mean, all games, all mentally reset and just play solid games.
Yeah. Does look like we're
General, where these kind of mental distractions, some players, it can really take you out of the game, and it's something that you kind of have to learn to be a competitive player at the highest level, is dealing with these kind of distractions.
Yeah, I think rephrased differently, dealing with any adversity, right? Whether it's sports,
Yeah,
card
absolutely.
games, it's just like that's the reality here. And you
Yeah.
know, I don't care what anybody says about Carlos. I think he's a really nice guy.
I've never heard anyone say that he isn't, except for our teammate Ian, who's a Packers fan.
Yeah, hey, that's tough weekend for them. But you know, the Cantina Crew Discord is closed off to the public, and it says a lot that Jeff, Carlos, they're both in it. Somehow we let some Bothans in, but you know, Carlos is the man. We always say, and same thing with you, Jeff. If it's not one of us winning a local event, we want it to be you. And you know, same thing as you see, whether it's one of our late night friends or one of our Bothan friends, we're always rooting for him.
Yeah. It's one of my favorite things about this game in general. I've played a lot of card games. This is the first one that I've tried to play very competitively. And the main reason for that is any other game, the more competitive I got, the less I enjoyed playing the game. You know, you get to a higher level and everything gets less pleasant, which I'm not a fan of. But this game, even at the highest level, it has been just good experiences with good people. You can have good competition and still be, you know, kind and respectful and have